Chapter 1381. After listening to Yang Bufan's words, Jiang Chen's fighting spirit was ignited in an instant. The immortal world wasn't as simple as he had imagined. Each of the 9 immortal domains was equivalent to an independent immortal world. Jiang Chen's understanding of the ethereal immortal domain was limited to one-line sky. Today, Jiang Chen had developed a strong interest in the East Xuanyu mentioned by Yang Bufan. Jiang Chen was almost sure that after he solved the matter in one-line sky, he would leave for a bigger place. This East Xuanyu might be his next stop. Jiang Chen had no reason to stop. He had the determination to pursue the highest realm of the immortal Tao, and had a deep expectation for the path of cultivation. Moreover, Jiang Chen still had a lot of things to do. The matter of Yan Chenyu, the matter of Tianjizi, and the matter of Wu Ningzhu. Yan Chenyu was now involved with Immortal Execution King. If Jiang Chen wanted to explore Yan Chenyu's secret, he had to improve his cultivation base to the peak. Tianjizi was basically a cripple now. The reason why Tianjizi suffered such a disaster was all because of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had the responsibility to help Tianjizi recover. Whether it was to improve his cultivation base, explore Yan Chenyu's secret, or help Tianjizi find a way to recover, Jiang Chen had no reason to stop. Just like what Yang Bufan said, one-line sky was just a small place. So what if he became the king here? He was still a frog at the bottom of a well. There was also Wu Ningzhu. After ascending to the immortal world, Jiang Chen had met with Han Yan and Tyrant. There was also some news about Yan Chenyu. Only Wu Ningzhu was still missing. It was impossible to say that he wasn't worried at all. In addition to these, there was another force that constantly urged Jiang Chen to move forward. This force came from his old enemies, the northern and southern dynasties. When Jiang Chen had just ascended to the immortal world, he was attacked by the northern and southern dynasties. If it wasn't for the immortal mark in his body, he would have died a long time ago. Nanbei Chao must be looking for him everywhere. There was no doubt about it. Another thing that he was sure of was that Nanbei Chao's strength was far beyond his. Even though he had progressed to such a level, he was still nothing compared to Nanbei Chao in the immortal world. He was not even an ant. Jiang Chen was well aware of this. Therefore, Jiang Chen had to grow faster. His real enemies in the immortal world were the northern and southern dynasties, not Tian Muyun. Tian Muyun was incomparable to the northern and southern dynasties. With such a powerful opponent, Jiang Chen could feel a sense of urgency and pressure all the time. Brother Jiang, after you are done with the matters here, you must go to Eastern Profound Domain and have a good adventure. There are 6 great immortal sects, 3 great empires and 2 great families in Eastern Profound Domain. There are so many geniuses there that it can be said to be a place where heroes are vying for supremacy. There are too many geniuses in the 11 major powers. Each of them is a dazzling star, a proud son of heaven. Only fighting with them will be interesting. With your talent, you will still be able to thrive in Eastern Profound Domain. I believe that sooner or later, there will be a place for you in Eastern Profound Domain. Yang Bufan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said. Undoubtedly, this sentence had ignited Jiang Chen's excitement. 6 immortal sects, 3 empires, and 2 great worlds. So many powerful forces and powerful geniuses. Just thinking about it made him excited. Any of the 11 major powers wasn't something a small Tianyun pavilion could compare with. Yang Bufan was already a late immortal king, but he still said that he was nothing in East Xuanyu. It was imaginable how terrifying East Xuanyu was. Don't worry. After I have settled the matter of Tianyun Pavilion, I will certainly go to East Xuanyu. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. East Xuanyu would be another world. That was the real immortal world. Good. When you arrive at East Xuanyu, come to Great Qian Empire to find me. Yang Bufan said. Then, he vanished into thin air, leaving nothing behind except the name of Great Qian Empire. Great Qian Empire. Jiang Chen murmured to himself. He had begun to yearn for another world. However, Jiang Chen recovered himself very quickly. The matter of East Xuanyu had to be put aside for the time being. Now, it was time to settle the grudges. Today, Jiang Chen returned to Tianyun Pavilion to expose the true face of Tian Muyun. The grudges of Ouyang He, Tianjizi, and himself would all be settled today. Let's go. Jiang Chen looked at Tianjizi, then flew towards the direction of Tianyun Pavilion. Disciple, are you confident? If Tian Muyun has advanced to the immortal king realm, he won't be easy to deal with. Tianji said. Although he had seen the power of Jiang Chen, he knew how terrifying Tian Muyun was. So he was still a little worried. Don't worry. Everything today will be settled. Jiang Chen smiled. He was full of confidence from head to toe. That was the confidence that came from his bones. The innate demeanor of a king was enough to make people admire him. The mountain gate of Tianyun Pavilion was still as calm as usual. Several disciples were walking back and forth, looking a little bored. After Jiang Chen appeared, he directly unleashed his incomparably powerful qi and flew towards the center of Tianyun Pavilion. What a powerful qi! It seems to be Jiang Chen's qi. That's right. It's Jiang Chen. I saw him flying over there. Jiang Chen is back. It seems like he doesn't know that Sect Master has already advanced to the Immortal King realm. Isn't he courting death by coming back? Jiang Chen's qi is too strong. It's many times stronger than before. Nothing good will come out of his return. It seems like Tianyun Pavilion is going to be in turmoil again. The appearance of Jiang Chen instantly attracted the attention of all the disciples of Tianyun Pavilion. One by one they flew out. On the battle platform of Tianyun Pavilion's core courtyard, Jiang Chen stood on it, his clothes fluttering in the wind as he sounded the war drum. Tian Muyun, I, Jiang Chen, am back. Come out and fight me. Jiang Chen's voice was like waves rippling in the sky above Tianyun Pavilion. The sound of the war drum was like a sudden clap of thunder that shook the hearts of the people. The war drum of the core courtyard hadn't sounded for a long time. This was the war drum of a life-and-death battle. Jiang Chen now wanted to use the sound of the war drum of Tianyun Pavilion to fight Tian Muyun to the death. He believed that he would be able to hear the familiar sound of the war drum in the underworld, and would be able to see Jiang Chen helping him to clean up the sect. Heavens! Jiang Chen, that madman, is back again. He sounded the war drum of the life-and-death battle. He actually wants to have a life-and-death battle with Sect Master. He's simply insane. Crazy, completely crazy. It seems like Jiang Chen doesn't know that Sect Master has already advanced to the Immortal King realm. He's simply courting death. Let's not talk so much. Let's go and have a look. This is a major event. Since Jiang Chen dares to appear, he must have a powerful trump card. If they are going to fight today, it will surely be a battle of the peak. Chapter 1382. Seeing the elders and disciples of Tianyun Pavilion appearing, Jiang Chen revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. This was exactly what he needed. He wanted to unveil Tian Muyun's true face in front of everyone in Tianyun Pavilion. He wanted to give himself a reason to get rid of Tian Muyun, and lay the foundation for his rightful control of Tianyun Pavilion in the future. Daoist Yufeng had appeared. Some of the veteran elders of Tianyun Pavilion had also appeared. It was impossible for them to miss such a huge commotion. Most of these people were the old men who had followed Ouyang He in the past. Most of Tian Muyun's people were in the law enforcement hall, which had been completely destroyed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, we are all from the same sect after all. Do you really want to have a life-and-death battle? Daoist Yufeng spoke with a face full of regret. He had the air of an immortal. All his thoughts were on Tianyun Pavilion. Now, Tianyun Pavilion was in a state of turmoil. Not only that, Jiang Chen had come to challenge the pavilion master. This made him feel heart-wrenching and indescribable discomfort in his heart. Although Daoist Yufeng wasn't the pavilion master of Tianyun Pavilion, he had watched Tianyun Pavilion grow. Just like Ouyang he regarded Tianyun Pavilion as his own child, the fruit of their joint efforts. Daoist Yufeng, Tian Muyun will explain everything to you when he arrives. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Daoist Yufeng. He had great respect for this old man of Tianyun Pavilion. What do you want to explain? As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, another powerful qi flew out from Tianyun Pavilion. Who else could it be if it wasn't Tian Muyun? Tian Muyun, you really have advanced to the Immortal King realm. Good, very good. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on Tian Muyun. Just like what he had imagined, this bastard had successfully advanced to the Immortal King realm. However, this made things more interesting. If Tian Muyun was still a half-step Immortal King, it would be meaningless. Jiang Chen, I have to say that you are really bold to show up again. By the way, you are probably relying on the Evil Lord, right? Ask him to come out together. Today, I will kill both of you in front of all the people in Tianyun Pavilion to save my face. Tian Muyun didn't conceal his killing intent at all. He scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, but couldn't find Yang Bufan's qi. Humph! I alone am enough to kill you. If the evil lord appears, I'm afraid you'll have to kneel down and beg for mercy. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. What Jiang Chen said was true. Given Jiang Chen's current cultivation base, Tian Muyun was no longer a match for him. Both of them weren't on the same level. If Jiang Chen really came to kill Tian Muyun could only kneel down and beg for mercy. Arrogant. Jiang Chen, you are too arrogant. It seems like you don't know the true power of an immortal king. You think that you can come and seek revenge just because your cultivation base has improved? I will let you die on this battle platform today. Then go to Evil Abyss and kill the evil lord. I, Tian Muyun, will be the king of One-Line Sky. Tian Muyun's qi fluctuated wildly. With a single step, he leaped onto the battle platform, ready to attack Jiang Chen. Hold on. Jiang Chen suddenly shouted. Why? Are you afraid? Tian Muyun sneered. Afraid? If I'm afraid, I won't come. But before we fight, I want to reveal a secret. I want to expose your ugly face. I'm here to kill you today to clean up my sect. Jiang Chen's voice was obviously louder than before. Many people in Tianyun Pavilion didn't know what he was talking about. They didn't know where did he come from. Only Tian Muyun, who was standing opposite him, knitted his brows. Jiang Chen, what tricks do you want to play this time? Tian Muyun's eyes were like ice blades, exuding a gloomy chill. Compared to playing tricks, your means are more admirable. Tian Muyun, take a look at this. Jiang Chen said, then took out the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. The powerful halberd exuded a threatening qi. Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. Countless exclamations sounded from all directions. Many people in Tianyun Pavilion were familiar with the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. It was Ouyang He's natal immortal weapon. It was almost the representative of Ouyang He. After Ouyang He's death, the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd also disappeared. But now, it suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen, where did you get this Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd? Where is Sect Master Ouyang? Daoist Yufeng looked very excited. Jiang Chen didn't answer Daoist Yufeng's question. Instead, he looked at Tian Muyun. He believed that Tian Muyun's current expression must be very interesting. Tian Muyun, with your wisdom, you should have guessed what's going on, right? Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. Tian Muyun's expression was incomparably ugly, but he didn't say a word. What the hell is going on? A late golden immortal elder couldn't help but ask. Daoist Yufeng, elders, Senior Ouyang has passed away. Before he passed away, he passed the cultivation method of the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd and the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes to me. His only wish was for me to help him kill that cruel and unscrupulous Tian Muyun one day. That year, Tian Muyun took advantage of the critical moment when Senior Ouyang was breaking through to the Immortal King realm and attacked him, causing Senior Ouyang to burn all his life essence to escape. After that, Tian Muyun told you that Senior Ouyang had passed away, and took control of Tianyun Pavilion as Senior Ouyang's disciple. Jiang Chen spoke aloud, finally revealing the secret of Tianyun Pavilion. He knew that no one would believe him if he just said it out loud, but now that he had the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, they had no choice but to believe him. What? How is this possible? I never thought that Sect Master was such a person. He even killed his own master. Is he still human? Sect Master treated him like his own son. I don't think Jiang Chen is lying. When Senior Ouyang passed away, only Tian Muyun knew about it. We didn't even see it with our own eyes. This Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd is Sect Master Ouyang's most important treasure. He never leaves it, treating it as his own life. Now, it has appeared in the hands of Jiang Chen, and he even gave the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes to Jiang Chen. This must be true. You really can't judge a person's heart from his face. Sect Master Ouyang treated him like his own son, but he actually did such a crazy thing. For a moment, everyone in Tianyun Pavilion was distressed. The way they looked at Tian Muyun had changed from respect and admiration to disgust and disgust. Tian Muyun, is what Jiang Chen said true? Chapter 1383. Daoist Yufeng questioned Tian Muyun directly. At this moment, countless eyes fell upon Tian Muyun. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, anger and disdain. Although many of them believed what Jiang Chen said, they still hoped to hear Tian Muyun admit it personally. That's right. That's right. That's right. Deceiving one's master, killing one's ancestors, repaying kindness with enmity, inhumane. When these vicious words were used on the same person, everything about this person changed. Just like Tian Muyun, his position in the hearts of the people was plummeting rapidly. That's right. I killed Ouyang He, but it's a pity that he escaped and found such a monster. What's so good about that old bastard? My talent is far greater than his. Tianyun Pavilion will be mine sooner or later. He even said that he treats me like his own son. He didn't even tell me the cultivation method of the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd and Heavenly Dragon 9 Strikes. Now, he passed it to an outsider. That old bastard really deserves to die. What surprised everyone was that Tian Muyun didn't quibble and directly admitted it. He admitted it so readily that even Jiang Chen didn't expect it. However, Jiang Chen also understood why Tian Muyun did this, because the current Tian Muyun no longer cared about what others thought of him. No one would dare to disobey a mighty immortal king. A mighty force was the proof of everything. Moreover, Tian Muyun didn't plan to stay in One Line Sky any longer. Given his talent and ambition, a small place like One Line Sky wouldn't be able to accommodate him. He would have to leave sooner or later. In addition, Jiang Chen had already taken out the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd as an irrefutable evidence. More importantly, Tian Muyun was a very proud person. The moment Jiang Chen took out the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, it had severely stimulated his arrogant heart. Ouyang He actually taught the halberd to an outsider instead of his own disciple. This made him feel that he was inferior to Jiang Chen. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen's performance during this period of time was indeed better than his. This was a fact that Tian Muyun also understood. It was precisely because of this that he was angry. When a person was angry, he wouldn't need to be rational. So it was reasonable for him to admit it. Hua! Tian Muyun's admission and his words of disrespect and humiliation towards Ouyang He caused an uproar. The whole Sky Cloud Pavilion was shocked. Everyone looked at Tian Muyun as though they were looking at a stranger. This kind of person had hidden himself too deeply and was too shrewd. He could even say that he killed his own master in such a righteous and dignified manner. He was simply a scum. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? Damn it, I didn't expect him to do it. Such a cruel and unscrupulous person is not qualified to be the leader of Tianyun Pavilion. Tianyun Pavilion has been controlled by him for more than 2 years. It's really shameful. You may know a person's face but not his heart. Who would have thought that Ouyang's death was caused by his most beloved disciple? It's hard to imagine how painful it must have been for sect leader Ouyang to pass on the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd and Heavenly Dragon 9 Strikes to Jiang Chen. Shameless. This bastard is too shameless. He doesn't deserve to be our sect leader. Jiang Chen, kill him to avenge sect leader Ouyang. It's simply a humiliation for us to let such a lowly person lead our Tianyun Pavilion. Countless angry voices sounded, especially those of the older generation of Tianyun Pavilion. Each and every one of them was gnashing their teeth. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen exposing Tian Muyun's true colors, they would still be kept in the dark. Tian Muyun's face turned extremely ugly when he saw this situation. After all, he was the sect leader of Tianyun Pavilion, a high and mighty existence with a dazzling brilliance above his head. But now, his dignity and brilliance were torn apart in an instant. The feeling of falling from the top of the pyramid made him feel extremely uncomfortable. This was a blow to his soul, which involved his dignity. But immediately, Tian Muyun's eyes turned incomparably cold. Whoever dares to say another word will die. There won't be a good ending for going against me. If you dare to disobey me, your ending will be the same as Jiang Chen's. Tian Muyun glanced around and unleashed his immortal king aura. Finally, he revealed his ruthless side completely. He felt that he was a high and mighty person, a true noble person. How could these people look down on him so easily? Tian Muyun, you talk big. You have now become the target of public criticism. People like you are heartless and unscrupulous. Everyone will despise you. Now that everyone in Sky Cloud Pavilion is united, there is no place for you to stay. Jiang Chen spoke aloud, unleashing his qi completely. Although he was only an intermediate golden immortal, his qi wasn't inferior to Tian Muyun's. Thinking of the miracles that Jiang Chen had created and the terrifying means of Jiang Chen, The people of Tianyun Pavilion had great confidence in Jiang Chen. Tian Muyun, this old Taoist has really misjudged you. I never thought that you are such a dog. Ouyang, he must have been blind to pick you up that year. I, Taoist Yu Feng, have also been blind to help you for more than 2 years. Come to think of it, it's really disgusting. Taoist Yu Feng spoke bitterly. Both of his eyes were red. He had always been an amiable person, but he had never been so angry before. Apart from anger, he felt more pain. If one didn't experience this kind of betrayal, one would never understand this kind of pain. Humph! Old man, who do you think you are? How dare you yell and criticize me in front of me? I'll kill you now. Let's see who else dares to resist me. Tian Muyun harumphed coldly. Since the secret had been made public, he no longer had any scruples in what he did. Immediately, he struck out a huge palm, enveloping Taoist Yu Feng. Tian Muyun had completely revealed his ruthless side. He didn't show any mercy when he attacked. He had even killed Ouyang He, let alone a mere Taoist Yu Feng. In his mind, anyone who disobeyed him would eventually die. Powerful immortal King Qi spread out in an instant. Taoist Yu Feng felt that the airflow around him was about to solidify. To his horror, he found that he was completely imprisoned by the powerful spatial force. He couldn't even muster the slightest strength to resist. Animal! Taoist Yu Feng cursed, but it was useless. He understood that the gap between a half-step immortal king and a true immortal king was just too huge. They couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Previously, when he and Tian Muyun were at the same cultivation base, he was already no match for Tian Muyun. Now that Tian Muyun had become a true immortal king, the two of them were no longer on the same level. Old man, die now. Tian Muyun had a cruel and cold smile on his face. It seemed like he was going to kill Taoist Yu Feng in one blow. Tian Muyun, did you get my permission to kill Taoist Yu Feng? At this critical moment, a thunderous voice rang out all of a sudden. Jiang Chen moved. The heavenly dragon combat halberd swept out horizontally, blocking in front of Taoist Yu Feng at lightning speed. Powerful energy surged out of the halberd, shattering the spatial airflow that imprisoned Taoist Yu Feng. Hong! Jiang Chen's qi was very strong. He stood in front of Taoist Yu Feng and stared coldly at Tian Muyun. Taoist Yu Feng heaved a long sigh of relief. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat, as though he had just walked through the gates of hell. He looked at Jiang Chen with gratitude. Thanks, Jiang Chen. Taoist Yu Feng clasped his fists and said. Apart from gratitude, he was more shocked by Jiang Chen's strength. Although Tian Muyun had only attacked him casually, that was a mighty immortal king. Under the control of Tian Muyun, he couldn't even move, but Jiang Chen was able to shatter Tian Muyun's attack. This didn't mean that Tian Muyun wasn't strong, but that Jiang Chen was just too abnormal. Jiang Chen, kill him. Kill this unscrupulous bastard. Jiang Chen, kill him and avenge sect master Ouyang. We all support you. From now on, you are our new sect master. That's right. You are our sect master. You have the heavenly dragon combat halberd in your hand. The sect master of Tianyun Pavilion should have been yours. We all admire you. The scene of Tian Muyun killing Taoist Yu Feng had completely chilled their hearts. It also made them see clearly what kind of person Tian Muyun was. In other words, all their hopes were now on Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen failed to kill Tian Muyun today and was killed by Tian Muyun instead, Tianyun Pavilion would still be under Tian Muyun's control. At that time, their fate would be unimaginable. Tian Muyun, do you see this? This is your ending. Deserted by everyone. What else do you have to say? Jiang Chen's qi fluctuated wildly. The heavenly dragon combat halberd emitted waves of dragon roars. Humph! Jiang Chen, it's my mistake to let you live until now. Your talent is indeed terrifying. I admit that you are the scariest genius I've ever seen, but it's a pity that you are too arrogant. Do you really think that you can fight me with your current cultivation base? I will use my strength to show you the terror of an immortal king, and let you know how ignorant and ridiculous your actions are today. Tian Muyun harumphed coldly. At this time, he was truly surprised by the speed of Jiang Chen's growth and combat strength. He even began to regret that he didn't kill Jiang Chen right away, giving Jiang Chen the chance and time to grow. Even so, Tian Muyun still didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes. After all, he was now a mighty immortal king, a true king. Why would he care about a golden immortal? Not to mention an intermediate golden immortal, he wouldn't even care about a late golden immortal. There's nothing more to say. Let's have a life and death battle. Jiang Chen didn't want to talk nonsense with Tian Muyun anymore. With a sway of his body, he transformed into his dragon form. Massive dragon qi overflowed from his body like a tidal wave, swarming in all directions. On the other side, Tian Muyun's killing intent soared to the sky. Both of them soared into the sky at the same time. In just a blink of an eye, they had flown high into the sky, intending to have a life and death battle in the sky above Tianyun Pavilion. Chapter 1384. All of a sudden, the atmosphere in Skycloud Pavilion became incomparably tense. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the battlefield. The scene was dead silent. Many of them were nervous. They knew what this battle signified. The situation in Skycloud Pavilion would undergo a complete change. Now that the secret of Tian Muyun had been revealed, if Jiang Chen couldn't kill Tian Muyun today, many of them wouldn't have a good ending. Tian Muyun was a lunatic, a mad dog. If he didn't die, he would bite people. He even wanted to kill Taoist Yu Feng. Just now, he even wanted to kill Taoist Yu Feng. Above the sky, the two of them opened up a vast battlefield, standing opposite each other, exuding a strong aura of a king. A battle of life and death. This battle would determine the life and death. What a cruel and unscrupulous bastard. Below, Taoist Yu Feng was trembling with anger. Tian Muyun was really cold-blooded. He didn't show any mercy at all. Just now, he actually wanted to kill him. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's timely intervention, he would have been dead by now. Taoist Yu Feng was very glad that Jiang Chen existed. He was glad that Ouyang he found such a person. Otherwise, Tianyun Pavilion would have been destroyed by Tian Muyun sooner or later. There was no doubt about it. Now, Taoist Yu Feng and the others in Tianyun Pavilion had the same thought. They all hoped that Jiang Chen could kill Tian Muyun. The future of Tianyun Pavilion was in the hands of Jiang Chen. It was much better than being in the hands of Tian Muyun. Jiang Chen, you are overestimating yourself. Tian Muyun said Lung Lung. There's no need to talk with people like you. Make your move. I will only use the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd to kill you today. The combat halberd in Jiang Chen's hand emitted a buzzing sound. Before Tian Muyun could make the first move, Jiang Chen took the initiative to strike. Frenzied dragons rose from the abyss. More than a dozen powerful frenzied dragons were struck out by the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. They shook their heads and wagged their tails, rushing towards Tian Muyun. It really is the move of the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes. That old man didn't teach it to me, but instead taught it to an outsider who has nothing to do with him. It's a pity that I didn't kill him that day. Seeing Jiang Chen display the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes, a trace of hatred flashed in Tian Muyun's eyes. Sweeping the world's edge. Tian Muyun didn't really put Jiang Chen in his eyes, but his attacks were still very powerful. He immediately displayed the combat skill that he was most proud of. He didn't want to waste time with Jiang Chen, so he wanted to use the most brutal way to kill Jiang Chen as quickly as possible to establish his prestige. Voila! The boundless energy began to stir restlessly, covering the entire sky. Then, the boundless energy transformed into a sharp sword, sweeping towards Jiang Chen's berserk dragon. A single move that swept across the horizon erupted forth with an incomparable aura. This was an attack from an immortal king, able to casually tear apart the void. The intensity of this attack wasn't something ordinary experts could compare to. Hung Long. The huge sword collided with Jiang Chen's berserk dragon. The entire sky was about to explode. The tremendous impact turned the battlefield into chaos in an instant. The figures of the two experts were completely submerged in the vast ocean of energy. Many people in the Tianyun Pavilion had a change of expression. Even though they were so far away, they could still feel the throbbing feeling on the battlefield. It was just too terrifying. The combat strength and destructive power of a terrifying immortal king was simply beyond their imagination. After the energy dissipated, Jiang Chen and Tian Muyun were still in the same state as before. It could be seen that the two of them were evenly matched in the collision just now. As a matter of fact, given Jiang Chen's current strength, he was already strong enough to kill any ordinary early immortal king expert. But Tian Muyun wasn't an ordinary immortal king. A genius like him couldn't be judged with the standard of an ordinary person. Therefore, it was very normal for Jiang Chen and Tian Muyun to end up in a draw. In other words, It wouldn't be easy for Jiang Chen to kill Tian Muyun today. Of course, it was also almost impossible for Tian Muyun to kill Jiang Chen. Amazing! This is the combat strength of an immortal king. That's a height that we can't reach. Jiang Chen is even more terrifying. He's only an intermediate golden immortal, but he's able to tie with Tian Muyun. He's a true monstrous genius. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. I've seen Jiang Chen's means before. His existence can only be described as a miracle. He has a lot of means. Since he's able to tie with Tian Muyun will be in real danger today. Only by killing Tian Muyun can Tianyun Pavilion be revived. No one wasn't shocked. The combat strength of an immortal king was beyond their imagination. Jiang Chen's power was even more unimaginable. And it was because of Jiang Chen's power that the people of Tianyun Pavilion saw hope. In the sky, Tian Muyun's eyes were cold. Looking at the unparalleled chi of Jiang Chen opposite him, he was incomparably shocked. Initially, he thought that no matter how strong Jiang Chen was, even if Jiang Chen had the heavenly dragon combat halberd, Jiang Chen wouldn't be a match for him. At least, it wouldn't be a problem for him to suppress Jiang Chen. However, he had never thought that Jiang Chen would still be able to tie with him even after he used the sweeping world's edge. Jiang Chen's power had made Tian Muyun not dare to underestimate him anymore. "Are you afraid?" Jiang Chen said plainly. At this time, it was important to play psychological warfare. "Afraid? When have I, Tian Muyun, ever been afraid? Today you will die for sure," Tian Muyun said. His chi rose once more. He was like a source of energy. Endless energy storms raged out of his body. The substantial energy was like a mountain, locking on to Jiang Chen's chi and smashing towards Jiang Chen. "Come on, let's fight." Holding the heavenly dragon combat halberd, Jiang Chen rushed towards the energy mountain. He had just advanced to the intermediate golden immortal realm. He needed such a battle to hone his combat strength. Fighting with Tian Muyun couldn't be a better thing. Hung Long. The two peerless geniuses fought fiercely in the sky. Jiang Chen was just too powerful. In the end, Tian Muyun had no choice but to use his immortal weapon. Such a huge battle fluctuation in Tianyun Pavilion might not be able to alarm ordinary people, but it was impossible for the experts of the other three major powers to not notice it, especially the other 6 one-line 8 immortals. What a powerful battle fluctuation. This is the chi of an immortal king. It's coming from the direction of Tianyun Pavilion. Could it be that Tian Muyun has advanced to the immortal king realm? Let's go and have a look. Chapter 1385. It wasn't just Yun family that was alarmed. The experts of Shenyang School and Huangfu family were also alarmed. With their half-step immortal king strength, it was impossible for them not to sense such a tremendous battle chi. For a moment, Huangfu Kun, Huangfu Yaotian, Du Gushang, and Shenyangyi, the 4 great half-step immortal king experts, arrived at the Tianyun Pavilion almost at the same time as the 2 great experts of Yun family. The eyes of the 6 great experts fell upon the fierce battle in the sky. When they saw the terrifying combat strength and appearance of the 2 experts, all of them gaped in shock, unable to believe the scene in front of them. That's Jiang Chen? We can accept that Tian Muyun has advanced to the immortal king realm, but how could that Jiang Chen be so powerful? How could he be on par with Tian Muyun? Du Gushang had the urge to spurt out blood. They had been searching for Jiang Chen's whereabouts all this time, thinking of killing Jiang Chen before he had fully grown, but they had never thought that Jiang Chen's speed of growth was beyond their imagination. Damn it! This bastard is simply a monstrous genius. His speed of advancement is just too terrifying. How long has it been since the incident in the ancient tomb? But he has already advanced to the intermediate golden immortal realm. Not only that, but to fight a true immortal king with an intermediate golden immortal cultivation base. Doesn't that mean that we will die for sure if we fight Jiang Chen? It's too fast. We don't even have the time to react. Jiang Chen has become a great threat to us. We no longer have the chance to take revenge. Plus, our fate is likely to be controlled by Jiang Chen. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. These 2 bastards are indeed very strong. Now that they have become our enemy, it's a great thing for us. Have you all noticed that Jiang Chen's current combat strength is almost on par with Tian Muyun's? That is to say, both of them will be gravely injured at the end of the battle. If one of them is killed, the other will certainly be at the end of his strength. This is our last chance. Once their battle is over, we will strike decisively and get rid of them. After seeing the combat strength of Jiang Chen and Tian Muyun, they had already given up all hope. Either one of these two freaks was not someone they could fight, but the current situation was indeed the most advantageous for them. Tian Muyun and Jiang Chen were originally from Tianyun Pavilion. If the two of them joined forces, One Line Sky would be almost invincible. The three major forces could only kneel down and submit to them. Unfortunately, the two of them were like fire and water, and they were locked in battle. This was undoubtedly a chance for the three great powers, and it was also their last chance. That's right, this is our last chance. Yun Zhonghe gritted his teeth. At this point, no matter what the final outcome would be, they had to act. Even if they had to risk their lives, they had to act. Whether it was Tian Muyun or Jiang Chen, both of them were ruthless people. No matter who won in the end, they would definitely take action against the three major powers in the future. They were very clear about this point, so they had to fight with their lives on the line today. Of course, this fight with their lives on the line referred to when Jiang Chen and Tian Muyun fought fiercely until both of them were severely injured. If they rushed out now, it would be no different from courting death. Look, Jiang Chen seems to be wielding Ouyang He's heavenly dragon combat halberd. Why is this immortal weapon in his hand? Xian Yangyi suddenly noticed the immortal weapon in Jiang Chen's hand and said in surprise. That's right. It's indeed Ouyang He's heavenly dragon combat halberd. What's going on? Could it be that their battle is related to Ouyang He? What's the relationship between Jiang Chen and Ouyang He? After hearing Xian Yangyi's words, the others also focused their attention on the immortal weapon in Jiang Chen's hand. They were all from the same generation as Ouyang He and had dealt with him many times. They were very familiar with the heavenly dragon combat halberd. It was impossible for them to be mistaken. Last time, when Jiang Chen came back to the law enforcement hall, because Tian Muyun had been humiliated, he strictly ordered everyone in Tianyun Pavilion not to leak the scene of that day. Therefore, the 6 major experts didn't know about it at all. Who cares about the reason? It has nothing to do with us. In any case, both of them have to die today, or it'll be us. Huangfu Yaotian said viciously. Although his words were ruthless, there was also a trace of helplessness in them because there was no other way. The 3 major forces could no longer retreat. Today was their last chance. If they didn't take action now, what awaited them was death. Up in the sky, Jiang Chen and Tian Muyun had fought fiercely for God knows how many rounds, but they were still locked in a stalemate. There was no winner or loser. Moreover, the immortal qi in their qi sea was incomparably vigorous, as if it would never be depleted. At this rate, their battle would most likely last for 3 days and 3 nights. Jiang Chen, you have indeed surprised me, but you are still no match for me. I'll let you experience the power of an immortal king, Tian Muyun said. With a sway of his body, he vanished from where he stood. This was the unique means of an immortal king. It was the control of the power of space, allowing one to tear the void at will and launch an attack from within. The moment Tian Muyun disappeared, the void beside Jiang Chen suddenly exploded. A sword pierced out from the inside, aiming at Jiang Chen's vital point. This kind of attack that came without warning was akin to a sneak attack. Who could withstand the sneak attack of an immortal king? It was too fast. Ordinary people wouldn't even have the chance to react. However, Jiang Chen wasn't an ordinary person. The heavenly dragon combat halberd seemed to have predicted it in advance. The moment Tian Muyun's sword appeared, the heavenly dragon combat halberd met it head-on. What? Tian Muyun's exclamation was heard from the void, as if he hadn't thought that Jiang Chen could react so quickly. No, this wasn't a matter of reaction. It was Jiang Chen who had already predicted where he would appear. This was the scariest thing. Just luck. Tian Muyun absolutely didn't believe that Jiang Chen could predict his position in advance. Once again, he hid in the void and launched another attack. Unfortunately, no matter how Tian Muyun attacked, Jiang Chen was always able to clearly capture his position. Jiang Chen even launched an attack in advance, strangling Tian Muyun's attack in the void. This move is not enough at all. The great divination art is still very good when used in actual combat. Chapter 1386. Many of them couldn't help but be surprised that the battle had progressed to such an extent. At this time, all the surprise was on Jiang Chen. The performance of an intermediate golden immortal was beyond everyone's imagination. Scary. Jiang Chen is really scary. Even if Tian Muyun uses the law of space, he still can't do anything to Jiang Chen. Haha. You guys still don't know that Jiang Chen has long received the inheritance of Elder Tianji's great divination art. That's why he has the ability to predict the future. That's why he can sense the direction of Tian Muyun's attack in advance. In this way, he is almost invincible. Good. That's great. I can see that Tian Muyun is getting irritated. This kind of irritation in a battle like this will seriously affect his performance. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, has been extremely calm and confident from the beginning to the end. From this point alone, Tian Muyun can't be compared to Jiang Chen at all. Everyone in Tianyun Pavilion rejoiced. Jiang Chen's performance was beyond everyone's expectation. Now, he had vaguely gained the upper hand in the battle. This was undoubtedly an exciting thing. Good kid. He can actually operate the great divination art to such an extent. He can even predict the law of space of an immortal king. This old man hasn't been able to reach such a realm even after cultivating for a lifetime. This is really a blow to my confidence, Tianji Zi said with a sigh. But even a fool could hear the joy in his tone. To him, it was a great pride to have such a disciple. Elder Tianji, you have taken in a good disciple. Taoist Yufeng stood beside Tianji Zi and said with a smile, but he still felt incomparably sorry for Tianji Zi's current state. He even felt a little guilty in his heart. He should have done his best to stop Tianji Zi from being imprisoned in the law enforcement hall. Taoist Yufeng knew that Tianji Zi and Yang Shu weren't on good terms, but he didn't step forward to stop them. As a matter of fact, he had never thought that Yang Shu would be so ruthless as to destroy Tianji Zi. This is because Sect Master Ouyang has a good eye, Tianji Zi said with a smile. What he said was the truth. Obviously, Jiang Chen came to Tianyun Pavilion because he had promised Ouyang He. Without Ouyang He, Jiang Chen might not come to Tianyun Pavilion, and if Jiang Chen didn't come to Tianyun Pavilion, Tianji Zi wouldn't have the chance to accept Jiang Chen as his disciple. In the distance, the 6 experts of the One-Line 8 Immortals were also shocked. They were already terrified by the power of Jiang Chen's power. But now, they knew how ridiculous their thoughts were. They were glad that they didn't find Jiang Chen, or they would face the Tianji Zi B to them. T to B, Tianji Zi was the same time to say to T. Now that they could use Tian Muyun to deal with Jiang Chen, it was a good thing for them. Up in the sky, Tian Muyun finally stopped after experiencing so many failures. The combat sword in his hand emitted a cold light, but his eyes were even colder, glaring at Jiang Chen, wishing that he could shred Jiang Chen into 1,000 pieces. Edited by Lifer. You can actually predict the direction of my attack, Tian Muyun said in disbelief. No matter how confident he was, he didn't dare to look down on Jiang Chen anymore. If he didn't consider Jiang Chen as his opponent before, then now, Jiang Chen's existence had become a great threat to him. The mysteriousness of the great divination art is naturally not something you can imagine. Tian Muyun, you should have used up most of your means. If you don't have more trump cards, you're basically going to die today, Jiang Chen said with a smile. After fighting with Tian Muyun for such a long time, his combat strength had stabilized a lot. He had also gained a lot of benefits from the battle. This was also what he wanted. Next, he wouldn't be polite anymore. Given his current combat strength, he could already use the 3rd style of the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes. As for how powerful the 9 Dragons annihilation art was, even Jiang Chen himself didn't know. Even Ouyang He was just a beginner in this style. Don't tell me you still have more means? Tian Muyun sneered. Indeed, he had used up most of his means. Plus, he was feeling a little annoyed. After all, he had already advanced to the Immortal King realm, but he still couldn't take down a golden immortal. How could he feel good about this? Looking at his face, it was as if he had been insulted. However, Tian Muyun wasn't afraid, because he had reason to believe that Jiang Chen had basically used up most of his means. He felt that Jiang Chen's most powerful weapon now was the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, but even it couldn't do anything to him. So, what else did he have to fear about Jiang Chen? I have a lot of means, but I don't need to use too many to deal with you. Jiang Chen's chi grew stronger, especially the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd in his hand. It erupted with unparalleled murderous intent. That was the aura of destruction, the aura of annihilation. That's right. Jiang Chen was ready to use his last move, the 9 dragons extinguishing the world. It was also the most terrifying move of the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes. Jiang Chen had said before that he must use the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd to kill Tian Muyun. He would use Tian Muyun's blood to stain the halberd red to comfort Ouyang He's spirit in heaven. What? Damn it! Don't tell me this bastard has mastered the last move of the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes? Even that old bastard Ouyang He has only just mastered this move. What kind of power can he exert? Tian Muyun's expression changed slightly, because he felt the aura of annihilation coming from the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd. Under the impact of the aura, he had a very bad feeling. He had never felt this before. It was the aura of danger. However, Tian Muyun didn't believe that Jiang Chen could exert the power of the 9 dragons extinguishing the world. After all, even Ouyang He himself couldn't exert the power of this move. However, Tian Muyun had overlooked one point. Ouyang He was merely a half-step immortal king. The present Jiang Chen's combat strength had far surpassed the former Ouyang He. Given Jiang Chen's current strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to exert the 9 dragons extinguishing the world. Howl! A dragon roar sounded. It was twice as powerful as before. The energy in Jiang Chen's Qi Si was tumbling. All the energy was pouring into the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd like a tide. Chapter 1387. Roar. The destructive Qi carried by the 9 black dragons had nearly destroyed the entire sky. Such terrifying attack power had gone far beyond everyone's imagination. Heavens! How could this bastard be so powerful? I've fought against Ouyang He before and I have a very good understanding of his Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes. However, even Ouyang He is unable to unleash such power. I really don't know how this guy did it. Shen Yangyi's mouth was agape. He was completely subdued by Jiang Chen's combat strength. In his point of view, Jiang Chen's combat strength was something incomprehensible. In the past, Ouyang He relied on the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd and the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes to become famous, but even at his peak, he couldn't exert such great power in the last layer of the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes. It's not the same. This kid is a peerless monstrous genius. Plus, his current combat strength has far surpassed that of Ouyang He. Although he's only an early golden immortal now, he has the combat strength of an immortal king. That's the scariest thing. Yunzhong, he said. Let's wait and see. I believe that it won't be easy to exert such powerful combat strength. Such an attack will certainly consume a lot of Jiang Chen's energy. Even if he can kill Tian Muyun, he will also be exhausted and become an arrow at the end of its flight. Huang Fu-kun and Lang Lang said, but their faces were filled with nervousness. Seeing such a powerful Jiang Chen, it would be a lie if they said they weren't nervous at all. Good, very good. The Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes can be exerted by Jiang Chen. It will be gratifying for Sect Master Ouyang to know this in the Netherworld. Taoist Yufeng seemed very excited. The one who had the best relationship with Ouyang He and the deepest understanding of Ouyang He had to be Taoist Yufeng. After all, the two of them had been together for a long time. It was precisely because of his understanding of Ouyang He that Taoist Yufeng was even more surprised, because Jiang Chen's performance was shocking enough. In the sky, Jiang Chen was exerting the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd to the extreme, but the consumption of this 9 dragons exterminating world made Jiang Chen feel like vomiting blood. Such consumption was just too great. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to bear such consumption. Even if it was Jiang Chen, 90% of his energy would be consumed by this move. This was, in fact, a huge gamble and a very dangerous thing to do. Because if Jiang Chen couldn't use this move to kill Tian Muyun, he would be in a very dangerous situation. Of course, Jiang Chen still had great confidence in this move. This move could be said to be the most powerful attack he could exert at the moment. The powerful lethality wouldn't let him down. On the opposite side, Tian Muyun's expression changed. The dangerous aura that came from the heart made him truly afraid. It was the aura of death. It was the first time in his life that he had felt it. However, it was too late. Jiang Chen's attack had already pressed down mercilessly. The 9 black dragons of annihilation circled around, almost forming a destructive domain. Tian Muyun was completely shrouded by this domain. Even if he was proficient in the law of space, he wouldn't be able to escape from this domain. The only thing he had to do now was to face Jiang Chen's attack head-on. Come on! I, Tian Muyun, will never be afraid of you, and I will never lose to you, Jiang Chen. Tian Muyun roared. His eyes were bloodshot. He knew very well that he had no other choice at this time. The only thing he could do was to fight recklessly with Jiang Chen. If he lost, he would die. This was a battle of life and death. Tian Muyun's eyes were bloodshot. He had raised his combat strength to the extreme. His black hair fluttered in the wind. All the energy was instilled into the sword in his hand. The sword let out an earth-shattering sword howl. This was an attack launched by an immortal king at the risk of his life. Its power naturally couldn't be underestimated. Swish, swish, swish. Tian Muyun's movement was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he slashed out hundreds of sword lights. Bright and sharp sword lights rushed towards the 9 black dragons of annihilation. He wanted to completely tear this domain apart and destroy the destructive energy. As long as he could do that, it would be his victory. As an immortal king, his perception was naturally incomparably sharp. He could already see that although this move of Jiang Chen's was powerful, it wasn't easy and consumed a lot of energy. At this point in the battle, there was no way out for both of them. Perhaps this move would decide the victor. Hung Long. Countless terrifying energies collided and intertwined. The entire sky was completely smashed. This was like the scene of the end of the world. No one could imagine the horror. The battlefield had completely turned into chaos. Black waves of destruction kept rolling, spreading for hundreds of miles. The sky above Tianyun Pavilion was completely dark, as if the night had fallen. It was like the end of the world. Everyone's expression changed. They had never seen such a terrifying battle. They couldn't imagine what kind of realm it was. Barf. Many of the weaker disciples of Tianyun Pavilion couldn't help but spurt out blood due to the shockwaves. They were so far away from the battlefield. It wasn't hard to imagine that if Jiang Chen and Tian Muyun didn't open up another battlefield, the entire Tianyun Pavilion would have been destroyed. To the people of Tianyun Pavilion, this was simply a kind of destruction. Despite coughing out blood, they were still paying full attention to the battle, because they knew that they would be able to see the outcome soon. This outcome would directly affect their fate. Every one of them was hoping that Jiang Chen could win. Skycloud Pavilion didn't need a person who would betray his own master and ancestor in their sect. Everyone, get ready. No matter who wins or loses, we'll be the first to act. This is our last chance, said Huang Fuyan. Huang Fu Yaotian spoke. The immortal weapon in his hand had already appeared. The other 5 also did the same. They were instantly prepared for battle. This was the chance they had been waiting for. They had no path of retreat and could only attack. If they missed this chance, what awaited them would be death. Finally, the thick smoke on the battlefield began to disperse. 2 silhouettes reappeared in everyone's sight. On the battlefield, Jiang Chen's face was pale. Blood was constantly flowing out of the hand that was holding the heavenly dragon combat halberd. Obviously, he had suffered serious injuries and concussions in the collision just now. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that Jiang Chen had consumed a lot of energy. The energy in his body was no longer as vigorous as before. Chapter 1388. Tian Muyun was finished. Although he wasn't dead yet, he was no different from a dead man. Given his present state, any golden immortal would be able to finish him off. The 9 dragons annihilating world had dealt a heavy blow to his foundation. Haha, good, good. Jiang Chen has won. Tian Muyun is finished. A person who deceives his master is the shame of Tianyun Pavilion. Such a beast must be hacked into pieces. He has been deceiving us for more than 2 years. Retribution. Retribution. This is retribution. Sect Master Ouyang's revenge has finally been avenged. With his current condition, Jiang Chen can easily crush him to death with just a finger. In front of Jiang Chen, he is just an ant. Awesome. This is awesome. Such a person deserves to die. Jiang Chen is really good. If Tianyun Pavilion is under Jiang Chen's control, it will definitely soar to great heights. Ruling the entire one-line sky won't be a problem at all. Cheers rang out in Tianyun Pavilion. Everyone was excited. It showed how much Tian Muyun had lost the support of the people in Tianyun Pavilion. He had become the target of public criticism. Even if he died, he would be despised by the future generations and become a symbolic shame in the history of Tianyun Pavilion. In the sky, Tian Muyun tried his best to stabilize his body. He looked at Jiang Chen in front of him and began to shake his head. No, impossible. How could this be? How could I be defeated? I can't be defeated. Strong unwillingness filled Tian Muyun's chest, but so what if he was unwilling? His fate had already been decided. He knew very well that Jiang Chen would never let him go. He was going to die today for sure. Tian Muyun, you deserve what you've done today. You can't blame others. I will cut off your head with the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd and then use your head as a sacrifice to Senior Ouyang Spirit, said Jiang Chen. Without giving Tian Muyun any chance, the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd in his hand swung out and directly beheaded Tian Muyun. Since then, the legend of One Line Sky had fallen. Tian Muyun, who had been glorious for many years, had completely come to an end. He died tragically in the hands of Jiang Chen. Tian Muyun was dead, but his reputation was also completely ruined. Even if he died, he would still be despised by the people. As the saying goes, a single slip may cause everlasting sorrow. If Tian Muyun hadn't met Jiang Chen, his future would have been limitless. One Line Sky would have been his world sooner or later. He was destined to be a glorious king. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen's appearance changed everything. Just like the northern and southern dynasties, encountering Jiang Chen was a tragedy for them. Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen. Below, no one knew who shouted loudly, and then everyone followed suit. They chanted Jiang Chen's name at the top of their lungs, as if the name itself represented great power. At this moment, the entire Tianyun pavilion was boiling with excitement. Their sect master was killed, but it seemed like a great thing had happened. This scene stunned the 6 immortals in the distance. They didn't know what was going on. They thought that after Tian Muyun was killed, everyone in Tianyun pavilion should be in pain, but they didn't expect it to be this joyous. Of course, they didn't care about the reason. What they were concerned about now was to kill Jiang Chen. Tian Muyun's death meant one less disaster for them, but the threat of Jiang Chen was obviously greater than that of Tian Muyun. Jiang Chen has consumed too much energy just now. Now is his weakest moment. We must take action now. Otherwise, when Jiang Chen recovers, the first thing he will do is to deal with us, said Dugusheng. Dugusheng said. There was no way out for them. Because of the ancient tomb, the 3 major powers had become Jiang Chen's archenemy. They knew very well about Jiang Chen's means. If they allowed Jiang Chen to recover, he would certainly attack them. That's right. That's right. Kill. The 6 of them had reached an agreement on how to kill Jiang Chen. 6 half-step immortal kings attacked at the same time, turning into 6 rays of light and lunging at Jiang Chen. In the blink of an eye, the 6 of them had arrived at the battlefield in the sky, firmly besieging Jiang Chen. Not good. It's the experts of the 3 major powers. How despicable. They actually want to take advantage of Jiang Chen's weakened state. Damn it. How could I ignore them? They have always wanted to kill Jiang Chen, but it's understandable for them to take action. After all, Jiang Chen is too powerful. If they don't take action now, they won't have the chance to do so in the future. I just don't know whether Jiang Chen can deal with them or not. If it was before, Jiang Chen wouldn't care about the alliance of 6 half-step immortal kings. But now that Jiang Chen has consumed too much energy and is in his weakened state, I'm afraid he's no match for them. This sudden turn of events made many people in Tianyun Pavilion nervous. At the beginning of the battle between Jiang Chen and Tian Muyun, they never thought that the experts of the other 3 major powers would appear. Now that they wanted to take action against Jiang Chen, their purpose was very obvious. They wanted to kill Jiang Chen when Jiang Chen was weakened. This was their only chance. Otherwise, they could only wait to be killed by Jiang Chen. Damn it! Taoist Yufeng flew up into the sky and shouted. Dugusheng, you all are too shameless. How dare you join hands and come to our Tianyun pavilion? Humph. Taoist Yufeng, we don't know what happened to your Tianyun pavilion, but Jiang Chen's growth is just too fast. If we don't take this opportunity to kill him now, I'm afraid that tomorrow will be the doomsday of our 3 major powers. You'd better get lost and not get involved in this. Huang Fu Yaotian harumphed coldly. It was true that they didn't have a choice. Taoist, you should retreat. Now that they have appeared, it saves me the trouble of looking for them. Today, we'll kill Tian Muyun and avenge Senior Ouyang, and at the same time, rule the entire One Line Sky. Jiang Chen spoke to Taoist Yufeng. Jiang Chen had already noticed these 6 people the moment they appeared, but to be honest, Jiang Chen didn't put them in his eyes at all. Given his current combat strength, no ordinary half-step immortal king could be compared to him. Even if 90% of his energy had been consumed, it was still enough to deal with these 6 old men. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Taoist Yu Feng retreated without hesitation. Firstly, he believed in Jiang Chen's strength. Secondly, in his heart, Jiang Chen was the boss of Tianyun Pavilion and the sect master of Tianyun Pavilion. He had to listen to the sect master's words. Chapter 1389. Jiang Chen didn't put these 6 people in his eyes at all. Since they had taken the initiative to attack him, it was exactly what Jiang Chen wanted. After killing Tian Muyun, he would eliminate them all at once. From then on, One Line Sky would be the world of Tianyun Pavilion. Jiang Chen could be considered to have completed the unification of One Line Sky, fulfilling Ouyang He's wish. After everything was settled, he would leave One Line Sky and head to East Xuanyu. The 6 of them exchanged a glance and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Although they knew very well that Jiang Chen was in a weakened state, the fear they had for Jiang Chen didn't diminish. After all, they had seen Jiang Chen's means with their own eyes. He could even kill a genius immortal king like Tian Muyun. This meant that the gap between them and Jiang Chen had completely widened. Especially when Jiang Chen said that a starving camel was still bigger than a horse, it filled their hearts with worry. Because what he said was right. In the eyes of Jiang Chen, they were horses, and in their eyes, Jiang Chen was a camel. Even a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. We can't care so much. Let's attack together. This is our last chance. We must fight for it with our lives. Du Gusheng gritted his teeth. At this time, other than attacking, everything else was meaningless. Even though they knew that fighting Jiang Chen was a very dangerous thing, they had no way to retreat. This was their last chance. If they didn't attack, Jiang Chen would attack them. At that time, they wouldn't even have the chance to resist. Moreover, none of them had the confidence to break through to the Immortal King realm in the shortest time possible. More importantly, even if they had broken through to the Immortal King realm, they still had no chance of winning against Jiang Chen in his peak state. Tian Muyun was a good example. Kill! Huangfu Yao Tian bellowed. The 6 immortals unleashed their qi to the extreme. All 6 of them were famous figures in One Line Sky, existences that stood at the peak of the pyramid. Each of them had reached the peak of the half-step Immortal King realm, only a step away from the true Immortal King realm. Rumble! The heaven and earth shook. The entire sky was ravaged once again. Violent energy was everywhere, destroying everything. 6 half-step Immortal Kings joined forces. The destructive energy gathered into an ocean, drowning Jiang Chen in an instant. Everyone in Tianyun Pavilion tensed up. They were even more nervous than when Jiang Chen fought against Tian Muyun. After all, Jiang Chen wasn't in a good state right now, apart from being in a weakened state. He had also suffered some injuries during the battle with Tian Muyun. Those 6 old fellows are too despicable. They actually chose to take advantage of someone's precarious situation and attack at this time. I wonder if Jiang Chen can deal with them. Don't worry. Didn't you hear what Jiang Chen said? A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if Jiang Chen is in a weakened state, he's still not someone they can deal with. They are no longer on the same level as Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen was in his prime, he could crush them with just a finger. Let's see. I believe that Jiang Chen will be fine. He has always been creating miracles. Even Tian Muyun, an immortal king, died in his hands. These 6 old fellows are nothing to him. Everyone in Tianyun Pavilion was worried about Jiang Chen, but most of them were still very confident in Jiang Chen. This confidence came from Jiang Chen's strength. Roar! Just as the energy of the 6 engulfed Jiang Chen, an earth-shattering dragon roar suddenly came from the ocean of energy. Then, a series of colorful dragons raged out. Each of them was earth-shattering, as though they could tear the heaven and earth apart in front of Jiang Chen. These dragons were like ancient dragons, very powerful. Ka-ka! Under the ravaging of the dragons, the energy net formed by the 6 shattered inch by inch. It simply couldn't withstand a single blow. Jiang Chen's 5 elements combat dragon seal was the true dragon combat skill with the strongest offensive power among all of Jiang Chen's combat skills. Now that it was fully unleashed, its destructive power was unimaginable. Wah, wah, wah. Under the frenzied impact of the 5 elements combat dragon seal, the energy of the 6 immortals was completely destroyed. The 6 immortals themselves also suffered a great shock. All of them spurted out blood at the same time. Despair. That's right, the 6 immortals were completely in despair. This kind of despair was like a germinating seed, growing rapidly. Some of them shook their heads with a bitter expression. They weren't fools. They naturally knew what this situation indicated. Jiang Chen's strength was not what they had imagined. This was a kind of true strength. They were no longer on the same level as Jiang Chen. Even if Jiang Chen was injured, even if Jiang Chen was in a weakened state, he could still crush them easily. This was the gap between them, a gap that couldn't be bridged. Good, amazing, too amazing. Even the 6 of them together are no match for Jiang Chen. Someone shouted. The atmosphere in Tianyun Pavilion was once again stirred up. This situation was even more exciting than when Jiang Chen killed Tian Muyun. Because the defeat of the 6 immortals heralded the rise of Tianyun Pavilion, heralded the destruction of the 3 major powers, and heralded the complete destruction of One Line Sky. I've said it before. You guys are not qualified to fight with me. Jiang Chen's tone was indifferent. The Heavenly Dragon combat halberd in his hand had been replaced by the Heavenly Saint's sword. He looked at Du Gushang and approached him step by step. Du Gushang, I heard that you've been looking for me everywhere, wanting to kill me. Unfortunately, I'm by your side now, but you don't have the ability to do so. Jiang Chen sneered. For Du Gushang, this was undoubtedly a kind of mockery. A dignified giant of One Line Sky had ended up like this. It was a sad thing. Jiang Chen, I only regret that I didn't kill you back then, giving you the time and opportunity to grow. Now that I've fallen into your hands, I have nothing to say. I only hope that after I die, you can let Shenyang School go, said Du Gushang. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of death, but he knew that he would die without a doubt. In front of Jiang Chen, there was no meaning for him to live. Don't worry. After you die, Shenyang School will no longer exist in One Line Sky. In the future, there will only be a Tianyun Pavilion in One Line Sky. As long as the people of Shenyang School know what's good for them, they can live on. Jiang Chen said lightly. Du Gushang was stunned at first, but then he burst into laughter. His laughter was filled with sorrow. Shenyang School was destroyed in his hands. Even if he died, he wouldn't die in peace. But very quickly, Du Gushang regained his composure. He knew very well about the battles in the immortal world. Although Jiang Chen's method was ruthless, it wasn't a big deal. If he was in Jiang Chen's position, he would also do the same. Moreover, Du Gushang could see that Jiang Chen's character was much better than Tian Muyun's. He was a courageous man, but he wouldn't kill the innocent. As long as the people of Shenyang School surrendered, it wouldn't be a problem for them to live on. Bring it on, Jiang Chen. Du Gushang suddenly unleashed a tyrannical force. The immortal weapon in his hand slashed towards Jiang Chen. This was his last attack. It seemed like he was going to unleash the last brilliance of his life. Puchi! Jiang Chen made his move decisively. An incomparably tricky sword strike pierced through Du Gushang's glabella, ending his life. You are a man, but unfortunately, you shouldn't be my enemy. Jiang Chen killed Du Gushang and left his corpse intact. Even if he had to kill such a courageous man, Jiang Chen would still respect him very much. Du Gushang was dead. A glorious generation had fallen. The other 5 stood there with an ugly expression on their faces, motionless. They didn't choose to run away, as they were completely disheartened. They knew very well that running away was useless. In front of Jiang Chen, they didn't have the ability to run away. Failure was failure, and there was only one ending waiting for them. The same ending as Du Gushang. Jiang Chen, I want to have a life and death battle with you. Shen Yangyi also made his move. He unleashed his most resplendent light, attacking Jiang Chen with the mentality of meeting death. He understood that this was his last attack. His ending would definitely be the same as Du Gushang. He didn't want to die, but since he was going to die, he wanted to die a glorious death. Puchi! As expected, Shen Yangyi died in the same way as Du Gushang. He was killed by Jiang Chen with a single sword strike. At this point, the 2 heavyweights of Shenyang School had died tragically. This also represented the passing of a glorious era. It also represented the end of Shenyang School in One Line Sky. It's your turn. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste time and energy. He decisively attacked with the Heavenly Saint's sword in his hand. His speed was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. The other 4 experts had already given up on resisting. So without any accidents, they all died in the hands of Jiang Chen. He had killed 4 people in a row. Yun Zhonghe and Yun Zhonglong of Yun clan, Huang Fu Yaotian and Huang Fu Kun of Huang Fu clan, all of them had fallen. At this point, 7 of the one-line 8 immortals had died. They died on the same day, in the same place, and in the hands of the same person. Just this point alone was enough to create Jiang Chen's fame and become a legend in Jiang Chen's life. Facing such a scene, Taoist Yu Feng was the one who felt the most emotional. The one-line 8 immortals had always been the representatives of one-line sky. Now, 4 of them had died, leaving only him alive. This was a kind of fortune, but also a kind of misfortune. What awaited him was loneliness. Jiang Chen is too ferocious. He has created a legend in one-line sky. 7 of the one-line 8 immortals have died in his hands. He has completely unified one-line sky. This is something that all the 4 major powers wanted to do but failed to do. But Jiang Chen has done it. This is a miracle in itself. I still remember when Jiang Chen first came to Tianyun Pavilion. He wasn't even an earthly immortal. Who would have thought that in such a short period of time, he would have the means to change one-line sky? For our Tianyun Pavilion, this is a great blessing. This legend belongs to Jiang Chen. The people of Tianyun Pavilion were sighing with emotion. Jiang Chen had left behind a legend in one-line sky. Chapter 1390. It was over. Everything had come to an end, but to Jiang Chen, an end was a new beginning. His path of cultivation would never stop. There was no time to stop. He still had a lot of things to do. Taoist Yu Feng. Jiang Chen retracted his dragon form and called out to Taoist Yu Feng. Taoist Yu Feng didn't dare to be negligent. He hastily came to Jiang Chen and clasped his fists towards Jiang Chen. At this time, whether it was Taoist Yu Feng or the others in Tianyun Pavilion, they had basically acknowledged Jiang Chen's position in Tianyun Pavilion. After Tian Muyun's death, Jiang Chen was the well-deserved pavilion master of Tianyun Pavilion. Other than Jiang Chen, no one else was qualified to be the pavilion master. Yes, master. Taoist Yu Feng spoke in a clear voice, acknowledging Jiang Chen's identity. Immediately bring people to the other 3 major powers and gather all of them. Kill anyone who resists. From today onwards, Tianyun Pavilion will be the only major power in one-line sky. Anyone who refuses to obey, kill. Anyone who resists, kill. Jiang Chen's voice was as loud as a bell. He was like a newly appointed emperor who had begun to reorganize this region. In his eyes, there was only submission. Any other actions would only lead to one outcome: death. This was the cruel immortal world. Only by being strong could one truly gain a foothold. Those who failed were destined to be eliminated. It wasn't that Jiang Chen was ruthless, because others might be more ruthless than him. For example, if Tianyun Pavilion fell into the hands of any of the other 3 major powers, it wouldn't end well. Yes, Pavilion Master. Taoist Yu Feng didn't dare to have the slightest doubt. He immediately led a group of experts from Tianyun Pavilion and flew towards the other 3 major powers. All the people who left had an incomparably excited look on their faces. They had been in one-line sky for a long time. To them, this day was simply unimaginable. They didn't expect that it would come so soon. Pavilion Master, Pavilion Master, Pavilion Master. Among the crowd, Fu Hui took the lead and shouted. Then, the rest of them began to shout as well. All of their shouts converged into a thunderous sound that resounded across the sky above Skycloud Pavilion. This was a form of respect and recognition for a man. Jiang Chen, the #1 expert in one-line sky, the sect master of Skycloud Pavilion, was a well-deserved title. Looking at the imposing Skycloud Pavilion, Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. After the unification of one-line sky, all the resources would belong to Skycloud Pavilion. It was imaginable that Skycloud Pavilion would develop rapidly in the near future. Not only would it become a first-class major power in one-line sky, but the major powers in the surrounding regions would also have to submit to it. Senior Ouyang He, I, Jiang Chen, have done what I promised you. You can now rest in peace in the netherworld. Jiang Chen spoke to the void. He believed that everything he did today was what Ouyang He wanted to see the most. It was also his lifelong wish. Now that he had helped Ouyang He accomplish it, it could also be considered as giving Ouyang He and himself an explanation. After all, In Jiang Chen's heart, Ouyang He's matter had already become a responsibility. Everyone in Tianyun Pavilion, listen up. Restore the original order. From now on, all of you will be the most distinguished people in this region. Tianyun Pavilion is the emperor here. You are everything. I will now go into seclusion to recover from my injuries. During my seclusion, all of you must listen to the command of Taoist Yu Feng. There must be no chaos. Jiang Chen spoke to everyone in Tianyun Pavilion. When he fought Tian Muyun, he had indeed suffered a certain injury. Although the injury wasn't very serious, it would still take some time to recover. Plus, Jiang Chen had consumed too much energy in the previous battle, so he also needed time to recover. Moreover, the situation here had basically been stabilized. Taoist Yu Feng was enough to take charge of the overall situation. Currently, he was the only half-step immortal king in One Line Sky. To put it bluntly, he was the #1 expert in One Line Sky. With his presence, everything would no longer be a problem. It was enough to control the situation. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen had another intention in handing everything to Taoist Yu Feng, to let Taoist Yu Feng establish his own prestige. After all, it was impossible for Jiang Chen to stay and be the sect master of Tianyun Pavilion. He was going to leave soon. After he left, the most trustworthy person in Tianyun Pavilion would be Ouyang He. Ouyang He was a true elder of Tianyun Pavilion. In the beginning, he was the one who followed Ouyang He. Now, it was only natural for him to take charge of Tianyun Pavilion. Yes, sect master. Countless people answered in unison. No one dared to disobey Jiang Chen's order. After that, Jiang Chen prepared to go into seclusion. Before entering seclusion, Jiang Chen went to the treasury of Tianyun Pavilion and took out a large number of immortal meta stones. Of course, this was only relative. Jiang Chen only took the immortal meta stones that he needed to restore his cultivation base. The rest of the stones were useless. These were the foundation of Tianyun Pavilion. The foundation of Tianyun Pavilion. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to take away all the immortal meta stones. Jiang Chen was very clear about his own situation. His future path of cultivation would require a lot of immortal meta stones. Ordinary immortal meta stones were no longer useful to him. Therefore, Jiang Chen's target was King-grade immortal meta stones, Emperor-grade immortal meta stones, Venerable-grade immortal meta stones, and even the legendary Emperor-grade immortal meta stones. Of course, these high-grade immortal meta stones weren't available in One Line Sky. Even in the mighty Tianyun Pavilion, there were only hundreds of King-grade immortal meta stones, let alone Emperor-grade immortal meta stones. Inside the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen chose to go into seclusion in the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower. Going into seclusion in this place was a very satisfying thing. The law of time that was 30 times faster was enough to drive people crazy. This time, Jiang Chen went into seclusion for a very long time. He had been in seclusion for a whole month. This month was relative to the time in the outside world. In other words, Jiang Chen had actually been in seclusion for 30 months. 30 months was equivalent to 2.5 years. This was probably the longest seclusion that Jiang Chen had ever spent in seclusion. To Jiang Chen, this long seclusion was very significant. During the 2.5 years in the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen's cultivation didn't progress at all. Not a single new dragon mark was condensed in his qi, but Jiang Chen's whole body had undergone substantial changes. This was a type of settling, a type of purification. The reason why Jiang Chen had spent so much time settling himself was because he wanted to build a solid foundation. Jiang Chen's current foundation and knowledge were unimaginably solid, as stable as Mount Tai. This situation would be very helpful to his future progress. The life of a cultivator was an incomparably distant and long process. During this process, it was necessary to stop and consolidate oneself. Only then would one be able to obtain more. Within this 1 month, a historical change had also taken place in One Line Sky. Tianyun Pavilion had risen in power. The 3 major powers had no choice but to submit under the divine might of Taoist Yu Feng. According to Jiang Chen's order, all those who resisted, disobeyed, were all killed. Tianyun Pavilion had become the absolute overlord of One Line Sky. The news of Jiang Chen killing Tian Muyun and the 6 immortals had spread across the entire One Line Sky, setting off a storm that made people sigh. Today was also the day that Jiang Chen came out of seclusion. He came to the meeting hall and summoned all the golden immortal experts of Tianyun Pavilion, because today was the most important day for Tianyun Pavilion, and also the day when Jiang Chen would make an important decision. Jiang Chen sat in the seat of honor. Everyone, including Taoist Yu Feng, looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of respect. Tianji Zi was sitting beside Jiang Chen with a smile. Only Tianji Zi was qualified to sit in that seat. Even though he was now a cripple, who would dare to neglect him in Tianyun Pavilion? Sect Master, in this 1 month, all the matters in One Line Sky have been stabilized. Elder Lu, report all the details to Sect Master. Taoist Yu Feng said to an elder beside him. That elder got up and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Jiang Chen. Taoist, you don't have to report these trivial matters to me. Today, I've gathered all of you to announce an important matter. It's about the Sect Master of Tianyun Pavilion. I, Jiang Chen, have never thought about it. The matter in One Line Sky has been settled, and Senior Ouyang's wish has been fulfilled. I'm ready to leave One Line Sky tomorrow and head for East Xuanyu. From now on, Taoist Yu Feng will be the Sect Master of Tianyun Pavilion. Jiang Chen said. What? Sect Master is leaving? Many people exclaimed, but they soon calmed down, because to them, this situation wasn't too surprising. After all, Jiang Chen was too outstanding. How could such a monstrous genius be willing to stay here and be a little Sect Master? Moreover, Jiang Chen didn't put a mere Sect Master of Tianyun Pavilion in his eyes. Chen, have you made up your mind? Tianjizi looked at Jiang Chen. Yes, Master. To me, One Line Sky is no longer a challenge. Moreover, I'm powerless to help you with your current injuries. So, I have to go to a bigger place to find powerful treasures and methods to help you recover. Master, are you willing to follow me to East Xuanyu or stay in Tianyun Pavilion? Jiang Chen said to Tianjizi. No matter what choice Tianjizi made, Jiang Chen would agree. After all, in his heart, he still felt that he owed Tianjizi. Upon hearing this, Tianjizi shook his head. How could he not know what Jiang Chen was thinking? But he also knew that with his current condition, he would only be a burden if he followed Jiang Chen. I won't go with you. I want to stay in Tianyun Pavilion. After all, I've been here for a long time. Given my current condition, I won't be able to do anything if I go to East Xuanyu. Instead, I'll become your burden. I'll wait in Tianji Peak, waiting for my good disciple to help me recover one day. Chapter 1391. Don't worry, Master. I'll definitely come back. When I come back, I'll be able to cure you. Jiang Chen said firmly. This was a promise to Tianjizi and also a promise to himself. Every responsibility was a burden and Jiang Chen's burden had never been small. Of course I believe you. Tianjizi smiled. By the way, Taoist Yu Feng, send someone to Yen City and bring Yen Qingqing here. I hope Taoist Yu Feng can accept her as his disciple. Jiang Chen looked at Taoist Yu Feng. No matter what, Yen Qingqing would always be his wish and a knot in his heart. Now that he was going to East Xuanyu, he had to give Yen Qingqing an explanation. Yen Qingqing's talent was also good, but the cultivation resources in Yen City were really lacking. If Yen Qingqing could become Taoist Yu Feng's disciple, it would be a great thing for Yen Qingqing. Rest assured, Sect Master. This old Taoist will go tomorrow. Taoist Yu Feng nodded in agreement. Just like Tianjizi, he had never accepted a disciple in his entire life. But now that Jiang Chen had said it, he naturally had to do it. Moreover, there were two things that could be recommended by Jiang Chen. Firstly, the disciple had a good relationship with Jiang Chen. Secondly, Yen Qingqing's talent was pretty good. Otherwise, Jiang Chen wouldn't have recommended her. The next day, Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog, and Tyrant left quietly. The matter here had already been settled. Jiang Chen didn't want to make a big fuss. In some aspects, Jiang Chen was also a low-key person. 1,000 miles away from Tianyun Pavilion, 2 men and a dog were floating in the air, looking at the mountains and rivers below. They couldn't help but sigh. After all, Tyrant had always been an evil abyss and had never stayed in One Line Sky. He didn't have any grudges here, but it was different for Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. When they first entered the immortal world, they were merely human immortal shrimps. Along the way, they had gone through many hardships. Finally, they reached the peak of One Line Sky. They had gone through many peaks and experienced many new beginnings. This was their fate. They liked the exciting stories and the process. They liked the scenes and images where their blood was spilled. Here and in many other places in the past, there were many exciting stories that belonged to them. Jiang Chen, in the future, there would also be exciting stories waiting for them. When someone rose, there would be someone vanishing. This was the case in One Line Sky. He used the whole structure of One Line Sky to create a legend. This was Jiang Chen's extraordinary life. There was no end to cultivation. Life had to continue moving forward. Now that this stop had come to an end, the next journey had also begun. Their next stop was East Xuanyu. That was the real stage of the immortal world. It wasn't something that a small place like One Line Sky could compare to. The gap between One Line Sky and East Xuanyu was like the gap between Yen City and One Line Sky. Yang Bufan once said that East Xuanyu had 2 great worlds, 3 great empires, and 6 great immortal sections. There were many geniuses overflowing with monstrous geniuses. This was a big stage that Jiang Chen liked. Competing with those geniuses was always an exciting thing. Are we going to East Xuanyu now? De Huang Dog asked. Before going to East Xuanyu, I want to look for Ah Yen, Jiang Chen said. After parting ways with Han Yen, they hadn't met again. Han Yen must have left One Line Sky, but no one knew where he went. Now that the matter in One Line Sky was settled, Jiang Chen also wanted to find Han Yen. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease. That's right. I haven't seen Ah Yen since I ascended to the immortal world. I wonder how that guy is doing now. Tyrant said. Little Chenzi, don't you know the great divination art? Calculate where Ah Yen is. De Huang Dog said. N. Jiang Chen nodded. His great divination art was still at the heavenly vision realm. Although he couldn't calculate Han Yan's exact location, he had no problem calculating his general position. Subsequently, the aura of divination began to flicker on the surface of Jiang Chen's body, giving people an illusory feeling. Even De Huang Dog had to admit that this great divination art was magical. If this ability was cultivated to the extreme, no one could imagine how terrifying it would be. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen opened his eyes again, his bright eyes looking towards the southeast. I've already calculated Ah Yan's general position. It's in that direction, next to One Line Sky. It should be Han Spirit Zone. It said that there are powerful devil sects in Han Spirit Zone. If I'm not wrong, Ah Yan should have gone to Han Spirit Zone. Let's go and have a look. Jiang Chen said. 2 people and a dog flew toward Han Ling at top speed. This was their last stop before heading to the Eastern Profound Domain. After seeing Han Yen, they felt relieved. Black Demon Cliff. This was the most important place in Han Spirit Zone because it was the holy land of the devil cult. The terrain of Han Spirit Zone was complex, with various forces, immortal sects and devil sects. It was much more complicated than One Line Sky. There were only 4 major forces in One Line Sky, but in Han Spirit Zone, there were more than that. There were 5 immortal sects like Tianyun Pavilion and Shenyang School, as well as an extremely powerful devil cult. The devil cult had a long history, and Black Demon Cliff was like a natural moat. The terrain was extremely dangerous. There was a natural demonic nature here, and devil chi filled the air all day long. It could be said that it had the geographical advantage, which was also one of the reasons why the devil cult could rise. For many years, the 5 immortal sects had wanted to eliminate the devil cult from Han Spirit Zone, but they had never succeeded. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to completely eliminate the devil cult. Black Demon Cliff was known as the holy land of the devil cult. It was the place where the cult thrived, but recently, Black Demon Cliff was in chaos. The devil cult was facing an unprecedented crisis. After planning for a long time, the 5 immortal sects finally joined forces to besiege Black Demon Cliff. This was a major event in the entire Han Spirit Zone, just like how Jiang Chen killed Tian Muyun and One Line Sky 6 immortals, changing the situation of the entire One Line Sky. And today's incident at Black Demon Cliff was destined to change the situation of Han Spirit Zone. Rumble. On Black Demon Cliff, there was a sea of people. Immortal chi and devil chi collided fiercely, and colorful lights were everywhere. The union of the 5 immortal sects represented an irresistible force in Han Spirit Zone. This force was like a vast ocean, completely covering the entire Black Demon Cliff. Fighting and blood filled the entire battlefield. The horror of war was perfectly displayed. After Jiang Chen and the others entered Han Spirit Zone, they could feel the fluctuations of the battle coming from Black Demon Cliff almost without asking. What a terrifying battle fluctuation. This is no longer a battle, but a war. Han's spirit zone is going through a war. That's right, it's a very cruel war. It seems that something big is happening in Han's spirit zone. Let's go and have a look. Tyrant and a Huang dog said. Let's find someone to ask about the situation first. Jiang Chen said. Their speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they came to the sky above a city. Jiang Chen made a grabbing motion with his big hand. A strong suction force suddenly fell on a cultivator. The cultivator couldn't help but fly up to Jiang Chen's side. Feeling the terrifying qi exuding from Jiang Chen's body and the terrifying means he used just now, the cultivator was so scared that his face turned pale. "S Lord." The cultivator bowed at Jiang Chen. He was just a puny earth immortal. He wouldn't dare show any neglect in front of a big shot like Jiang Chen. Presently, a major event was taking place in Han's spirit zone. It was impossible for him not to be afraid when he was brought up to the sky by an expert. That's right. Let me ask you, what kind of war is happening in Han's spirit zone? Jiang Chen asked. The cultivator was taken aback at first, but he immediately reacted. It seemed that this big shot in front of him wasn't from Han's spirit zone. Otherwise, he would have known what was happening in Han's spirit zone today. However, it didn't matter whether Jiang Chen was from Han's spirit zone or not. The cultivator didn't dare to neglect Jiang Chen's question. He immediately said respectfully, Lord, the 5 major immortal sects have joined forces to attack the Black Demon Cliff today. They want to completely wipe out the devil cult from Han's spirit zone. Now that the war has been going on for several hours, I think the devil cult can't hold on any longer. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen, Tyrant and a Huang dog were taken aback for a moment. Then, they basically understood what was going on. There would be major forces in every place, and when there were major forces, there would be conflicts. Moreover, the war between the immortal sects and the devil cult was even more irreconcilable. All right, it's none of your business. Jiang Chen waved his hand, sending the cultivator down to the ground. In the immortal world, Earth immortals weren't able to fly yet. It wouldn't be a joke if they fell from such a high place. The reason why Jiang Chen caught this cultivator was to ask him some questions, not to kill him. Little Chenzi, do you think A Yen is in the devil cult? Tyrant asked. It's hard to say. Since we've bumped into each other, let's go and have a look first. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't want to get involved in the war between the immortals and the devil cult in Han's spirit zone, but since A Yen might be here, he had no choice but to participate in it. Subsequently, 2 people and a dog didn't dare to hesitate and quickly flew towards the Black Demon Cliff. With their speed, it was an incomparably easy thing for them to reach the Black Demon Cliff from here. When they arrived at the Black Demon Cliff, they saw an incomparably tragic war going on. Facing such a cruel war, Jiang Chen and the others were calm. After all, it was nothing to them. Chapter 1392. The battlefield is too chaotic. I can't find A Yen at all. Tyrant said with a frown. The Black Demon Cliff was currently in a state of chaos. The 6 major sects were involved and the situation of the war had completely opened up. Everyone was fighting and the battlefield stretched for thousands of miles. Judging from the situation of the war alone, it was even more magnificent than the war in Nifa's Abyss. The war between immortal kings, golden immortals, heaven immortals, all kinds of battlefields had begun. People died tragically at every moment. Blood flowed like a river. Devil Qi soared into the sky. Black Demon Cliff was littered with corpses. One could imagine how cruel the war had become. It was either you die or I die. The 5 major immortal sects had joined forces and made up their minds to eradicate the devil cult. This was a major event in the entire Han spirit zone. Could it be that A Yen isn't here? Little Chenzi, use the great divination art again. If A Yen isn't here, there's no need for us to meddle in the affairs of Han's spirit zone. De Huang Dog said. N. Jiang Chen nodded. He wasn't interested in the war in Han's spirit zone. This was the law of survival in this place. There was no need for him to destroy it. Just like the battle between the 4 major powers of One-Line Sky, the major powers of other regions wouldn't participate in it under normal circumstances. Jiang Chen used the great divination art once more to calculate Han Yan's whereabouts. If Han Yan was here, it would be very easy to find him. After a brief calculation, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown. How is it? Tyrant asked. A Yen isn't here, but he has indeed been here before. The great divination art has hinted that a Yen hasn't left for long. His aura is still lingering here. Jiang Chen said. It seems that a Yen is indeed related to the devil cult. But there's one thing I don't understand. If a Yen is really a member of the devil cult, given his loyalty, he definitely wouldn't leave when the cult is at its most difficult time. He would definitely stay and fight a life-and-death battle. Tyrant said. They knew Han Yen too well. He was a hot-blooded man. If he was indebted to the devil cult, he would never leave at this time. Even if he wasn't strong enough, he would still stay and fight the 5 immortal sects to the death. It seems that a Yan's departure has a secret. Maybe the devil cult knows where a Yan went. What should we do now? De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen was the one who could make the decision. Looks like I'll have to meddle in the affairs of Han's spirit zone. You don't have to do anything. I'll put a stop to this war and ask about a Yan's whereabouts. I'll find out what happened. As Jiang Chen spoke, he immediately unleashed his dragon transformation and flew toward the chaotic battlefield. On the battlefield, Jiang Chen let out a dragon roar towards the sky. It was an earth-shattering dragon roar. It was so loud that the ears of many people on the battlefield buzzed, making them feel indescribably uncomfortable. Such a huge movement naturally attracted the attention of countless people. From half-step immortal kings to ordinary disciples, all of them temporarily stopped their battle and fixed their eyes on the sudden appearance of this uninvited guest. Those with discerning eyes could already tell that this dragon man had just used some kind of transformation technique. But immediately after that, the battle continued. Both sides clashed fiercely once more. Both sides had already killed each other. It wasn't something that could be stopped by a single roar from Jiang Chen. Stop! Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen bellowed once more. This time, he exerted his full strength. Terrifying sound waves spread out like tidal waves, covering the entire battlefield. The chaotic battlefield came to a stop once more. Countless eyes fell upon Jiang Chen once more. By now, many people had understood that this uninvited guest was actually here to stop the battle. In other words, he was on the same side as the devil cult. Because the devil cult was already on the verge of collapse, they were already an arrow at the end of its flight and had run out of luck. At this time, the dragon man came out to stop the battle, clearly indicating that he was on the side of the devil cult. Who is this guy? I've never seen him before. How dare he stop the battle at this time? He's clearly going against our 5 immortal sects. Humph. Someone is courting death. He's just a mere golden immortal. How dare he come here to stop the battle? He's simply overestimating himself. Let's kill him. A guy who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'll kill him. The 5 immortal sects instantly regarded Jiang Chen as their enemy. Victory had gone to their heads. Now they only knew how to kill blindly. They only knew that the devil religion was on the verge of collapse. At this time, whoever came to stop the battle would be the enemy. A late golden immortal expert bellowed and attacked Jiang Chen. Where did this crazy devil come from? You don't know the meaning of death. I'll kill you right now. That late golden immortal expert's chi surged like a rainbow. His murderous intent soared to the sky. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. He had already killed a lot of people from the devil religion. His confidence was inflated and he thought that he was invincible. He thought that he was a peerless war god and anyone who encountered him would only end up dead. It was a pity that this golden immortal expert didn't know that he had encountered a true peerless war god. Jiang Chen lifted his dragon eyes, casually glanced at the late golden immortal expert, and casually threw a punch. Bang! The horrifying fist wind was like the most destructive hurricane in the heavens and earth. It fell on the late golden immortal expert at lightning speed. All the attacks of the late golden immortal expert were destroyed by Jiang Chen with a single strike. Arg! Along with a blood-curdling scream, that late golden immortal expert was torn into pieces by a casual punch from Jiang Chen, dying miserably on the spot. Overestimating your own capabilities. This is your ending. Jiang Chen's tone was as calm as the wind and clouds. Killing a late golden immortal expert was as easy as crushing an ant to him. Hua! This scene immediately caused an uproar. Everyone's expression changed. Everyone's gaze towards Jiang Chen had changed. Jiang Chen's overbearing and ruthlessness had completely shocked everyone. So powerful. This bastard is clearly only an intermediate golden immortal expert, but he could kill a late golden immortal expert with just a lift of his hand. This is simply unbelievable. Who is this dragon man? Could he be a hidden peerless genius of the devil religion? But the means he displayed doesn't seem to be the style of the devil religion. Humph. So what if he's powerful? Could it be that he plans to turn the situation around with his own strength? Today, the alliance of the 5 great immortal sects to annihilate the devil religion has become an unstoppable fact. This dragon man doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and the immensity of the earth. He simply doesn't know how to write the word death. Chapter 1393. Compared to the shock of the 5 immortal sects, the fiend cult, which had been utterly defeated, revealed a look of pleasant surprise. What a powerful figure. Who is this? Why did he appear to help us? He doesn't look like a member of our cult. That's right. He has already killed a late golden immortal expert of the 5 great immortal sects, which means that he has started a feud with the 5 great immortal sections. That makes him our friend. Now that the Black Demon Cliff has been completely taken over, it's too difficult to reverse the situation. It's a great thing for us to have a powerful helper at this time. Don't be happy too early. This man is just a golden immortal expert. Although he has the strength to kill a late golden immortal expert, there are many half-step golden immortal experts in the 5 immortal sections. I'm afraid that he will die if he encounters a half-step golden immortal expert. The people of the devil cult were whispering. No one knew who Jiang Chen was, but the fact that he had killed an expert of the 5 immortal sects had already made his stand clear. Jiang Chen ignored their astonishment. He turned to the camp of the devil cult and shouted, "Who's the cult master of the devil cult?" Jiang Chen's voice was deafening like a great bell. A middle-aged man with a majestic body stood out. He was covered with injuries and was obviously an arrow at the end of its flight. If the battle continued, he was afraid that only death awaited him. "I am. May I know what's the matter, young hero?" The cult master of the devil cult said. Before knowing Jiang Chen's identity, no one knew why Jiang Chen came here. Even the devil cult couldn't be too happy. Humph! Where did this brat come from? He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare he kill an expert of our 5 immortal sects? He's simply courting death. Before Jiang Chen had the time to ask, a half-step immortal king from the 5 immortal sects was infuriated and shouted at Jiang Chen. At the same time, the half-step immortal king struck decisively. In a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Jiang Chen, stretched out a big hand, and grabbed at Jiang Chen. To the 5 immortal sects, nothing was more important than destroying the devil cult. Anyone who tried to stop them must die. Scram! A trace of anger flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. The old man in front of him had interrupted him at a critical moment. He was simply courting death. Jiang Chen yelled at that half-step immortal king. That expert who had already rushed out seemed to have received a powerful impact. His whole body was sent flying several meters away. Wah wah! After the half-step immortal king stabilized his body, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His clothes were dyed red with blood, and there were even pieces of his internal organs mixed within it. His aura instantly weakened. The elder was shocked. The way he looked at Jiang Chen was like looking at a ghost. He was a half-step immortal king supreme expert. Just a roar from Jiang Chen had almost taken his life and shattered all his internal organs. Even if he wasn't dead yet, he was already half-crippled. It would take at least a few months for him to recover from such a serious injury. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Oh my god, is he still human? How can he be so powerful? He didn't do anything. Just a roar almost took the life of a half-step immortal king. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if I was beaten to death. Where did this freak come from? It's impossible for there to be such a figure in Han's spirit zone. He's too scary. No one wasn't shocked. Everyone was completely shocked. The noisy battlefield instantly quietened down. Countless eyes fell upon Jiang Chen, as if they had seen a miracle, especially those from the devil cult. Each of their faces began to reveal a look of excitement, especially the cult master. He seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope. Humph! You 5 immortal sects had better not provoke me. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. His cold eyes swept across the experts of the 5 immortal sections. Then, he retracted his chi and returned to his human form. As a matter of fact, given his current strength, Even if he didn't use his dragon form, he could still kill any ordinary half-step immortal king with just a lift of his hand. After all, Jiang Chen was an existence that could kill an immortal king like Tian Muyun. Using the dragon form was only the biggest deterrent effect. Now, this kind of deterrence had taken effect. The entire battlefield was now under his complete control. As long as those remaining half-step immortal kings weren't fools, they wouldn't take the initiative to attack him, because that would only lead to death. Jiang Chen turned around and continued to look at the cult master. At this moment, the way the cult master looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. It was hard to imagine that such a handsome young man could be a war god with heaven-defying means. Cult master, let me ask you, has there ever been a man named Han Yen in Black Demon Cliff? Jiang Chen asked. Senior brother Han Yen. So he's here for senior brother Han Yen. Senior brother Han Yen has heaven-defying means and possesses the complete bloodline of Gu Tianma. He has killed many geniuses of the 5 immortal sections. This time, half of the reason why the 5 immortal sects took the initiative to attack Black Demon Cliff was because of senior brother Han Yen. Unfortunately, senior brother Han Yen has disappeared. I wonder what's the relationship between this young man and senior brother Han Yen. The mention of Han Yan's name immediately stirred up a commotion in the Devil Sect. Jiang Chen saw this and was even more certain that Han Yen had a close relationship with the Devil Sect. Young master, Han Yen is the #1 genius of Black Demon Cliff. The reason why the 5 immortal sects attacked us was because Han Yen had killed many of their genius disciples. The cult master said, Is that so? Where is he now? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. It seemed like Han Yen had been doing well in Han's spirit zone and had become a little devil king. Since Han Yen alone could cause a war in Han's spirit zone, it indicated that Han Yan's cultivation base was already very high. Otherwise, the 5 immortal sects wouldn't pay so much attention to him. However, this was also within Jiang Chen's expectation. Han Yan's talent was already very terrifying. After eating the regenerative lotus heart, it could be said that he had been reborn. But for Jiang Chen, this wasn't important. What was important now was where Han Yen had gone. We don't know where Han Yen has gone. But 2 nights ago, a devil wind suddenly blew on the Black Demon Cliff. That devil wind was very strange and mysterious. It was unknown where it came from, but it swept Han Yen away. He never returned after that, said the cult master. The devil cult leader said. The entire devil cult did not know where Han Yen had gone, but when they thought of the demonic wind 2 nights ago, even the devil cult leader revealed a look of lingering fear. It could be seen that the demonic wind was extraordinary. Chapter 1394. At this time, De Huang Dog and Tyrant had also flown to Jiang Chen's side. Upon hearing the words of the cult master, both of them were stunned. They had never thought that such a thing would happen, but it seemed like the cult master wasn't lying. In other words, Han Yen was really swept away by a mysterious devil wind. Little Chenzi, what is that mysterious devil wind? Tyrant knitted his brows. What we can be sure of is that the mysterious devil wind has come prepared. Its target is Yen. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to the Black Demon Cliff all of a sudden. After all, there has never been such a strange incident in the Black Demon Cliff. It only appeared after Yan's arrival. This is a very strange thing in itself. De Huang Dog said. Brother Dog is right. I've been thinking about it for the past 2 days. I've been looking for traces of the demonic wind. However, after the demonic wind swept Han Yen away, it disappeared without a trace. Not even a trace of its aura was left behind. At this time, his tone was incomparably respectful to Jiang Chen and the other 2. This cult master wasn't a fool. Being able to become the cult master meant that he was a very astute person. He could see that these 3 people were Han Yan's good friends. They had come here to look for Han Yen. Plus, that white-robed youth was just too terrifying. Although his appearance was only at the intermediate golden immortal realm, his combat strength was terrifying. The word terrifying couldn't be used to describe his combat strength. A half-step immortal king expert retreated with a shout. In other words, if this youth really attacked just now, that half-step immortal king elder would already be dead. There was no doubt about this. The devil cult was already at its end today. Under the joint attack of the 5 major immortal sects, it was about to face destruction and disintegration. At this time, Jiang Chen appeared. He was the savior of the devil cult. As long as the cult master wasn't a fool, he would find a way to seize this opportunity. As long as he could get the help of this youth, the devil cult would have a chance of survival. Let me make another divination, Jiang Chen said, circulating the great divination art once more. He understood Han Yan's qi, so he was able to divine some clues, but this time, he couldn't find any trace of the mysterious devil wind. This didn't mean that the great divination art was useless. It only meant that the mysterious devil wind was too strong and mysterious. Jiang Chen's great divination art wasn't proficient enough. He was only at the heavenly vision realm, so he couldn't divine any trace of the mysterious devil wind. However, Jiang Chen didn't come up empty-handed. He had deduced that the mysterious demonic wind might be a fortuitous encounter for Han Yan. He didn't foresee any danger from it, which made Jiang Chen feel more at ease. Jiang Chen didn't have to worry too much. I divined that the mysterious demonic wind was too strange, and the great divination art couldn't divine any clues at all. However, I divined that Yen wasn't in danger. This demonic wind might be a rare opportunity for Yen, said Hanli. Jiang Chen said. Since Yen is fine, we can head to East Xuanyu without any worries. I believe we'll meet Yen again sooner or later. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Tyrant and a Huang dog revealed a relaxed expression. They were very confident in Jiang Chen's means, especially when it came to Han Yan. Jiang Chen wouldn't make a mistake so easily. In that case, let's leave. We don't need to get involved in the matters of Han's spirit zone. De Huang dog said while wagging his tail. Upon hearing this, the faces of the cult master and the higher-ups changed dramatically. This was their last chance. If they lost it, the cult would face true annihilation. Young master, please help our black demon Cliff. I believe that if Han Yan is here, he will surely live and die with the black demon Cliff. The cult master panicked and hastily bowed deeply to Jiang Chen. As a half-step immortal king supreme expert and the helmsman of the black demon Cliff, the cult master was a very arrogant person. Even in the entire Han spirit zone, he was a high and mighty existence, standing at the top of the pyramid. But at this moment, he had to humble himself to a golden immortal. But to the cult master, he didn't have the slightest complaint. This was related to the life and death of the cult. At this critical moment, all heirs were bullshit. Saving one's life was the most important thing. Moreover, Jiang Chen's performance was indeed very strong. It wasn't a big deal for such an expert to accept his bow. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen knitted his brows slightly. Initially, he didn't want to meddle in the affairs of Han's spirit zone, but the words of the cult master had moved his heart. After all, this was the place where Han Yan grew up. Just like what the cult master said, if Han Yan was here these few days, he would certainly choose to live and die with the Black Demon Cliff. In other words, the life and death of the Black Demon Cliff was Han Yan's business. Since it was Han Yan's business, it was Jiang Chen's business. Therefore, Jiang Chen decided to stay and help the cult, at least to ensure the safety of the Black Demon Cliff today. All right, I'll help you today. Jiang Chen nodded, then turned to the camp of the 5 immortal sects. There were a total of 10 half-step immortal king experts in the 5 immortal sects. At this moment, all of them were gathered together. Each of them was holding a terrifying immortal weapon in their hands, which was exuding strong murderous intent. On the side of the devil cult, there were only 4 half-step immortal kings. Each of them was seriously injured. Just like the cult master, their condition was extremely weak. All of them were like an arrow at the end of its flight. However, this situation made Jiang Chen have to admit the strength of the devil cult. It was already a miracle that 4 of them were still alive after fighting against 10 of them. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the devil cult was in Han's spirit zone. This was probably one of the reasons why the 5 immortal sects had to unite to eliminate the devil cult. 5 immortal sects, listen up. I, Jiang Chen, will take charge of today's matter. You 5 immortal sects will immediately withdraw from the Black Demon Cliff. From now on, you're not allowed to take a step into the Black Demon Cliff. Jiang Chen spoke loudly to the camp of the 5 immortal sects. His tone was overbearing and indisputable. It was a completely commanding tone, not giving the 5 immortal sects the slightest chance to disobey. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, the huge camp of the 5 immortal sects suddenly became restless. What? You want us to withdraw just like that? Isn't this a joke? In order to attack the Black Demon Cliff, we have already suffered a great loss. We're about to destroy the devil cult. It's impossible for us to withdraw now. That's right. This man is too arrogant. He thinks that he can meddle in the affairs of the entire Han Spirit Zone with his own strength. Isn't he thinking too highly of himself? But he really has great strength. Not even a half-step immortal king is a match for him. Chapter 1395. The 5 immortal sects were very agitated. They had been fighting with the devil cult for too long. They did not know how long they had waited for this day. Now that they were about to succeed, it was an extremely painful thing for them to let go at this time. At this time, the eyes of all the experts of the 5 immortal sects fell on their sect masters. Only those half-step immortal king supreme experts could decide the outcome of today's battle. They couldn't decide it. The half-step immortal king experts of the 5 immortal sects exchanged glances. They could see the anger and strong killing intent in each other's eyes. This kid is really too arrogant. He actually dares to criticize us 5 great immortal sects like this. If we admit defeat and retreat today, we'll really lose face. We won't be able to raise our heads in Han Spirit Zone in the future. A sturdy middle-aged man spoke. After all, the influence of the 5 immortal sects in Han Spirit Zone was too great. Today, they had attacked the devil cult with great fanfare. If they returned like this, where would their face be? They would become the laughingstock of the entire Han Spirit Zone, and the Black Demon Cliff would certainly become more arrogant. That's right. We can't admit defeat, but this guy doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. Another half-step immortal king said with a frown. There was a hint of worry in his tone. Humph. Don't be afraid of him. No matter how powerful he is, he's just an intermediate golden immortal. Just now, Elder Huang was just careless. Even if he has the ability to injure a half-step immortal king, if all of us join forces, that brat won't be a problem. One of them spoke, his body exuding strong killing intent. As a matter of fact, the experts of the 5 immortal sects had been blinded by victory. In their point of view, it wasn't easy to force the devil cult to such an extent. If they couldn't eliminate the devil cult in one fell swoop today, it would be difficult to find another opportunity in the future. Now, an uninvited guest had appeared out of nowhere and changed all their plans. However, they weren't willing to give up just like that, because their camp was still incomparably strong. Moreover, they didn't know much about Jiang Chen. So, even though they had injured a half-step immortal king, they still felt that they still had a chance to kill Jiang Chen. Moreover, the half-step immortal king that was injured by Jiang Chen wasn't a very powerful one among these half-step immortal kings. Of course, if they knew about Jiang Chen and what had happened in One Line Sky, they would have already left with their tails between their legs, not even daring to let out a fart. One should know that Jiang Chen was an existence that had killed a true immortal king. Under the situation where Jiang Chen's energy was almost exhausted, the One Line 6 immortals still couldn't withstand a single move from Jiang Chen. All of them were instantly killed, let alone trash like them. In front of Jiang Chen, they weren't even worth mentioning. Jiang Chen, this is a battle between the major forces of Han Spirit. I hope you won't get involved. Let's forget about the matter of you killing the elders of our 5 immortal sects. What do you think? One of the half-step immortal kings spoke to Jiang Chen. To put it bluntly, they were still very afraid of Jiang Chen. After all, they had seen Jiang Chen's means with their own eyes. It would be best if they didn't have to fight with such a genius. Anyway, their target today was Black Demon Cliff. I'll only say it once. You'd better not challenge my patience. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Jiang Chen placed one of his hands behind his back and spoke in a condescending manner. He was like a king. His words were like an imperial edict that no one could defy. He was giving face to the 5 great immortal sects, giving them a chance. If they didn't know how to cherish it, he would beat them until they surrendered. Jiang Chen, don't be too arrogant. You aren't a member of Han Spirit. Why are you meddling in our business? Could it be that you really think you can deal with so many of us? Another half-step immortal king spoke loudly. His tone was filled with anger. There was no way he wouldn't be angry. This man was too hateful. If it wasn't for the appearance of Jiang Chen at the critical moment, Black Demon Cliff would have already been conquered and the devil cult would have been annihilated. The way I, Jiang Chen, do things is not for you to tell me what to do. I'll say it for the last time. 5 immortal sects. Withdraw from Black Demon Cliff immediately. You are not allowed to take a step into Black Demon Cliff in the future. Otherwise, Don't blame me for being impolite. Jiang Qinlunglung said. De Huang Dog and Tyrant couldn't help but shake their heads. They looked at the experts of the 5 immortal sects with pity and regret in their eyes. What they were doing now was testing Jiang Chen's patience, which was an incomparably dangerous thing. There's no need to say more. Since you insist on taking action, there's no need for us to be polite. Everyone, join forces. Be careful. I don't believe that we can't kill this golden immortal brat. A half-step immortal king expert holding a saber spoke loudly, seemingly ready to take action. Hong. Waves of tyrannical chi were released. 10 half-step immortal kings attacked at the same time. They wanted to kill Jiang Chen with a single strike. Courting death. Jiang Chen's dragon eyes flickered. Without waiting for them to make the first move, he made the first move. He turned into a ray of light and appeared in front of those immortal kings like a ghost. The heavenly saint's sword appeared in his hand like a king's sword, slashing at one of the half-step immortal kings. Not good. The faces of all the half-step immortal kings changed dramatically. At this moment, they realized that they had made an incomparably serious mistake. They had overestimated themselves and underestimated Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's attack was like a violent hurricane, and they were like the gravel in the hurricane. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. The violent qi that radiated from Jiang Chen's body made them unable to fight back. The energy in their body was severely suppressed, making them unable to exert any combat strength at all. Arg! Along with a miserable scream, the heavenly saint's sword slashed across. A half-step immortal king was slashed in half on the spot. Swoosh! Another slash, the same miserable scream, and the same person was slashed in half. This was a completely one-sided massacre. A meaningless battle. Both sides were on completely different levels. To Jiang Chen, killing them was an extremely simple thing. Swoosh! Jiang Chen slashed out 2 more times. Without any suspense, another 2 half-step immortal kings died tragically. Chapter 1396. My God! Is he still a human? The cult master was completely dumbfounded. He had never seen such a horrifying thing before. Jiang Chen's means could only be described as heaven-defying. It was simply earth-shattering. One should know that those who were killed by Jiang Chen were their formidable enemies, the experts who had almost destroyed the Black Demon Cliff. All the injuries on the experts were caused by these people. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. It seems like Cult Master has done a great thing by accepting Han Yen. Without Han Yen, this Jiang Chen wouldn't have helped us. The hope of our devil cult has come. That's right. The Black Demon Cliff is finally saved. If Jiang Chen can kill all the half-step immortal kings of the 5 immortal sects, Han Spirit City will be the world of our devil cult in the future. Haha. I have never seen such a terrifying figure before. He's just a golden immortal. I wonder where he came from. I believe that even those geniuses of the super immortal sects in East Xuanyu can't be compared to him. The experts of the devil cult were scared out of their wits, but this didn't stop their excitement, because Jiang Chen was now on their side. The death of the half-step immortal kings of the 5 immortal sects was a great thing for the devil cult. Compared to the excitement of the devil cult, the faces of the people of the 5 immortal sects darkened to the extreme. The originally good situation had been reversed in an instant. It was reversed by one man. Their half-step immortal king experts were no match for the white-robed youth. Both sides weren't on the same level. If this continued, the ones who would be destroyed today would be the 5 immortal sects. Stop killing. Let's retreat. Someone yelled at the top of his lungs. The one who spoke was the one who advocated for a joint attack to kill Jiang Chen. Now, he felt like crying, knowing that he had made a serious mistake. 4 half-step immortal kings had been killed. The remaining 6 had turned pale with fear. They no longer had any desire to fight and fled in all directions. At the same time, Jiang Chen also stopped what he was doing. He held his sword and looked at the remaining 6 people. Lung Lang. I've said it before. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you dare to disobey me, there is only one outcome, and that is death. Today all of you will die. Jiang Chen's murderous intent soared to the sky, but this was just for show. He had already killed 4 half-step immortal kings. It was impossible for him to kill the remaining 6, because his purpose today was to help Black Demon Cliff out of danger, not to change the situation of Han's spirit. A large region must have the existence of righteous sections. If he killed all the half-step immortal kings here today, then this region would become the world of the devil religion. Although the people of the devil religion were forthright, each of them was a murderous and ruthless devil. Once the devil religion was allowed to rule Han's spirit, it wouldn't be long before Han's spirit would be plunged into misery and suffering. No one knew how many people from the 5 immortal sects would die tragically in the hands of the devil religion. This wasn't the result that Jiang Chen wanted to see. So, he wanted to keep these people alive to fight against the devil religion in the future, so that Han's spirit zone could reach a kind of balance. Young master, please spare our lives. We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We are willing to listen to young master's command and immediately lead the 5 immortal sects to retreat from Black Demon Cliff. We will never step into Black Demon Cliff again. One of them hastily saluted Jiang Chen. In the face of absolute pressure, all dignity was no longer needed. The 5 great immortal sects had already suffered serious losses. They couldn't just watch the 5 great immortal sects being annihilated here, because the price they had to pay would be too high. Young master, please spare our lives. We are willing to listen to young master's command and apologize for what we have done. Another person hastily spoke in a low voice. Humph. Do you think that you can come and go as you please in Black Demon Cliff? Today, you have wreaked havoc on our Black Demon Cliff and almost destroyed us. You 5 immortal sects must pay the price. A half-step immortal king elder of devil religion spoke loudly. He thought that he could do whatever he wanted now that he had a powerful helper. He wanted to use Jiang Chen to take down the 5 immortal sects in one fell swoop. Swish! However, as soon as the elder's voice faded, he saw Jiang Chen looking at him. That gaze was full of indifference and ruthlessness. With just a glance, the elder shrunk his neck and lowered his head in fear. Only now did he realize that he wasn't qualified to speak at all. It wasn't up to him to decide how to deal with the 5 immortal sects. Be-starred. Back off. The cult master hastily reprimanded the elder. He could already see that the elder's action had made Jiang Chen unhappy. Wasn't this motherfucker courting death? It was already good enough that Black Demon Cliff was able to avoid a great disaster today. Now, they still wanted to speak on behalf of Jiang Chen. They must be tired of living. The remaining 6 half-step immortal kings of the 5 immortal sects were standing there timidly, not daring to say a word or make any attempt to escape. They weren't fools. They knew very well what they had to do now. Given Jiang Chen's means, there was absolutely no chance for them to escape. Now they were like fish on a chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered by Jiang Chen. Now, there was only regret in their hearts. They regretted that they didn't listen to Jiang Chen's words and leave immediately. Now, it would be difficult for them to leave. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was a peerless devil king, a god of slaughter who had already controlled their fate. I have given you a chance just now, but you didn't know how to cherish it. According to my habit, I would have killed all of you, but I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let the 6 of you go. Jiang Chen spoke. From the reaction of the elder just now, he could already tell that his worries were justified. He must not kill these half-step immortal kings today. Otherwise, the problem of Han's spirit world would soon appear. At that time, the consequences would be unimaginable when the devil cult wreaked havoc. Thank you, young master. Thank you for sparing our lives. Hearing that Jiang Chen had really let them go, the 6 of them were stunned at first, then moved to tears of gratitude and happiness. Just now, all of them were shrouded by the fear of death. That kind of feeling was too terrifying. But it's impossible for you all to leave so easily. Each of you 5 immortal sects will take out 100 million high-grade immortal meta stones. Jiang Chen said, revealing a smile at the corner of his mouth. It wouldn't be a waste to let these people go. If he didn't take this opportunity to extort some wealth, wouldn't he be letting himself down? Ja. Chapter 1397. After leaving Tianyun Pavilion, Jiang Chen was penniless. To him, this was undoubtedly a predicament. In the cultivation of dragon transformation skill, the most indispensable thing was immortal meta stones. Jiang Chen had to ensure that he had a large number of immortal meta stones with him at all times, so that his advancement wouldn't be delayed at the critical moment. 100 million high-grade immortal meta stones was undoubtedly an exorbitant demand for the 5 immortal sects. This was a heaven-defying amount of wealth, but Jiang Chen knew that the 5 immortal sects would certainly be able to take out this amount of wealth. His demand was also within the range that the 5 immortal sects could afford. Any one of the 5 immortal sects was as powerful as Tianyun Pavilion. One should know that there were 100 million high-grade immortal metastones in the spatial ring that Ouyang he had left him. What? 100 million? High-grade immortal metastones? The few half-step immortal kings widened their eyes and exclaimed, doubting their ears. 100 million high-grade immortal metastones? This bastard really dared to ask for it. Today, they finally witnessed what was called an exorbitant demand. Motherfucker! Just kill me. This bastard really dares to ask for it. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as him. That's 100 million high-grade immortal metastones we're talking about. What's the difference between this and murder? Even if you're being exorbitant, you shouldn't do it like this. This is simply robbery and extortion. Shameless. AI. Be content. Compared to the fate of the 5 immortal sects, 100 million high-grade immortal metastones is nothing. If this bastard kills all the experts in a fit of anger, our 5 immortal sects will be finished. At that time, all the wealth will belong to him. Many people from the 5 immortal sects had the urge to cough out blood. Jiang Chen's exorbitant demand was too frightening. The number alone was enough to make people shudder. 5 immortal sects meant 500 million high-grade immortal metastones. What kind of heaven-defying wealth was this? Jiang Chen was truly invincible. However, while sighing at Jiang Chen for demanding an exorbitant price, some people also heaved a sigh of relief. After all, compared to the destruction of the 5 major immortal sects, this price was not considered huge. The faces of the 6 half-step immortal kings also revealed a troubled look. After all, this wasn't a small amount of wealth. What? Can't you take it out? If you can't, I'll kill you right now. Jiang Chen moved his body and released his murderous aura. Seeing that Jiang Chen was angry again, the few half-step immortal kings broke out in cold sweat and said hastily, No, we can, but young Master Jiang Chen, we don't have so much wealth with us now. We will send someone to the sect's treasure vault to get it now. What do you think? My time is limited. Jiang Chen said snappily. Rest assured, young Master Jiang. It won't take too long. A middle-aged man spoke. Then, each of the half-step immortal kings sent a late golden immortal expert back to the sect. Given the speed of a late golden immortal expert, it wouldn't take long for them to return to the sect. Therefore, Jiang Chen waited here with a peace of mind. With this 500 million wealth, Jiang Chen basically didn't need to worry about immortal metastones in a short period of time. Sure enough, it only took less than 5 minutes for the late golden immortal experts to return. After witnessing Jiang Chen's means, they wouldn't dare show any neglect to Jiang Chen anymore. This was a devil king who would kill anyone he didn't agree with. The faces of these late golden immortal experts didn't look good. Although they had taken out 100 million high-grade immortal metastones, the price was just too heavy, because this was almost all of their treasure vault. Now that they had taken out all of it, no one knew how long they would need to recuperate. Of course, it wasn't bad for them to have a chance to recuperate. If they didn't give Jiang Chen the wealth, Jiang Chen might kill them. In that case, the 5 great immortal sects wouldn't just be facing a simple recuperation. Young Master Jiang. These are 500 million high-grade immortal metastones. Please count them. A middle-aged man came to Jiang Chen, trembling, and handed the immortal metastones to Jiang Chen respectfully. This was equivalent to buying one's life with money. There's no need to count them. You 5 great immortal sects should withdraw from Black Demon Cliff immediately. Jiang Chen waved his hand casually. The 5 great immortal sects had suffered a serious blow, and it was impossible for them to recover in a short period of time. The first thing they needed to do after returning was to recuperate. Similarly, Black Demon Cliff had suffered an unprecedented destructive blow. It wouldn't be easy to recover in a short period of time. In other words, Han's spirit would be in a peaceful state for a long period of time, which was the result Jiang Chen wanted. The army of the 5 great immortal sects withdrew from Black Demon Cliff one after another. Their speed was very fast. It only took them a minute to leave. The Black Demon Cliff had regained its tranquility, but the pungent smell of blood was still lingering in the air. The ground was covered with corpses, just like an Azura battlefield. If such a battlefield wasn't cleaned up, the stench of blood and resentment wouldn't disappear even after a month. At this time, the cult master and a group of higher-ups hurriedly came forward and saluted Jiang Chen. Thank you, young Master Jiang Chen, for your great kindness to our devil race. If it wasn't for your timely appearance today, Black Demon Cliff would no longer exist and our devil race would be doomed eternally. We will never be able to repay your kindness," said the cult master. "I did it for Han Yan," Jiang Chen said casually, then disappeared with De Huang Dog and Tyrant. To Jiang Chen, Han's spirit region was just a small interlude. If it wasn't for Han Yan, Jiang Chen wouldn't have interfered in the war. "Now let's go to East Xuanyu directly." Jiang Chen smiled. Han Yan's matter had been resolved. Although he didn't know where Han Yan had been taken by the devil wind, he was sure that Han Yan wouldn't be in any danger. Next, he could go to East Xuanyu without any worries. "Little Chenzi, I might not be able to go to East Xuanyu," Tyrant suddenly said. "Damn monk, what are you doing?" De Huang Dog was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Tyrant to say that he wanted to leave at such a critical moment. Jiang Chen also looked at Tyrant in surprise, but he knew that Tyrant must have his own reasons for saying such a thing. "Tyrant, do you have a new plan?" asked Jiang Chen. To Jiang Chen, it was a great thing to be able to go to a big place like East Xuanyu with his brother and fight side by side. If Tyrant had his own ideas, he wouldn't stop him and would support him vigorously. "I'm going to White Dragon Temple," Tyrant said. Chapter 1398. When the three words White Dragon Temple came out of Tyrant's mouth, Jiang Chen and Big Yellow understood a little. White Dragon Temple was the only Buddha sect in ethereal immortal domain. It was also the highest sacred land of Buddha sect. It was the dream and pursuit of almost every Buddha sect disciple. It was perfectly normal for Tyrant to go to White Dragon Temple. White Dragon Temple is the supreme holy land of Buddhism in the immortal world. If you go there, you will definitely gain a lot of benefits. However, the competition in a place like White Dragon Temple must be extremely fierce. You must be careful after you go there. Jiang Chen patted Tyrant's shoulder. This was what brothers were like. No matter what his brothers wanted to do, all he had to do was to support them. Moreover, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had no reason not to support Tyrant. After all, White Dragon Temple had a great reputation. Everyone in the immortal world had heard of White Dragon Temple. However, a place like White Dragon Temple wasn't a place that anyone could go. However, with Tyrant's talent, it wouldn't be a problem for him to enter White Dragon Temple. "Little Chinzi, De Huang, the reason why I want to go to White Dragon Temple isn't to pursue the prestige of White Dragon Temple, nor is it to challenge the status of White Dragon Temple. If that's the case, I would rather go to East Xuanyu and fight side by side with you. That would be a truly carefree thing. However, I recently received the guidance of the God Trembling Monument. It pointed me in the direction of White Dragon Temple. I have an intuition that there is something mysterious waiting for me in White Dragon Temple that will give me great benefits," Tyrant said. Hearing this, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. They had seen the power of the God Trembling Monument, especially Jiang Chen. In his eyes, the level of the God Trembling Monument was probably comparable to the Zulong Tower. Such a supreme treasure had a certain spirituality. Since it was the God Trembling Monument that pointed Tyrant in the right direction, it definitely wouldn't be wrong. "Good. Monk, this is a very good thing for you. The God Trembling Monument will definitely not harm you. Furthermore, with your current state, going to the White Dragon Temple is a very good choice. Your growth there will be beyond imagination," Jiang Chen said. The status of the White Dragon Temple in the Immortal Realms was similar to the status of the Great Lightning Tune Temple in Saint Origin World. Both were known as the Holy Land of Buddhism. Although they usually kept a low profile, no one dared to look down on the existence of the White Dragon Temple. Every eminent monk that came from the White Dragon Temple was a figure that shocked the world. "Damn it! Little monk, do your best to mingle in the White Dragon Temple. In the future, when Lord Dog goes to the White Dragon Temple, I can be a big boss," De Huang Dog said proudly while wagging his thick tail. "Don't worry, brother, I will be leaving first. You guys better be careful when you arrive at East Xuanyu. However, my worry is completely unnecessary because when the two of you arrive at East Xuanyu, those geniuses in East Xuanyu will have a headache. I can already imagine that in the near future, East Xuanyu will be in chaos," Tyrant said with a smile. He knew that worrying about Jiang Chen was completely unnecessary. It would be more practical to worry about the geniuses in East Xuanyu. Tyrant left, disappearing without a trace. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog stared at the direction where Tyrant disappeared. Only after Tyrant's silhouette had disappeared for a long time did they regain their senses. The brothers had just reunited not too long ago and they were already separated again. It was unknown when they would meet again. It was impossible to say that they didn't feel the slightest bit of sadness. Let's go. Let's head to East Xuanyu. De Huang Dog said. Let's go. We will start a new journey. There are still many things to do. Jiang Chen rubbed De Huang Dog's head. With this dog around, he, Jiang Chen, would never be lonely. No matter when, De Huang Dog would always be by his side. They had experienced too many things along the way. The only thing that remained unchanged was the relationship between him and De Huang Dog. It was getting deeper and deeper. Brat, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? In the future, can you not fucking touch Master Dog's head? Master Dog's head is very precious. This kind of behavior is a serious disrespect to Master Dog. It has seriously hurt the dignity of a dog. No, I'm not a dog. All right, I won't rub it in the future. Jiang Chen, fuck you. Take your big hand away. They were a pair of clowns. Soon, they disappeared from the sky of Han's spirit zone. Jiang Chen's trip to East Xuanyu signaled the beginning of a new journey. There were bound to be grudges and gratitude in front of him. Jiang Chen was already used to it. He was also mentally prepared for it. Moreover, Jiang Chen had things to do in this trip to East Xuanyu. Wu Ningzhu's news, Tian Jizi's cultivation, and Yan Qinyu's relationship with Immortal Slayer King and Great Emperor Zhang Xian. It was still not the right time for Jiang Chen to find out the secret behind it. Therefore, the most important thing for Jiang Chen now was to improve his cultivation. East Xuanyu was the place where his cultivation would soar again. The distance between Han's spirit zone and Eastern Profound Domain was tens of thousands of kilometers. The distance was just too far. It was separated by thousands of mountains and rivers and countless natural barriers. Even with Jiang Chen and Big Yellow's speed, they were afraid that it would take them a month's time to reach their destination even if they didn't stop. Along the way, the man and the dog played with each other, but it was not lonely. On this day, the noisy De Huang Dog suddenly quieted down. He didn't say a word. His eyes looked a little obsessed. His body was constantly radiating golden light that flickered, making De Huang Dog look incomparably magical. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. To De Huang Dog, such a state was a sign of advancement. De Huang Dog had once absorbed a large amount of the essence of the immortal execution sword and had been hiding it in his body, refining it all the time. During this period of time, as De Huang Dog's foundation continued to stabilize, he was finally able to advance again. This time, De Huang Dog would directly advance from the peak of Intermediate Golden Immortal Realm to the Late Golden Immortal Realm, or even reach the peak of Late Golden Immortal Realm. In addition, De Huang Dog's bloodline was very strong. Even if he was only at the peak of Late Golden Immortal Realm, he could still easily kill a half-step Immortal King. Even if he encountered an ordinary early Immortal King, he would still have the strength to fight. If he used his terrifying innate divine ability, he would be able to suppress an ordinary early Immortal King. Of course, De Huang Dog still had the most terrifying trump card, the Immortal Execution Sword. Once he exerted a trace of the power of the Immortal Execution Sword, killing an Immortal King would be a piece of cake. Who? Chapter 1399. After advancing to the Late Golden Immortal Realm, De Huang Dog's chi didn't show any signs of weakening. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. This situation was exactly as he had expected. De Huang Dog's current foundation was just too strong. It was only normal for his cultivation base to reach the peak of Late Golden Immortal Realm. Eventually, De Huang Dog's cultivation base stopped at the peak of Late Golden Immortal Realm, only a step away from the half-step Immortal King realm. Naturally, Jiang Chen was very happy about De Huang Dog's progress. Now that they were going to East Xuanyu, it could be said that there were experts everywhere, which wasn't a place that One Line Sky could compare to. The only way to establish a foothold in East Xuanyu was to have a strong cultivation base. Therefore, it was very important for them to improve their cultivation base at this time. Damn dog, you're improving very fast. Jiang Chen reached out his hand to stroke De Huang Dog's head. Woof. De Huang Dog was infuriated. He opened his mouth and bit Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen was startled and hastily retracted his hand. You still dare to say that you're not a dog? How many times have I told you? Don't touch Master Dog's head. Otherwise, I'll bite you to death. De Huang Dog was very angry at Jiang Chen's constant stroking of his head. However, along the way, Jiang Chen's big hand would stroke De Huang Dog's head whenever he was free. A man and a dog fought and played. The journey wasn't lonely at all. A month passed by very quickly. In this 1 month, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog couldn't remember how many miles they had flown. In any case, it was an unimaginably long distance. During this period of time, they had experienced countless hurricanes and storms, encountered powerful demonic devils, and even encountered the calamity of primitive barbarians. However, to Jiang Chen and Big Yellow, these obstacles weren't worth mentioning at all. They were able to get rid of them effortlessly. On top of a mountain peak, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog stood facing the wind as they looked at the ethereal fairyland in front of them. There were tens of thousands of mountains in the forest, and they suddenly felt an indescribable sense of carefreeness. After crossing this mountain range, they would truly step into the territory of East Xuanyu. The immortal world is the same as Saint Origin world. It's a complete world, but the difference in the heaven and earth yuan qi in different regions is too great. We haven't even reached East Xuanyu, but the density of the immortal qi here is already 10 times that of one-line sky. No wonder the cultivators here are incomparably powerful. There's a saying that each place nurtures its own people. It's not wrong at all. This is also why experts above the immortal king realm are unwilling to go to a small place like one-line sky, and why experts from small places would run to East Xuanyu once their cultivation base has reached a certain level. Jiang Chen said. It had been a long time since they entered the immortal world. He had basically figured out the situation here. There were 9 immortal domains. Each of them was an independent immortal world. There were even spatial barriers between the immortal domains. The 9 immortal domains were completely independent. But this was also good. If all the immortals of the 9 immortal domains gathered together, it would be hard to imagine how chaotic the immortal world would be. The ethereal immortal domain alone was boundless in the immortal world. After this mountain range, we will reach East Xuanyu. Let's not waste any more time, Big Yellow said, then turned into a ray of golden light and flew forward. Jiang Chen didn't slow down. It had taken them almost a month to reach their destination from one-line sky. Finally, they arrived at their destination. Roar! Just as Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog approached the mountain range, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded from the depths of the mountain range. Then, the whole mountain range started to shake. The earth quaked. Roar, roar, roar. Then, the roars of innumerable demonic beasts resounded. Even though they were far away, Jiang Chen could see an extremely tragic battle taking place in the mountain range. Blood kept spurting out from below. Some of the blood even spurted tens of feet high. Crash! Innumerable trees and ancient vines were broken. In the blink of an eye, all the living beings within 100 miles of the mountain range were wiped out. Not to mention demonic beasts, not even a single plant survived. It could be seen that countless demonic beasts were frightened and began to flee in all directions. It was as if the end of the world had arrived in the mountain range. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had incomparably sharp senses. They both sensed a strong aura of a demon king in the mountain range. That was a demon of the immortal king realm. Motherfucker! Is East Xuanyu so terrifying? It's just a small mountain range at the edge of the mountain range, and there's already a demon king. Isn't this too ridiculous? De Huang Dog had the urge to spurt out blood. This was just the edge of East Xuanyu. At best, it was just a small place. Normally, no one would come here, but there was already a demon king here. If that was the case, who knew how many powerful experts there would be in the inner regions of East Xuanyu? Perhaps, immortal kings would be everywhere. This isn't right. It seems like there's only one demon king. The other demonic beasts are slightly weaker. I don't know what's wrong with this demon king, but it actually started a massacre here. It seems like it wants to destroy everything here. To the demonic beasts in this mountain range, this is undoubtedly an apocalyptic devastation. Jiang Chen said, "Waha! Submit to me. All of you have to submit to me." A wild laughter rang from below. It was the demon king that emitted a domineering aura. Within this domineering aura, there was also a strong divine aura. What a powerful divine aura. It seems like this isn't an ordinary demon king. Jiang Chen's expression stiffened. Come, let's go and have a look. De Huang Dog was instantly excited. If there was only an ordinary demon king in this mountain range, it wouldn't attract their attention, but the aura of this demon king contained a strong divine aura. This point alone was enough to show that this demon king wasn't ordinary. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog immediately retracted their aura and drifted towards the inner regions of the mountain range. A powerful demon king was no joke. Frah, frah. Screams of demonic beasts could be heard everywhere in the inner regions of the mountain range. The divine aura was getting stronger and stronger, almost enveloping a large part of the mountain range. All the demonic beasts were jumping up and down. Some of the weaker demonic beasts couldn't withstand the pressure and were forced to crawl on the ground, trembling. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog saw a gigantic beast that was emitting golden light wantonly destroying everything here. It wasn't a huge beast. Its body was about the same size as De Huang Dog when he transformed into a dragon horse. The gigantic beast was covered with golden scales and a scarlet flame was floating on the surface of its body. Its 2 golden horns were dazzling and full of mysteriousness. Its pair of fiery red eyes were sacred and inviolable. Chapter 1400. King. That was the innate qi of a king. The sacred qi radiating from this giant beast was almost the same as the bloodline of a divine beast of De Huang Dog. In other words, the bloodline of this giant beast was also the bloodline of a divine beast. The giant beast was the demon king. When Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog saw the appearance of this giant beast, they couldn't help but exclaim at the same time, "Fire Qilin!" Both Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were utterly shocked. They had never thought that they would see a legendary divine beast as soon as they arrived at East Xuanyu. That's right. This giant beast in front of them was the legendary divine beast Qilin, one of the 5 elemental divine beasts. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, Qilin. Fire Qilin was the strongest among the Qilin. It was very aggressive and had the unique bloodline of a divine beast. Legend had it that Qilin was an auspicious omen and represented divinity. That was why it was also known as the divine beast. In this heaven and earth, divine beasts were very rare, let alone the fire Qilin. Even if it wasn't extinct, it was still a fantasy to see one. However, what appeared in front of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog was a pure fire Qilin. It was unknown where this fire Qilin came from. It didn't seem to be an adult Qilin. If it was an adult Qilin, its strength would certainly be earth-shattering. This Qilin was merely an early immortal king, but even so, it was already terrifying enough. My God! There's actually a fire Qilin here. The appearance of a Qilin is a true auspicious omen, but a divine beast like Qilin should be incomparably arrogant. Why would it come to this low-grade mountain range to wreak havoc? Jiang Chen was a little puzzled, but the surprise that Qilin brought him couldn't be reduced. Haha, cool. This is fun. This is too fun. The fire Qilin spoke in human language and laughed heartily, seemingly having a great time. Jiang Chen and Big Yellow suddenly felt dizzy. It turned out that the fire Qilin had come here just to play with all the living beings in the mountain range. It was truly cruel of the Qilin to play with them. It seems like this fire Qilin is a divine beast of some super sect that just came out to play. De Huang Dog guessed. De Huang, there's no one around right now. Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog. His eyes flickered and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Damn it! But this Qilin is not easy to deal with. I'm afraid it's much more difficult to deal with than Tian Muyun. Even if you and I join forces, it'll be difficult for us to defeat it. De Huang Dog said. How could he not know what Jiang Chen was thinking? This was a saint beast, Qilin. If he could absorb the blood of a Qilin, the benefits he would obtain would be unimaginable. However, although De Huang Dog said so, his eyes were more excited than Jiang Chen's. The 2 brothers exchanged glances and basically made a decision. If they didn't do it after encountering such a situation, they would be letting themselves down. If they missed this opportunity, they wouldn't get another one. Just like what De Huang Dog said, this Qilin was probably a saint beast of some super sect that had come out on its own. This was the best opportunity to strike. Once the Qilin returned, there would be no more chances. Of course, the decision to kill the fire Qilin was not a matter of courage alone. The key was strength. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had decided to do it, which meant that they had the strength to do it. Although the fire Qilin's combat strength was tyrannical and difficult to deal with, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog had seen all kinds of powerful characters and experienced all kinds of challenges. How would they know if they didn't give it a try? Even if they couldn't defeat the fire Qilin in the end, escaping was not a problem. The man and the dog casually weighed the pros and cons and felt that they wouldn't suffer any losses. Besides, it was a rare experience to be able to fight a powerful holy beast Qilin. Boom! A large area of thick trees was destroyed by the fire Qilin. The huge body of the fire Qilin appeared in front of Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. At this time, the fire Qilin had already wreaked havoc in this mountain range for thousands of miles without any hindrance. Now that it saw a man and a dog daring to block its way, the fire Qilin couldn't help but be stunned. Roar! After being stunned for a while, the fire Qilin saw that Jiang Chen and a Huang dog had no intention of moving away. Immediately, the fire Qilin roared angrily. In its opinion, these two reckless guys in front of it were simply disrespecting it and looking down on it by not running away when they saw it. You two ants, how dare you block my way? Are you courting death? The fire Qilin's eyes spat out flames, showing that it was very angry, very angry. This place was opened by me, and these trees were planted by me. If you want to leave this place, you'll have to pay for the road. Big guy, this mountain range belongs to Master Dog. You came here and destroyed so many flowers and plants. You don't respect Master Dog at all. De Huang Dog said calmly. Hearing that, the fire Qilin was stunned. Suddenly, it had the urge to puke blood. Where the hell did this yellow dog come from? How dare he ask me to give him face? Who the hell are you? How can you be so shameless? Right now, the fire Qilin was very angry because it felt that it had lost face. Who was it? A dignified saint beast, Qilin, was actually looked down upon by a dog who called it a big guy. How could it accept this? It was unbearable. In any case, it was unbearable. Roar! Stupid dog, how dare you provoke the might of a saint and look down on me? You're simply courting death. Now that you've offended me, there's no way you'll be able to survive in this world. Kneel down and kowtow to me as an apology. Then, I'll eat you up so that you won't suffer any pain. The fire Qilin glared at the Da Huang dog and roared. A saint beast like this was incomparably arrogant and had an extremely noble bloodline. Now that it had been spoiled rotten by some big sect, it was simply lawless and unbridled, slaughtering all living beings. In its eyes, human cultivators were nothing but ants that could be trampled on as they pleased. Towards a divine beast like this, Jiang Chen would never be polite. Kneel your granny. You probably don't know of Master Dog's fame and power. You'll be scared to death if I tell you about it. Forget it, I won't talk so much with you. If you take the initiative to let out your blood and let Master Dog drink until he's full, Master Dog will spare your life today. De Huang Dog stretched out his paw and gestured at the fire Qilin. This time, the fire Qilin was furious. The flames on the surface of its body instantly turned into a sea of fire, spraying out in all directions. In an instant, all the flowers and trees within a radius of 100 miles were burned to ashes. At the same time, the fire Qilin opened its bloody mouth and bit towards De Huang Dog. It had to kill this dog immediately. Only by doing so could it vent the hatred in its heart. Chapter 1401. The Qilin fire was the saint fire of the heavens and earth. Its power was naturally astonishing, almost comparable to Jiang Chen's true dragon fire. At this moment, the Qilin's huge mouth was also carrying a strong saint fire. If De Huang Dog was swallowed by the Qilin, he would be burned alive. Unfortunately, even though the fire Qilin was a mighty immortal king, it was still impossible for it to devour De Huang Dog in one go. Hong! De Huang Dog's qi had undergone a tremendous change. Scales appeared on the surface of his body. In the face of the powerful fire Qilin, De Huang Dog didn't dare to show any neglect. Both of them were divine beasts of the same level, and there was a huge gap in their cultivation base. In other words, without Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog would never be a match for the fire Qilin. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen was still the main force in this battle. A ray of light shot out from the dragon horn on De Huang Dog's head, colliding heavily with the fire Qilin. The powerful impact tore the void apart. The fire Qilin closed its mouth, but De Huang Dog reacted very quickly and escaped, making the fire Qilin's mouth useless. However, De Huang Dog didn't have it easy at all. After being shaken by the powerful impact, his qi began to scatter. De Huang Dog couldn't withstand the chi wave of the fire Qilin. His current combat strength was enough to deal with an ordinary early immortal king. A saint beast like the fire Qilin wasn't an ordinary being. Even if Tian Muyun didn't die, he wouldn't be a match for the fire Qilin. For God's sake. It's worthy of being a saint beast of the heavens and earth. I'm no match for it at all. De Huang Dog spoke gloomily. Never thought that a dead dog would have such a powerful divine beast bloodline. This is truly a miracle. This is great. Sure enough, I didn't come here in vain today. If I can eat this dog, it will bring me endless benefits. My cultivation base will advance to the intermediate immortal king realm. The fire Qilin, who was originally furious, was overjoyed when it discovered the aura of the De Huang Dog's bloodline. Both of them were divine beasts, so the fire Qilin could also sense this powerful and noble bloodline directly. There was no way the flame Qilin wouldn't be excited. Today, he had only come out to play around. He was going to wreak havoc in this mountain range in search of happiness. But who would have thought that there would be such an important and unexpected harvest? He encountered a divine beast. Just as the fire Qilin was about to launch another attack at the De Huang Dog, Jiang Chen finally stopped hiding. He completely released his powerful aura and transformed into a war dragon. Judging from his aura alone, he was not weaker than the fire Qilin at all. What? The fire Qilin exclaimed again, looking at Jiang Chen in disbelief. The fire Qilin did not even bother to look at this human who was only a golden immortal. In his eyes, a golden immortal human was nothing more than an ant. He could kill him with a sneeze. Never had he thought that this incomparably small human could turn into a raging dragon in the blink of an eye. A vivid and lifelike raging dragon. As a matter of fact, this kind of transformation skill was not strange at all. Some major powers once had secret techniques that could absorb the bloodline of demonic beasts and transform, achieving the purpose of increasing their combat strength in a short period of time. But what really shocked the fire Qilin was that he could actually sense the aura of a real dragon from this human in front of him. That's right. It was the aura of a real dragon. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense the aura of Jiang Chen, but the fire Qilin could. The dragon was the king of all beasts, the true king of the heaven and earth, the noblest creature. The Qilin was one of the few divine beasts that could be compared to the dragon. Therefore, the fire Qilin could sense the bloodline of a real dragon, just like how he sensed the bloodline of a real dragon in the De Huang Dog. Impossible. How is this possible? This guy is clearly a human. How could he turn into a real dragon after transforming? This is the real bloodline of a real dragon. I can't be wrong. This is unbelievable. The fire Qilin felt that he was about to lose his mind. He had just seen the most unbelievable thing in the heaven and earth. A human actually had the bloodline of a real dragon. Of course, he would not know that after cultivating the dragon transformation skill, Jiang Chen had already completed the complete dragon transformation. Now, he was a real dragon. A noble real dragon. This guy must be lucky. I don't know what kind of opportunity he encountered to absorb the bloodline of a real dragon. This king's luck is really too good today. Both of these guys have the bloodline of a powerful divine beast, especially this kid's bloodline of a real dragon, which is even above my saint bloodline. If I can absorb his bloodline, my cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds, and my bloodline will become even nobler. The heavens are really helping me. This king really has the most heaven-defying luck in the heaven and earth. The fire Qilin was extremely excited. He suddenly shifted his attention from the De Huang Dog to Jiang Chen. He was prepared to eat this human who could use the transformation skill first, and then eat the De Huang Dog. In any case, in his opinion, whether it was Jiang Chen or the De Huang Dog, they were both existences like ants. Even if they had the bloodline of a divine beast, they were still not his opponent. The huge gap in cultivation couldn't be made up for. Kid, this king advises you to stand there and be passive. Let this king drink all of your blood. How about it? The fire Qilin actually started discussing with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was stunned. He truly felt that this fire Qilin was an idiot. What the hell was this guy trying to discuss with someone to let his opponent stand there and wait for death? What kind of weird thought process was this? Did he really think that he was so awesome? True dragon palm. Jiang Chen didn't want to talk nonsense with the fire Qilin anymore. The fluctuations of the battle here were too big. Moreover, the fire Qilin's saint breath was too obvious. It would be bad if other experts from East Xuanyu were attracted here. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to end this battle quickly and use the sharpest method to take down this fire Qilin. Rumble. Jiang Chen immediately unleashed a terrifying true dragon palm. A huge blood-red dragon claw pressed down on the fire Qilin like a barrier. So strong. The fire Qilin's expression changed. He didn't expect this human to be so terrifying. Even that dog was much more terrifying. Of course, the terror of the true dragon palm couldn't be the reason why the fire Qilin was afraid of Jiang Chen. As a powerful saint beast, the fire Qilin never knew the meaning of fear. In his mind, he was the absolute king, inviolable. The fire Qilin also moved. He raised his thick Qilin claws and slammed towards the true dragon palm. Rumble. Energy that could topple mountains and overturn seas spread out wantonly like tidal waves. The void was shattered inch by inch. This attack was too tyrannical. Even the aftermath of the attack was destructive. Chapter 1402. Both of them were incomparably ferocious. So, the consequences of a powerful collision could be imagined. The entire mountain range was in chaos. Many demon beasts took advantage of the fact that someone was trying to stop the fire Qilin and began to flee for their lives. This mountain range was about to be destroyed. They had to escape as soon as possible. Staying here would only lead to death. Just the shockwaves released by the other party could easily take their lives. Hung Long. In the sky, Jiang Chen and the fire Qilin had exchanged a dozen blows. The void was completely destroyed. Jiang Chen was shaken so much that he took a dozen steps back before he could stabilize his body. Even the mighty fire Qilin couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Impossible! How can a golden immortal be so powerful? The fire Qilin turned pale with fright. He didn't dare to underestimate Jiang Chen anymore. He couldn't believe that a golden immortal could be so powerful. Initially, he thought that he could crush Jiang Chen into powder with just a casual strike. He didn't expect such an ending. After exchanging more than a dozen blows, he couldn't even hurt his opponent, let alone kill him. At best, he could only gain the upper hand. Compared to the fire Qilin's shock, Jiang Chen was equally shocked. In the battle just now, he had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. One should know that when he was fighting Tian Muyun, they were equally matched at the beginning and there was no clear winner. Moreover, the current him was different from when he fought with Tian Muyun. After a month of cultivation in Zulong Tower and another month of cultivation on his way to East Xuanyu, the dragon marks in his body didn't change, but his foundation was solid and his combat strength had naturally increased. However, even under such circumstances, he was still no match for the fire Qilin. This didn't mean that he wasn't strong enough. It only meant that the fire Qilin was too powerful. It was a powerful saint beast that ordinary people couldn't compare with. Even a genius like Tian Muyun was no match for the fire Qilin. In fact, he was the kind of person who was completely no match for it. This guy isn't easy to deal with. Jiang Chen frowned. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy to kill the fire Qilin today. Even if he used the 9 Dragons Annihilation Art, he still didn't have absolute confidence. After all, the fire Qilin wasn't something that Tian Muyun could compare with. De Huang Dog was enraged. Or rather, his fighting spirit had been completely stimulated. After witnessing the terror of the fire Qilin with his own eyes, De Huang Dog's blood was instantly ignited. He raised his head to the sky and roared. The aura of his bloodline was exposed and his aura kept rising. This guy. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. He knew what De Huang Dog was doing. De Huang Dog was using the remaining essence of the immortal execution sword to break through to the half-step immortal king realm in a short period of time. If it was any other time, Jiang Chen would certainly stop him. After all, De Huang Dog had just advanced to the peak of late golden immortal realm not long ago. If he forcibly broke through to the half-step immortal king realm now, it would more or less affect his foundation. But now, Jiang Chen didn't stop De Huang Dog's action. This was a kind of unyielding behavior. As a mighty divine beast, dignity was more important than anything else. De Huang Dog had an unyielding spirit in his body. Now, he wanted to stimulate this spirit. The purpose of De Huang Dog was to deal with the fire Qilin. Under the influence of this spirit, even if De Huang Dog's cultivation base reached the half-step immortal king realm, it wouldn't affect his foundation. Moreover, his foundation would become more stable as his cultivation base improved. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Humph! You want to advance in front of me? That's impossible. I'll eat you first, then that brat. The fire Qilin harumphed coldly, turned, and rushed towards the Huang dog. After realizing that Jiang Chen wasn't easy to deal with, the fire Qilin decided to kill the Huang dog first. No matter which one he killed first, he would be able to absorb the divine beast bloodline in their bodies. At that time, his cultivation base would improve instantly. Then, he would turn around and kill the other one effortlessly. The fire Qilin's plan was very good, but unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to realize it. Swoosh! Almost when the fire Qilin was about to make a move, Jiang Chen appeared in front of him. Perhaps Jiang Chen's current combat strength wasn't as strong as the fire Qilin, but in terms of movement technique and speed, two fire Qilins wouldn't be able to catch up with him. Your opponent is me, Jiang Chen said. His fighting spirit was even stronger than before. It wasn't easy to encounter a powerful opponent. The more powerful the opponent was, the more it could stimulate Jiang Chen's fighting spirit. This kind of battle would always make his blood boil. You're courting death. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll kill you first. The fire Qilin flew into a rage. It opened its mouth and spat out a pillar of fire. It was completely condensed out of holy flame and contained the fire Qilin's incomparably powerful attack power. This attack seemed ordinary, but it was no small matter. It could be said to be a very powerful attack of the fire Qilin's. Fire Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen showed no fear. He immediately unleashed a powerful fire dragon seal, fighting fire with fire. Although the holy flame was terrifying, the true dragon fire wasn't bad either. Not to mention, Jiang Chen's true dragon fire contained the powerful true thunderfire. The fire dragon roared. After appearing, it fiercely collided with the pillar of fire unleashed by the fire Qilin. The fire dragon seal was completely condensed out of the true dragon fire and the true thunder fire. Of course, there was no shortage of energy provided by the massive dragon marks. Rumble. The sky had completely changed color. More than half of the mountain range was on the verge of being destroyed. The shockwave created a deep crater, which was still emitting black smoke. True dragon flame. There is another powerful flame within it. Is this kid a human or a dragon? He is even able to control true dragons. However, regardless of whether he is a human or a dragon, I will kill him today. If I can obtain true dragon flames and fuse them into my saint flame, the benefits will be boundless. The fire Qilin was shocked once again. At the same time, he became even more excited. Jiang Chen's true dragon fire had successfully aroused his greed. Naturally, the fire Qilin didn't know that while he was coveting Jiang Chen's true dragon fire, Jiang Chen had also begun coveting his holy flame. Just like the fire Qilin, if Jiang Chen could obtain the holy flame and merge it with the true dragon fire and the thunder fire, the benefits would be endless. Swish! After unleashing the fire dragon seal, Jiang Chen unleashed the heavenly saint's sword with lightning speed. He and the heavenly saint's sword became one, and the sword radiance was as bright as the heavenly river. It was like the birth of a violent dragon, slashing towards the fire Qilin. Chapter 1403. Qilin Heaven Trampling. The fire Qilin roared and the terrifying sound waves were like thunder. At the same time, the fire Qilin's aura was extremely tyrannical. Scarlet flames kept erupting like a volcano. The fire Qilin's body, which was already very majestic, grew even bigger. It was now twice as big. The terrifying Qilin's claw was like a mountain, stomping towards Jiang Chen's heavenly saint sword. Wherever the claw passed, the void was shattered. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. The sky was shaking, as if a hole was going to appear in the sky. This Qilin Heaven Trampling was similar to Jiang Chen's Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Both were extremely powerful combat skills, innate divine abilities that surpassed everything. It wasn't something that ordinary combat skills could compare with. The void was completely shattered. Terrifying storms were everywhere. The Qilin Heaven Trampling could be said to be extremely terrifying. The giant claw stomped right on top of Jiang Chen's heavenly saint sword. The might of the Qilin Heaven Trampling almost shattered the heavenly saint's sword. However, Jiang Chen wasn't any weaker. The unity of man and sword was also an extremely terrifying attack. Under full force, it was enough to contend against the fire Qilin. Pa pa pa. The void cracked inch by inch, and a cold and gloomy storm rushed out from within, adding an eerie atmosphere to the battlefield. After Jiang Chen slashed out with his sword, he didn't stop attacking. Instead, he continued slashing out with his sword. Each strike was earth-shattering, and each strike carried an unstoppable force. Furthermore, his attack speed was extremely fast, and the energy in his qi was endless, so he wasn't afraid of running out of energy. Naturally, the fire qilin wasn't any weaker. Jiang Chen's terrifying sword couldn't hurt the fire qilin at all. Instead, the fire qilin's strong counterattack made Jiang Chen feel very uncomfortable. Although he still had the upper hand on the surface, the fire qilin's anger had grown to a point where it could not be quenched. This was not the result he wanted. In his opinion, it was an incomparably shameful thing for him to fight a puny golden immortal for so long with his identity and ability. Even more humiliating was that he'd worked hard for such a long time, yet not only had he been unable to defeat the fire qilin, he hadn't even harmed the slightest hair on the fire qilin. This was undoubtedly an extremely severe blow to the extremely proud fire qilin. On the other side, De Huang Dog had advanced again after crazily refining the essence of the immortal execution sword, advancing to the half-step immortal king realm. From the late golden immortal realm to the half-step immortal king realm was a huge hurdle. It was very difficult for ordinary cultivators to cross this hurdle. If it was an ordinary immortal, even if he had enormous energy, he wouldn't be able to break through to the half-step immortal king realm, because it involved a kind of enlightenment. It wasn't easy to cross this huge hurdle. However, this kind of hurdle and bottleneck didn't seem to exist to De Huang Dog at all. It was just like when Jiang Chen was in Saint Origin World, the reincarnation of a saint, and the whole process of cultivation was smooth sailing. There were no bottlenecks or hurdles at all. After advancing to the half-step immortal king realm, De Huang Dog's combat strength had become even more terrifying. Now, he had completely transformed into a mystical dragon horse. The third horn on top of his head was flickering with lightning. After the lightning rushed out, it didn't attack Fire Qilin directly, but wrapped his entire head with lightning. After that, Big Yellow launched his attack as well. His attack was as simple as usual. He raised his head, then his body shot forward like an arrow that was released from a bow. Courting death. Upon seeing this, Fire Qilin sneered. Using his head to attack was simply a stupid way of fighting. This action was equivalent to courting death. Even though De Huang Dog had advanced to the half-step golden immortal realm, Fire Qilin still didn't put it in his eyes. Fire Qilin raised his huge claw at lightning speed and stomped on De Huang Dog's head. In his opinion, this stomp was enough to crush De Huang Dog's head into a pulp, leaving nothing behind. Bang! However, reality was always cruel. When Fire Qilin's huge claw collided with De Huang Dog's head, only then did he understand why De Huang Dog dared to attack with his head. It turned out that this wasn't courting death, but a powerful divine ability. That's right. De Huang Dog's head was a divine ability, a divine weapon. Pai pai pa pa. Lightning crackled. Under this crazy collision, Fire Qilin was forced to take a few steps back. Although this situation was partly due to Fire Qilin's carelessness, it also fully showed the scariness of De Huang Dog. As a matter of fact, Dragon Horse and Qilin were divine beasts of the same level, but De Huang Dog was different. He belonged to the mutated Dragon Horse. Although his bloodline wasn't as noble as Fire Qilin, his innate divine ability was much more terrifying. Moreover, De Huang Dog had a lot of secrets and extremely rich combat experience. That attack just now might seem simple, but it was an attack that De Huang Dog had exerted all of his strength. The power of his third horn was fully integrated into the attack, which was why the careless Fire Qilin was forced to retreat. Why. Fire Qilin was on the verge of going berserk. He knew that he had encountered two abnormal people today, and they were the extremely abnormal kind. However, this situation didn't make Fire Qilin flinch at all. On the contrary, his desire to kill became more exuberant. In the face of a noble bloodline, there was no such thing as retreat. However, it was this noble thinking that harmed him. If he hadn't dealt with Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, he would never know how terrifying these two guys were, especially when they joined forces. If Fire Qilin retreated without a fight, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog wouldn't be able to stop him at all. However, if Fire Qilin continued to fight with the two of them, the consequences were basically imaginable. De Huang Dog and Jiang Chen looked at each other and saw the solemn look in each other's eyes. Little Chenzi, this Fire Qilin is too powerful. He has a powerful divine beast bloodline. It's extremely difficult to kill him. Don't hide anymore. I'll use my innate divine ability later, and you can use your heavenly dragon combat halberd. Try to injure him severely. De Huang Dog transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded. At this time, it was basically the most critical moment of the battle. If they wanted to kill Fire Qilin, they couldn't hold back anymore. They had to use their strongest trump card. Jiang Chen's current trump card was the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. With his current cultivation and combat strength, 9 dragons extinguishing the world was still Jiang Chen's strongest move. Roar! Chapter 1404. The Fire Qilin had gone completely berserk. He had finally come out, but he had never thought that he would suffer such a blow. His invincible belief had begun to waver. The Fire Qilin was going to unleash all of its terror. The Saint Fire had already condensed into a substance. Then, these flames fused into one of the giant claws, making the arm even more majestic. An unprecedented energy burst out of the mighty Qilin arm. This was a method to stimulate the power of the Qilin arm. It was also an innate ability of the Fire Qilin. By using the mutated Qilin arm to cast the Qilin stomping the sky, it could really stomp a hole in the sky. Its power was at least 2 times greater than the original Qilin stomping the sky. On the other side, De Huang Dog took out the 3rd dragon horn. The 3rd dragon horn was the result of the mutation of the dragon horse bloodline. It was also this mutation that created a different dragon horse and a different De Huang Dog. Such a mutation allowed the half-step immortal king De Huang Dog to have the strength to fight an early immortal king Fire Qilin. Jiang Chen also moved. Both sides knew that this was an incomparably crucial battle. A battle that would determine life and death. Jiang Chen kept the Heavenly Saint's sword. It wasn't because the Heavenly Saint's sword wasn't powerful enough. In fact, in terms of power, the current Heavenly Saint's sword was already comparable to the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, and could even surpass it. However, in a real battle, the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd still needed the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, because the 9 slaughters of the Heavenly Dragon was the most important. Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, 9 slaughters of the world. Downfall of the Dragon Horse. Qilin Divine Arm. Qilin stomping the sky. At this moment, Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog and Fire Qilin cast out their most powerful attacks at the same time. They all had the same idea. To use this move to kill the opponent, or at least to injure the opponent severely. Hung Long. This was an unprecedentedly fierce battle. This was the first time De Huang Dog had cast out his downfall of the dragon horse. This showed how much importance De Huang Dog attached to Fire Qilin. Of course, as a saint beast of heaven and earth, Fire Qilin also had the qualification to be taken seriously. Hell. The roar of the dragon, the roar of the halberd, the roar of the dragon horse, the roar of the Qilin. Boundless terrifying energy collided with each other in different forms. It was imaginable that if an ordinary early immortal king expert were to join the battle, he or she would be beaten to death. If a half-step immortal king were to enter here, then merely the aftershock emitted by their attacks would be sufficient to crush that half-step immortal king into powder. Rumble. The sky was smashed, and a big hole was blown in the sky. Large areas of the fan were destroyed. Boundless waves of fire swooped down, and it seemed like they were going to wreak havoc in this mountain range. On the battlefield, the illusory Qilin, the battle dragon danced, and the dragon horse spun. The battle caused the sky to darken, and the weather to change. If someone were to pass by at this time, they would definitely be shocked speechless. This was a sacred battle between divine beasts. It was something that was rarely seen in 100 years. Barf. Under the joint attack of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, the Fire Qilin was finally suppressed and forced to retreat. The powerful impact of the energy made the Fire Qilin spurt out a mouthful of blood. It could be seen that the Fire Qilin had suffered some injuries in the collision just now. However, to the Fire Qilin, it was only some injuries. It was still far from a serious injury. In other words, the current Fire Qilin still had powerful combat strength. Roar! Bastard! Bastard! You 2 ants! How dare you hurt me? You are finished. You are completely finished. You have successfully enraged me. The Fire Qilin roared. He couldn't accept such a reality. Given his king physique, he was actually injured by 2 golden immortals. This was simply ridiculous. This was a humiliation to him. He would never allow such a thing to happen. In order to maintain his face, he had to kill both of them. Only in this way could he redeem his lost face. On the opposite side, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were astonished. The power of the fire qilin had exceeded their imagination. It was much more terrifying than what they had imagined. Although the attack just now had injured the fire qilin, Jiang Chen had consumed a lot of his energy. At least, given his current combat strength, it was almost impossible for him to cast out the 9 dragons extinguishing world again. The same went for De Huang Dog. Although De Huang Dog still had a terrifying supply of energy, his cultivation base wasn't strong enough. Although he had already advanced to the half-step Immortal King realm, it was still impossible for him to fight the fire qilin alone. For God's sake! It seems like I have to go all out today. Little Chenzi, you keep him occupied. Master Dog is going to cast out the Immortal Execution Sword. De Huang Dog gritted his teeth and made a crazy decision. He had decided to use the mighty Immortal Execution Sword. Given the current situation, there seemed to be no better way to deal with the fire qilin other than using the Immortal Execution Sword. The consumption of the Immortal Execution Sword is huge. Are you confident? Jiang Chen asked with a frown. His eyes were filled with worry. Don't worry. Others might not be confident, but I am. The Immortal Execution Sword contains my bloodline. I have already gained the recognition of the sword. Of course, the consumption will be huge. After I get rid of this qilin, just let me drink 2 more bowls of qilin saint blood. De Huang Dog licked his lips. His face revealed a crazy look. Facing the temptation of a saint beast qilin was indeed worth it. The fire qilin went berserk. Once again, it madly attacked Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Clang! Jiang Chen was already prepared. The heavenly dragon combat halberd blocked in front of the fire qilin and started a fierce battle with it. What Jiang Chen needed to do now was to keep the fire qilin occupied and buy time for De Huang Dog. It should be known that it was not easy to cast out the Immortal Execution Sword. The Immortal Execution Sword was originally the Immortal Execution King's battle weapon, a terrifying emperor weapon. Now that it had been reforged, it was also a terrifying emperor weapon. With De Huang Dog's current cultivation base, it was very difficult to forcibly cast out the emperor weapon and its power. If it was an ordinary person, even if they obtained the Immortal Execution Sword, they would not be able to display its power. However, De Huang Dog had a certain relationship with the Immortal Execution Sword. He had already gained the recognition of the Immortal Execution Sword. There was even a large amount of Immortal Execution Sword's essence remaining in his body. Chapter 1405. De Huang Dog opened his huge mouth and a mystical sword rushed out. Howl! The whistling sound of the sword was earth-shattering, carrying an incomparably sacred aura. The sword alone carried an intense pressure that would terrify people. The sword's name was Immortal Execution, indicating that it had slain countless immortals and was stained with the blood of countless immortals. In the entire immortal world, the only Immortal Execution Sword that dared to be named as an Immortal Execution Sword was the Immortal Burying Coffin. Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zongxian were the 2 magnates of the immortal world. They were famous in the 9 immortal domains. After the Immortal Execution Sword appeared, it floated above De Huang Dog's head, constantly emitting mystical brilliance. De Huang Dog's expression was incomparably solemn. The boundless energy within his body began to surge into the Immortal Execution Sword. To De Huang Dog, the Immortal Execution Sword was like a bottomless pit. In order to unleash its power once, the energy required was truly endless. Even an ocean of energy wouldn't be enough to absorb. De Huang Dog had 2 advantages. First, he had obtained the complete approval of the Immortal Execution Sword. Second, he had an unparalleled bloodline and an abnormally abundant amount of energy within his body. Without either of them, he wouldn't be able to unleash the power of the Immortal Execution Sword. If it was someone else, they would never be able to unleash the power of the Immortal Execution Sword. Even Jiang Chen couldn't unleash the full power of the Immortal Execution Sword. In the past, the remnant of the Immortal Execution Sword was like a piece of scrap iron in Jiang Chen's hand. It was a completely useless item. De Huang Dog focused on unleashing the power of the Immortal Execution Sword. He wasn't worried that the fire qilin would disturb him, because he had too much confidence in Jiang Chen. With Jiang Chen's presence, it wouldn't be a problem for him to stop the fire qilin. On the other side, the fire qilin who was fighting with Jiang Chen also saw De Huang Dog controlling a mystical sword. Even with his cultivation base, He could vaguely feel a strong pressure from the sword. This situation finally caused the fire Qilin's expression to change. Roar! The fire Qilin roared, a trace of fear in its eyes. Haha, fire Qilin, are you afraid now? If you are afraid, then scram immediately. Go back and be a cowardly tortoise. Don't ever come out again. If you meet us brothers in the future, stay far away. You are just a loser, haha. Jiang Chen laughed and began to mock the fire Qilin. This was a type of provocation. He was actually very afraid that the fire Qilin would be deterred by the execution immortal sword and choose to escape. If the fire Qilin wanted to escape, he really did not have the confidence to stop it. Therefore, Jiang Chen seized the fire Qilin's weakness. As a holy beast, the fire Qilin's arrogance could be imagined. Therefore, Jiang Chen's move was very useful against the fire Qilin. Sure enough, after hearing Jiang Chen's provocative words, the fire Qilin became enraged once again. The trace of fear it had for the immortal slaying sword disappeared in an instant. Beastard! How dare you humiliate me? In my mind, the word escape has never existed. Do you think you can scare me with a mystical sword? This is simply ridiculous. Let me tell you, all of this was prepared for me. The bloodline of you and that dog belongs to me. That sword also belongs to me. The fire Qilin's greed grew stronger because the attraction of these two guys in front of him was really fatal. They were simply endless. Although the execution immortal sword gave him great pressure, he believed that with De Huang Dog's body, it was impossible for him to unleash the true power of the execution immortal sword. Even if he could unleash some of its power, it would certainly be within the range of his resistance. Unfortunately, this kind of arrogance eventually harmed him. Screech! Finally, the execution immortal sword made a deafening sword whistle. A sharp sword with a powerful execution immortal chi. At this moment, the execution immortal sword seemed to have become the only thing in the world. De Huang Dog controlled the execution immortal sword. His whole body was trembling. It could be seen that using the execution immortal sword consumed a lot of his energy. Little Chunzi, get out of the way. De Huang Dog roared at Jiang Chen. Now that the might of the execution immortal sword had been condensed, he had to launch an attack immediately because the execution immortal sword was too heavy. It was like an ancient mountain, pressuring De Huang Dog so much that he couldn't breathe. If he didn't launch an attack, he would be crushed to death. Swoosh! There was no need for De Huang Dog to remind him. The moment he saw the might of the execution immortal sword, Jiang Chen turned into a ray of light and flew far away, clearing the battlefield for De Huang Dog. At this moment, Jiang Chen was also incomparably excited. His dragon eyes flickered continuously. He was also extremely curious and looking forward to the might of the execution immortal sword. The execution immortal sword seemed to have come to life. Like a spiritual god, it directly locked onto the fire Qilin's breath. The fire Qilin's expression finally changed completely because he felt an extremely huge pressure. This pressure had exceeded his endurance. How could it be so strong? The fire Qilin was about to cough out blood. Facing such a tyrannical execution immortal sword, he finally felt fear. It was fear that came from his heart. At this moment, he could no longer care about face and dignity. He had to run. If he didn't run, he would die. The fire Qilin let out a roar of unwillingness. Then, he dragged his huge body and turned around, flying far away. Unfortunately, the execution immortal sword had already locked onto the fire Qilin's breath. He was completely enveloped by the might of the execution immortal sword. No matter where the fire Qilin ran to, he wouldn't be able to avoid the attack of the execution immortal sword. Running was no longer possible. The only thing he could do now was to use all his strength to resist the execution immortal sword. As long as he could block the attack of the execution immortal sword, the fire Qilin would have a chance of survival. Damn it! The fire Qilin was flustered and exasperated. He began to regret that he didn't run away immediately, which caused him to fall into such a situation. He wasn't a fool. He knew that Jiang Chen was just trying to provoke him into running away. Come on. I'm the king of the heavens and earth. I won't be defeated. Helplessly, the fire Qilin could only do his best to resist the immortal slaying sword. He operated his bloodline to the extreme and perfectly unleashed his combat strength. A huge pillar of reddish gold energy and flames condensed to block the immortal slaying sword. Hung Long. The attack of the fire Qilin was very powerful. Even an intermediate immortal king expert would have his skin peeled off if not killed by the terrifying attack of the fire Qilin. Unfortunately, he was fighting against the famous Execution Immortal Sword. Under the powerful attack of the Execution Immortal Sword, the fire Qilin's attack was destroyed like a piece of paper. Then, the Execution Immortal Sword continued to thrust at the fire Qilin with terrifying speed. No! Chapter 1406. Roar. However, Fire Qilin was a saint beast after all. He had a trump card. Although he was facing the greatest crisis, which was almost life-threatening, Fire Qilin still revolved the power of his bloodline to shift his body, avoiding the vital parts of his body. Even if he was hit by the immortal execution sword, he wouldn't die. Puchi! The terrifying immortal execution sword pierced through Fire Qilin's back with a puchi sound, piercing through his entire body. The fire Kirin let out an extremely horrifying cry that made one's hair stand on end. However, the fire Kirin's final movement had clearly helped him, allowing him to avoid being struck in his vitals. Thus, although this strike was extremely damaging, it didn't directly take his life. Shua! The immortal execution sword flew out of Fire Qilin's body and was swallowed by De Huang Dog. The moment the power of the immortal execution sword was exhausted, De Huang Dog's body seemed to have been hollowed out. Not to mention fighting, he didn't even have the ability to fly. His huge body was about to fall from the sky. Jiang Chen reacted quickly. A gentle force pulled De Huang Dog's body and sent De Huang Dog into the Zulong Tower. Now there were 500 million high-grade immortal metastones in the Zulong Tower, which could allow De Huang Dog to recover as much as he wanted. De Huang Dog's mission had been completed beautifully. Although the immortal execution sword didn't kill Fire Qilin, it had seriously injured Fire Qilin. Given Fire Qilin's current state, let alone fighting, he couldn't even run away. Roar! Fire Qilin let out a blood-curdling scream, as if he was suffering great pain. Fire Qilin glared at Jiang Chen angrily, then dragged his injured body and flew far away. You still want to run away at this time? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled into a cold smile. If he still allowed Fire Qilin to run away in this situation, he would lose face in the future. Hong! Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and unleashed the true dragon palm once again. A terrifying blood-red dragon claw. The terrifying blood-red dragon claw enveloped Fire Qilin firmly. Roar! Bastard! You actually dare to treat this king like this? This is a great disrespect to holy beasts. You're courting death. Do you know that you're courting death? The Fire Qilin roared again and again. Unfortunately, no matter how hard it tried, it could not break free from Jiang Chen's dragon claws. The current Fire Qilin had completely lost the ability to fight against Jiang Chen. It could only allow itself to be slaughtered by Jiang Chen. The Fire Qilin was extremely angry. He was a majestic saint beast, a king of the world. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Unfortunately, he had run into Jiang Chen and the De Huang Dog. This was his misfortune. All his previous arrogance and luck would be ended by Jiang Chen's. Courting death? I wonder who's courting death now. Killing intent flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes as he prepared to kill the Fire Qilin. If he could absorb the Fire Qilin's bloodline, the benefits to him would be unimaginable. With the might of the dragon transformation art, he might even be able to obtain the Fire Qilin's innate ability. Little Chunzi, don't kill him. De Huang Dog's voice suddenly rang out from within the Zulong Tower. Currently, De Huang Dog was incomparably weak and was frantically absorbing immortal metastones to recover. Oh! Jiang Chen was stunned. He had already captured the Fire Qilin, but he didn't kill it. This wasn't the style of De Huang Dog. Jia. Master Dog has a very good idea. This is a rare saint beast Qilin. Wouldn't it be a pity if he was killed just like that? You can imprison him first and see how Master Dog will deal with him later. De Huang Dog let out a sinister laugh. Jiang Chen knew De Huang Dog all too well. From De Huang Dog's tone, he could tell that De Huang Dog was up to no good. God knows what kind of wicked idea this dog was planning. In any case, it was impossible for the Fire Qilin to end up well in the hands of De Huang Dog. All right. Jiang Chen couldn't care less about what De Huang Dog was planning. In any case, the Fire Qilin had already been completely imprisoned. It couldn't run away even if it wanted to. The most important thing now was to leave this place. An incomparably intense battle had just taken place here. Perhaps, it would attract the attention of experts. It wouldn't take long for experts from East Xuanyu to appear here. To avoid unnecessary trouble, leaving immediately was the wisest choice. Kid, you better let me go. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. No one in the entire East Xuanyu dares to offend me. Who do you think you are? One look and anyone could tell that the fire Qilin was used to being high and mighty. Even at this point in time, it was still threatening Jiang Chen. However, the fire Qilin naturally had the qualifications to be arrogant. Putting aside the fact that the fire Qilin was a powerful saint beast, the power behind it alone was enough to make the entire East Xuanyu tremble in fear. Just be obedient for a while. Jiang Chen didn't say anything and directly threw the fire Qilin into the Zulong Tower. After that, he reverted back to his human form and vanished in the blink of an eye, speeding towards the direction of East Xuanyu. The entire mountain range had been completely destroyed. Raging flames raged. One could imagine that after today's battle, a large area of land here would become barren. Not even a blade of grass would grow. The demonic beasts that originally lived here would have to find another place to live. Not long after Jiang Chen left, 3 incomparably tyrannical silhouettes appeared in the sky above the mountain range. They were 3 young geniuses, 2 men and 1 woman. The way they appeared was extremely strange. They walked out of the void directly. Their bodies exuded incomparably valiant qi, causing the surrounding void to tremble. All of them were immortal king experts. There was only one immortal king expert in the entire one-line sky, Tian Muyun. But in East Xuanyu, they could be seen everywhere. From this, one could tell how big the gap between one-line sky and East Xuanyu was. The woman was wearing a white dress. She had a delicate face. Although she couldn't be compared to Wu Ningzhu and Yan Chenyu, she was still a rare beauty. What was more shocking was that this beautiful woman had already reached the terrifying golden immortal realm. The other 2 young men were also wearing white robes. One of them was an early immortal king expert just like the woman. The one who was truly noteworthy was the young man standing in the middle. He had thick black hair, thick eyebrows and big eyes. His eyes were like black gems, brimming with vigor. Just by standing there, he gave off an extremely powerful feeling. The pressure that he radiated could make one's soul tremble. This was an extremely terrifying figure. He was also an immortal king, but his cultivation base wasn't comparable to the other 2, because he had already reached the late immortal king realm. The gap between an early immortal king and a late immortal king was unimaginable. Chapter 1407. After the 3 great geniuses appeared, they knitted their brows, because the situation below was just too tragic. The entire mountain range had been destroyed. Brother Xiong, Qilin must have come here. This is all thanks to him. The woman spoke. Her tone was very relaxed, and her tone was full of love for Qilin, as though destroying a mountain range was nothing more than a normal thing. Qilin is too playful. This time, he came out without permission. He knew that he would cause a great disaster, so the elder asked us to come out and find him. Another youth spoke. From their tone, they could tell that they were in cahoots with the fire Qilin. This place is indeed filled with Qilin's qi, but I can also smell his blood. There are strong traces of battle in this mountain range. It seems like Qilin had an extremely tragic battle with someone here. Brother Xiong spoke with a frown. His cultivation base was profound, so he could see things very accurately. Upon hearing this, the other 2's expressions changed slightly. Brother Xiong, you mean that someone has hurt Qilin? The youth asked. His brows were already furrowed with anger. Courting death. The fire Qilin is the saint beast of our Nanbei family. It represents the auspicious sign of our family. Who in the entire East Xuanyu doesn't know about this? Someone actually dared to attack Qilin? Is he courting death? The woman spoke furiously. They were all geniuses of Nanbei world. East Xuanyu had 2 great worlds, 3 great empires and 6 great immortal sections. Nanbei family was one of the 2 great families. No one dared to offend them. As the saint beast of Nanbei family, the fire Qilin represented the auspicious qi of the family. This was something that almost everyone in East Xuanyu knew. For a long time, the fire Qilin had been pampered by the higher-ups of Nanbei family. Today, when the fire Qilin came out to play, someone actually dared to attack him. In the eyes of the geniuses of Nanbei family, this was an unbelievable and lawless matter. Qilin is indeed injured. I can feel the saint blood drifting around here, but I don't know where Qilin is now. Nanbei Xiong spoke with a frown. He was a rare genius of Nanbei world. He had already reached the late immortal king realm at such a young age. Such a cultivation base was already a famous existence in the younger generation of East Xuanyu. Buzz buzz. Right at this moment, a golden talisman on Nanbei Xiong's body suddenly trembled. Nanbei Xiong quickly took out the talisman. It was a messenger talisman that was specially used by Nanbei family. As long as he didn't leave the territory of East Xuanyu, he would be able to receive the news from the family in the first instance. Boom! An incomparably powerful rage rushed out of Nanbei Xiong's body. This rage was like a tide, sweeping across the entire mountain range, causing the void to make a rustling sound. What's wrong, Brother Xiong? The woman hurriedly asked. There's news from the clan that the Qilin's aura has disappeared. Nanbei Xiong said. What? This was impossible. The qi of Qilin's natal qi had always been lingering in the family. As long as Qilin didn't leave East Xuanyu, his qi would never disappear. As the supreme saint beast of Nanbei family, Qilin would never leave East Xuanyu. Someone must have done this. In addition to this messy battlefield, it seemed that someone had captured the fire Qilin. Could it be? Who killed the fire Qilin? The young man's eyes widened when he thought of this. He knew all too well how important the fire Qilin was to Nanbei family. This was a saint beast that was related to the luck of the family. If it died, it would be equivalent to the decline of the luck of the family. The fire Qilin isn't dead because his soul jade slip hasn't been broken. It seems that someone has captured and imprisoned the fire Qilin. Furthermore, the person must have used some kind of powerful technique to imprison him. It's impossible to cut off the qi of the Qilin from the family with ordinary means. Nanbei Xiong said. Damn it! They must be tired of living. Who dares to touch the saint beast of our Nanbei family in East Xuanyu? It must be the work of the Zhuge family. Ordinary people wouldn't have the means to cut off the connection between the Qilin and the family. The woman said furiously. The battle here has just ended not long ago. Let's catch up and see if we can find any clues. Nanbei Xiong was also furious. He flew towards the direction of East Xuanyu with the other two following closely behind. To Nanbei family, this was a major event. Even to the entire East Xuanyu, the disappearance of the fire Qilin was a major event. The fire Qilin was too important to Nanbei family. It had almost become a symbolic symbol. Someone dared to touch the fire Qilin. However, even if Nanbei Xiong racked his brains, he wouldn't have thought that the people who dared to touch the fire Qilin didn't even know about the existence of Nanbei family. They were just two rookies who had just stepped into East Xuanyu. Of course, with the character of Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog, even if they knew the identity of the fire Qilin, they would still take action. The disappearance of the fire Qilin had caused the three geniuses of Nanbei family to panic. If they couldn't find the fire Qilin, the whole family would be in a panic. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already crossed the mountain range and entered the real East Xuanyu. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry to explore the situation of East Xuanyu. Instead, he hid inside the Zulong Tower. In the void, the Zulong Tower had turned into a speck of dust, completely merging with the void. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect the slightest clue even if they were to pass by. This was the magical feature of the Zulong Tower. After the fire Qilin entered the Zulong Tower, it was equivalent to being completely isolated from the outside world. It would be strange if Nanbei family could sense the presence of the fire Qilin. Inside the Zulong Tower. Brat, damn dog, you two better let go of this king. You're committing a treacherous act and will be punished sooner or later. This king is a saint beast of heaven and earth. You can only worship me and absolutely not violate me. The fire Qilin roared again and again. Its superior attitude didn't weaken in the slightest. Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Then, he slapped the fire Qilin's mouth, causing the Qilin to be dizzy and see stars. If you don't stop, this daddy will cut off your tongue first. Jiang Chen was about to die from annoyance. This Qilin had been roaring non-stop ever since it entered the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen really didn't know where this Qilin got his sense of superiority from. He didn't even have the awareness of a prisoner. He was already a prisoner, yet he still thought of himself as an emperor. At this time, the Huang Dog stood up and came to Jiang Chen's side. His qi was still very weak, but it had recovered a little and was much stronger than before. The consumption of the immortal execution sword is too great. It's too slow to only rely on immortal metastones to recover. Plus, immortal metastones can only help me recover my immortal chi and yuan force. The loss of my blood essence is very hard to recover, but this Qilin's blood is a great supplement. Wow! De Huang Dog's eyes glowed with a strange light. His current target was the saint blood of the Qilin. Bastard! Damn dog! You dare to drink this king's blood? The fire Qilin glared at him angrily. Little Chenzi, the saint blood of the Qilin is the best thing in the world. I didn't let you kill him because I want to drink his blood for a long time in the future. Wakaka! De Huang Dog opened his mouth and laughed heartily, completely ignoring the anger of the fire Qilin. Hearing this, Jiang Chen felt like fainting. This dog was too shameless. It turned out that the reason he didn't let Jiang Chen kill the fire Qilin was because of this dirty idea. However, even though this idea was dirty, it wasn't bad at all. The blood of this Qilin is sufficient. If we kill him and drink it all at once, it will be a waste. Why don't we imprison him and drink his blood when we need it? We can drink 3 to 5 bowls at a time. At the very least, we can use the Qilin's blood to brew wine. The taste will be even more delicious. Moreover, this guy's recovery ability is very strong. If you drink it today, he will recover tomorrow. In the future, it will be convenient for you to drink blood. TSKSK, this is really not bad. De Huang Dog commented. He had even thought of using the Qilin's blood to brew wine. Fuck. The fire Qilin collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Its eyes rolled back and it almost fainted from anger. Humiliation. This was a great humiliation. It was a mighty saint beast, yet it was imprisoned by someone and had to drink its blood back and forth. Judging from De Huang Dog's tone, it was as if drinking its blood was like drinking fine wine. Drinking 3 to 5 bowls at a time? Damn you! This was bullying. Could you not be so shameless? At the side, Jiang Chen also stared at De Huang Dog with widened eyes. Then, he gave De Huang Dog a thumbs up. In terms of shamelessness, Jiang Chen was truly willing to admit defeat. De Huang Dog could really be called the king of shamelessness. This dog was really too thorough in his considerations. A large Qilin's body contained too much blood. If it wanted to drink it all in one go, most of the powerful essence energy contained in it would be wasted. So, it was better to keep it and drink it by letting out its blood when it was free. It was more beneficial to humans than the best spiritual medicine in the world. Moreover, it was an endless supply. If you let out its blood here, the fire Qilin would be able to recover tomorrow. Damn dog, how dare you treat me like this? You're courting death. You're courting death. The fire Qilin was about to go crazy. It had a noble bloodline and was a saint beast of the world. Yet, it had actually fallen into the hands of these two perverts and suffered the cruelest treatment in the world. Let's see how you bark. De Huang Dog opened its mouth and spat out a beam of light. Like a sharp sword, it landed precisely on the wound that the fire Qilin had been pierced by the immortal execution sword. It had to be said that the fire Qilin's regenerative ability was really strong. Although the wound had yet to recover, it was no longer bleeding. As expected of a saint beast of the world. Qila! The sharp beam that De Huang Dog spat out tore open the fire Qilin's wound. Blood instantly gushed out like a fountain. De Huang Dog opened its mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. No one knew where this fellow got a big bowl. A real big bowl. He ran to the front of the fire Qilin and scooped up the bowl of blood, then drank it all in one go. After drinking 3 big bowls of blood in a row, De Huang Dog burped in satisfaction. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, looking extremely satisfied. Ayo! Chapter 1408. It could be seen that after De Huang Dog drank 3 bowls of Qilin's blood, the energy consumption in his body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was much faster than when he was refining immortal meta stones. In just a few minutes, all of Big Yellow's consumed energy had been fully recovered, and he had returned to his peak state. This wasn't considered a big deal. The impact on his foundation caused by forcefully breaking through to the half-step immortal king realm had also been compensated. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but nod, but this was also beyond his expectation. After all, that was the blood of a Qilin. The essence and energy contained in it couldn't be compared to any ordinary spiritual herbs. To put it bluntly, a fire Qilin was a treasure. Awesome! Kid, have 2 bowls too. De Huang Dog said, then spat out another bowl and sent it to Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chen took the bowl, chuckled, and walked towards the fire Qilin. No! The fire Qilin roared. He had truly experienced the feeling of despair, the feeling of living a life worse than death. He felt that he was about to cry. Meeting these two freaks was really his bad luck. After drinking 2 bowls of blood continuously, Jiang Chen felt refreshed. The dragon marks in his body began to form again. The pure energy contained in the Qilin's blood was just too huge. This was an indescribable benefit. Not only could it improve his cultivation base, it could also strengthen his foundation, cleanse his meridians and marrow, and strengthen his physique. The next scene made the fire Qilin cry. The poor fire Qilin was sealed by the restriction and couldn't move at all. He lay on the ground pitifully, glaring at the man and the dog who were sitting cross-legged next to him. Come, cheers. Not bad, not bad. Cheers again. Delicious. If I brew wine in the future, it will surely be more delicious. You have better foresight. When you're in a bad mood in the future, drink a bowl of blood to relax. When you're in a good mood, drink a bowl of blood to celebrate. These 2 shameless fellows drank bowl after bowl. Even a man like the fire Qilin couldn't help but shed sad and helpless tears. The fire Qilin no longer roared. He had already accepted his fate. What else could he do when encountering these 2 perverts? Fate, this was fate. What a pitiful child. Very quickly, 10,000 dragon marks were formed in Jiang Chen's Qi, causing the total number of dragon marks in his body to reach 960,000. His battle prowess was much higher than before. The Qilin's sacred blood is indeed a good thing, but for me, the origin blood essence is still better. The Qilin's bloodline is in the origin blood essence. If I can absorb the origin blood essence, the benefits I will obtain will be truly endless. I might even be able to obtain the Qilin's divine ability. Jiang Chen said. Then extract its origin blood essence. But in that case, it's equivalent to extracting the Qilin's bloodline. The quality of the Qilin's blood will drop a lot, but as long as we don't dig out its demon soul, the Qilin's blood is still a treasure. Plus, as long as the demon soul of a divine beast like this doesn't die, its bloodline can still be slowly rebuilt. De Huang Dog said. He seemed to know everything. At the same time, De Huang Dog also knew the importance of the Qilin's origin blood essence to Jiang Chen. Now that they had just arrived at East Xuanyu, they had no idea what they would be facing. Strength was the only way to survive. De Huang Dog knew the scariness of Jiang Chen's dragon transformation skill. If he extracted the Qilin's bloodline, not only would Jiang Chen obtain the Qilin's innate divine ability, his cultivation base would also improve. It wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the late golden immortal realm. Swoosh! The fire Qilin, who was already in a daze, suddenly heard that these 2 perverts were targeting its bloodline. It immediately shuddered and roared again. Bastards! You 2 perverts! You 2 beasts! How dare you treat me like this? You 2 will die a horrible death. The fire Qilin had a feeling that he was going crazy. Not to mention him, anyone who met these 2 would go crazy. The fire Qilin felt that if this continued, he would go crazy even if he didn't die. At the very least, he would be depressed. Jie, fire Qilin, weren't you very powerful before? Master Dog specializes in dealing with all kinds of dissatisfaction. Hurry up and tell me, are you convinced? De Huang Dog stood in front of the fire Qilin, shaking his head. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. The fire Qilin said weakly. He was indeed convinced. He admired De Huang Dog's shamelessness from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, the fire Qilin was truly afraid when it came to the issue of bloodline. Naturally, his words were incomparably cooperative. He only hoped that he would be able to avoid any trouble. It's good that you're convinced. Little Chunzi, draw your blood. De Huang Dog said casually. What? Draw his blood again? The fire Qilin was enraged once again. He was already convinced, but De Huang Dog still wanted to draw his blood. And this time, it wasn't as simple as just drawing his blood. It was drawing his bloodline. Jiang Chen's eyes shot out 2 sharp rays of light. The bloodline of the Qilin, he would never let it go. It was simply too important to him. Roar! Kid, do you think it's that easy to obtain this king's bloodline? Simply delusional. You want to draw this king's bloodline? That's impossible. The fire Qilin roared furiously. The bloodline was fused together with the source of the fire Qilin's soul. It was an incomparably difficult thing to extract it. The only way was to kill the fire Qilin first. In that case, the bloodline would fuse with the demon spirit, and outsiders would be able to obtain the bloodline from the demon spirit. However, the fire Qilin was still alive. From his point of view, it was impossible for Lin Fan to extract his bloodline while he was still alive, unless Lin Fan had some heaven-defying means. Undeniably, the fire Qilin was a tragedy, a living tragedy. Because what he thought was impossible was actually possible for Jiang Chen. Extracting the bloodline was something that couldn't be done by other means. However, the dragon transformation skill could do it easily. Pa! Jiang Chen's palm landed on the fire Qilin's head. Under the fusion of the dragon transformation skill and the great soul derivation skill, a mysterious energy rushed out from Jiang Chen's palm and entered the fire Qilin's body. The fire Qilin's body suddenly trembled. His eyes were instantly filled with fear. Because in the depths of his soul, he could feel a power that originated from the ancient times. He saw an extremely mystical ancestral dragon silhouette that intimidated everything. Under the effect of this power, the fire Qilin's soul started to distort. His blood essence instantly gathered together, turning into a ball the size of a fist. Out! Jiang Chen let out a light shout. His palm abruptly moved upwards and sucked the ball of blood essence out, falling into Jiang Chen's hand. After losing its source of blood essence, the fire Qilin's entire body became dispirited. This was the loss of its bloodline. In other words, after losing its bloodline, the Qilin could no longer be considered a powerful saint beast. It could only be considered as a relatively powerful demonic beast. No, no! The fire Qilin let out an unwilling roar. It was the feeling of falling from the top of the pyramid to the bottom of the valley. Despair. The whole world was filled with despair. Subsequently, Jiang Chen took the ball of Qilin's blood essence and entered the 33rd level with De Huang Dog. He would never have to worry about the loss of time if he cultivated in the 33rd levels. It wasn't an easy task to refine the fire Qilin's bloodline. It would take at least 2 days, but 2 days in the 33rd level wasn't long in the outside world. Outside, Nanbei Xiong and the other two flew all the way and stopped in the void. The late immortal king Nanbei Xiong knitted his brows tightly, because he discovered that his qi had completely disappeared. I could still sense a bit of qi just now. It should be the qi of the person who took the fire Qilin away, but that qi has completely disappeared here, Nanbei Xiong said. He released his perception, wanting to find some clues in the void, but in the end, he was disappointed. It was empty, and there was nothing left. Brother Xiong, there's nothing here, the woman said. It seems like the person who took the fire Qilin away has extraordinary means. We have completely lost our target. Let's go back to the family and report the matter of the fire Qilin to the elder. Nanbei Xiong seemed to be a very capable and experienced man. Knowing that they had lost their target and that it was impossible to find the fire Qilin, he immediately decided to return. The trio vanished into thin air, heading back to the Nanbei clan. They passed by the Zulong Tower without noticing it. The current Zulong Tower was a lot scarier than before. It now had 34 floors. If it was used to conceal itself, it could blend into its surroundings at any time. Even a peerless genius like Nanbei Xiong would not be able to detect its presence. It was Jiang Chen's greatest advantage. The Zulong Tower had basically become Jiang Chen's life-saving supreme artifact. Inside the 33rd level of the Zulong Tower, as the fire Qilin's bloodline continued to be refined, Jiang Chen's divine dragon bloodline was stimulated to a certain extent. His potential was stimulated once again. It was the most ideal situation for him, as it allowed him to sublimate his entire body. He did not have to worry about his foundation being affected. The number of dragon marks continued to rise. In just 2 days, it had helped Jiang Chen to refine 35,000 dragon marks. Jiang Chen now had a total of 995,000 dragon marks. He was only 5,000 dragon marks away from reaching 1,000,000 dragon marks. Meanwhile, 1,000,000 dragon marks was the number of the late-stage golden immortal realm. The improvement that the fire Qilin's bloodline had given to Jiang Chen had not ended yet. It would not be a problem for it to help Jiang Chen refine another 5,000 dragon marks. In other words, after absorbing the fire Qilin's bloodline, Jiang Chen's cultivation had improved to the late-stage golden immortal realm. Buzz buzz. Finally, the energy of the bloodline was depleted. 5,000 dragon marks were refined. Exactly 1,000,000 dragon marks. Chapter 1409. Hong. Powerful chi waves surged out of Jiang Chen's body like tidal waves. One had to admit that the bloodline of Qilin was too powerful. It had directly helped Jiang Chen break through to the late golden immortal realm. 1,000,000 dragon marks was no joke at all. What an abnormal bastard. Given his current state, he can kill Tian Muyun even without transforming into a dragon. Qilin is a saint beast of heaven and earth, one of the 5 elements divine beasts. I'm afraid that only this abnormal bastard could absorb the bloodline of Qilin so easily. If it was any other ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of such a powerful bloodline and would have exploded. De Huang Dog sighed. But he had known Jiang Chen for a long time. He had long been familiar with Jiang Chen's power and miraculousness, so he wasn't too surprised. If anyone else saw this, they would certainly be shocked beyond words. At this moment, the fire Qilin was still languishing in another spatial zone of Zulong Tower. If it knew that Jiang Chen had absorbed its bloodline in such a short time, it was afraid that it would spurt out a mouthful of blood on the spot, then faint and die of anger. Little Chenzi, your cultivation base has advanced to the late golden immortal realm. Even if you don't transform into a dragon, you can still have a place in East Xuanyu. De Huang Dog said happily. That's right. The bloodline of Qilin is indeed powerful. It's not something that ordinary bloodline of strange beasts can compare to. Not only has my cultivation base improved, but my foundation is also incomparably deep. I'm not afraid of consuming 1,000,000 dragon marks. Jiang Chen's chi was full of vigor. Every move of his revealed strong confidence. That was the innate chi of a king, the confidence that came from his bones. Did you get the divine ability of Qilin? De Huang Dog asked in an expectant tone. Of course. The corner of Jiang Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. He stretched out a finger and a crimson flame instantly appeared on his fingertip. It danced back and forth, filled with a holy aura. Qilin Holy Fire. Haha, your dragon transformation skill is really heaven-defying. You even absorbed the Qilin Holy Fire. Now that the 3 flames in your body have fused together, you can refine anything in the world. Any demons and ghosts will be completely restrained by you. Moreover, the 3 heaven-defying flames in your body can continuously refine your physique. It is simply invincible. De Huang Dog wasn't stingy with his praises for Jiang Chen. Even he had to admit that Jiang Chen was the most terrifying genius he had ever seen. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Jiang Chen was heaven-defying. This is just Saga fire. I also acquired a divine ability. Look, De Huang. As Jiang Chen spoke, he stretched out his left arm. A powerful desolation power immediately gushed out. Next, Jiang Chen's arm began to transform, becoming incomparably thick and sturdy. It was covered with golden scales and the shadow of a Qilin hovered at the tip of his fist. Divine Qilin arm. De Huang Dog cried out in surprise. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. After Jiang Chen absorbed the Qilin's bloodline, not only did he obtain the Saga fire, he had also evolved the divine Qilin arm. This was simply a miracle. I've sensed it. The power of this divine Qilin arm is very powerful. Once I use it, I can unleash twice the power without transforming. If I use it in my dragon form, the Qilin arm can even fuse with my dragon arm to unleash an even greater combat strength. More importantly, the divine Qilin arm is an innate divine ability. Its power will continue to increase along with my cultivation, said Jiang Chen with a smile. Absorbing the origin blood essence of the Qilin this time was truly an extremely fortunate thing. He had obtained unimaginable benefits. First, he had a breakthrough in his cultivation. Then, he fused with the Saga fire. And now, he had obtained the powerful divine Qilin arm. This was truly a heaven-defying luck. Amazing. This is too amazing. With our current trump card, even if we reach East Xuanyu, we won't be in a passive position. We are also existences that ordinary people can't afford to offend. De Huang Dog chuckled. The more powerful Jiang Chen was, the happier he was. After all, East Xuanyu wasn't a place that one-line sky could compare with. Experts were as numerous as clouds in one-line sky. If one didn't have the ability, they wouldn't even have the chance to display their strength. Now that we have reached the boundary of East Xuanyu, let's leave the fire Qilin in the Zulong Tower. Let's go out and see how vast East Xuanyu is. Jiang Chen stood up, retracted his chi, and walked out of the Zulong Tower with De Huang Dog. Both of them were in a very good mood. They had just arrived at East Xuanyu, and they had already obtained such a huge benefit. Naturally, there was no reason for them to be happy. Turning their heads to look at the destroyed mountain range in the distance, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog exchanged a glance and smiled. Then, they slowly flew forward. These two fellows still didn't know how big of a hole they had dug. Killing the Saint Beast Qilin of Nanbei family was even more significant than destroying the mine of Shenyang School in one-line sky. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog flew for about 1,000 miles before they finally found a place with human habitation. In front of them was an incomparably huge manor. Despite the distance, they could still feel the aura of wealth and splendor from the manor. It was obvious that it was impossible for ordinary people to enter this manor. This master dog smells the scent of debauchery. We've been traveling for so long, it's just the right time to enter this manor to relax. De Huang dog was beaming with joy, appearing extremely excited. He had been traveling for a month and had long been bored to death. All right, let's go and have a look. Jiang Chen smiled. This manor looked so magnificent, it was definitely necessary to have a look. This manor could be considered as their first stop since they had just arrived at East Xuanyu. Outside the manor, there was a constant stream of pedestrians going in and out. It could be seen that the people who came in and out were either rich or respectable. This could be seen from the way they dressed. Before Jiang Chen and a Huang dog arrived at the manor, they saw a huge signboard hanging in front of the manor's entrance. On the signboard, there were 4 big words written in flamboyant calligraphy. Futian Manor. The 4 big words were incomparably domineering, making the entire manor look like a city. Futian Manor. The name sounds very fortunate. De Huang dog said while wagging his tail. In front of the manor's entrance, there were guards on both sides. Anyone who wanted to enter the manor had to pay a certain fee, which was not a small amount. However, those who could enter the manor were all local tycoons, so they didn't care about such a small fee. Moreover, they knew who the owner of the manor was, so they wouldn't dare to cause trouble here just because of a small fee. This could be seen from the fact that even the mighty golden immortals had to walk into the manor. In this place, except for immortal king experts, no one was allowed to fly. Get lost! Why are you here again, you old fart? Do you know what this place is? This is a place where nobles come. If a trash like you shows up here again, I'll break your legs. Chapter 14:10. Jiang Chen and Big Yellow looked towards the direction where the voice came from. They immediately saw an old man in ragged clothes fighting with the guard in front of the main entrance. The old man looked skinny and weak, and he didn't care about his appearance at all. His beard was unshaven, and his hair was messy. A bunch of snobbish bastards. Do you know who I am? When I roamed East Xuanyu in the past, you little bastards weren't even born yet. The old man put his hands on his waist, putting on an arrogant look. Get lost, old liar. Don't let me see you here in the future. Do you know what this place is? Old liar, your presence here is simply affecting the image of Futian Manor. The guard casually waved his hand, looking very impatient. However, he didn't attack the old man. Obviously, in the guard's opinion, he was an incomparably noble person. It seemed that he had become noble just because he was stained by the qi of this manor. A noble person would lose his identity if he were to stoop to the same level as a lowly person. Snobbish bastard. Bah! The filthy old man seemed very angry. He flicked his sleeves, turned around and walked away. Obviously, this wasn't the first time he had tried to enter the manor. Unfortunately, he had failed every time. It must be said that the guard's self-restraint was pretty good. He actually didn't beat the old man up. Hey, old fart. You can come in if you want. Take out 10 high-grade immortal meta stones. Another guard ridiculed the old man's back. Then, the other guards burst into laughter. It turned out that they were just fooling around with the old man. They knew that it was impossible for the old man to take out 10 high-grade immortal meta stones. Are you kidding me? I can go wherever I want in East Xuanyu. Who dares to ask for my money? The old man still put on an arrogant look, but the reality was that he really couldn't take out 10 high-grade immortal meta stones. Jiang Chen did not take this little interlude to heart. He strode towards the main gate of the villa. At this moment, the old swindler happened to see Jiang Chen. He immediately put on a smile that he thought was very friendly and came up to greet him. Seeing this, Jiang Chen could not help but frown. He had just arrived in East Xuanyu and did not want to cause any trouble. This old fellow looked like trouble. Young master. This young master seems to have come from afar. If I'm not wrong, this should be the young master's first time in East Xuanyu. The old swindler stroked his beard with his hand, looking like an expert. Oh, how can you tell that this is my first time in East Xuanyu? Jiang Chen was stunned. He could not help but take another look at this old man. Initially, he had no intention of paying any attention to the old swindler. However, the fact that the old man could see through him with a single glance made Jiang Chen's interest piqued. At the very least, he had to get to the bottom of this. This old man knows everything in this world. There's nothing in this world that I don't know. I can see that your glabella is turning black. You will definitely be plagued by trouble in the future. If you can take out 100 high-grade immortal metastones, this old man will help you crack it and solve your unknown troubles. The old swindler spoke without thinking. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. He then ignored the old swindler and continued walking towards the main gate of the villa. Hey, young master, don't go. I don't need 100. You just need to bring this old man in. Seeing that his bluff had failed, the old swindler hurriedly chased after Jiang Chen. It wasn't easy for him to meet a newcomer. Naturally, he wouldn't let this chance slip by. Scram! Seeing that Jiang Chen was being pestered, a guard immediately came forward. He grabbed the old swindler's arm and threw him out. Dang dang! The old man seemed to be unable to withstand the force. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. And it was these 2 steps that made the way Jiang Chen and a Huang dog looked at the old swindler had changed. Little Chenzi, this old man isn't simple. De Huang dog transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. They were all people with sharp eyes. The cultivation base that the old man displayed was merely that of an early earthly immortal. Such a cultivation base was practically at the bottom in East Xuanyu. It would be incomparably difficult for him to survive. However, this old man had lived for so long. More importantly, this old man had been swindling people all this time without being beaten to death. This wasn't the most crucial point. The crucial point was that this guard had an intermediate heaven immortal cultivation base. The gap between an early earth immortal and an intermediate heaven immortal was unimaginable. However, the old man only took 2 steps back after being thrown by the guard. This was very abnormal. The only explanation was that the old man had deliberately concealed his cultivation base. The early earth immortal realm wasn't his true cultivation base. Given the eyesight of Jiang Chen and a Huang dog, they couldn't see through the old man's true cultivation base. Young master, don't pay attention to this old swindler. This old man often swindles people like you who have just arrived in East Xuanyu. Now that the trade fair is about to begin, this old swindler wants to sneak in. Doesn't he know what kind of place this is? How can a filthy person like him enter so casually? The guard spoke. His tone towards Jiang Chen wasn't bad. After all, both Jiang Chen and De Huang dog were powerful golden immortal experts. De Huang dog was a half-step immortal king expert. As a heaven immortal, no matter how arrogant he was, he wouldn't dare act arrogantly in front of a golden immortal expert. Trade fair? Jiang Chen was stunned. It seemed like this Futian manor was going to hold a trade fair. No wonder there were so many people here. Young master, don't listen to this guard's nonsense. This is your first time coming to East Xuanyu. You might not be clear about the situation in East Xuanyu and Futian manor, but this old man is omniscient. There's nothing in East Xuanyu that I don't know. As long as you bring this old man in, you can know anything you want. The old swindler came forward again. He was a typical shameless person. He wasn't angry at all even though he was pushed by the guard. Get lost. You old swindler, if you don't get lost, don't blame me for being impolite. That guard was obviously angry and seemed ready to attack the old man. Enough. Jiang Chen raised his hand, appearing somewhat impatient. Then, he threw 30 high-grade immortal metastones to the guard. Let him in, shall we? Jiang Chen said. Haha, this young master really has a good eye, unlike those snobs. As long as this old man follows you, your 10 immortal metastones will definitely not be spent in vain. The old man laughed loudly, looking incomparably excited. This, young master, are you really going to bring this swindler in? That guard seemed to be in a difficult position. Obviously, he felt that letting the old man in would affect the image of the manor. Do I need you to tell me what to do? Jiang Chen glared at that guard. I dare not. Young master, please. The guard made a gesture of inviting them in. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog swaggered into the interior of Futian Manor. The old swindler followed closely behind, jogging all the way. When he grinned, he revealed a row of front teeth. No matter how one looked at him, he looked extremely wretched. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Chen felt that this old man might not be ordinary, he would have truly regretted bringing this old man in. Young master truly has a good eye. You are the one with the best eye in East Xuanyu. I wonder how I should address you, young master? The old swindler asked. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said faintly. Not bad. Good name. The old swindler flattered again. Oh right. Didn't you say that you have a good understanding of East Xuanyu? Why don't you give me an introduction? Jiang Chen looked at the old swindler. Since he brought this fella in, he naturally wanted to know something valuable. Hearing Jiang Chen asking him a question, the old swindler instantly became spirited. He let out a light cough and said with a straight face, if you want to talk about East Xuanyu, it is a must to know about the 11 major powers. East Xuanyu is vast and boundless. Naturally, there would be countless experts as well. 2 great clans, 3 great empires, 6 great immortal sections. These 11 major powers have practically ruled over the entire East Xuanyu. What kind of powers are they? Jiang Chen asked curiously. With so many major powers in East Xuanyu, One Line Sky simply couldn't be compared to them. However, this was enough to show that East Xuanyu was one of the most important regions in the immortal world. Let's talk about the 2 great clans first. Let's talk about the 2 major clans first, Xueqi clan and Nanbei clan. The fact that these 2 clans are able to contend with the other empires and immortal sects shows how powerful they are. Both of them have powerful immortal venerables. Next, the 3 empires are Great Qian Empire, Great Cloud Empire, and Heavenly Jade Dynasty. The 3 empires have always been at odds with each other, and there are even terrifying wars between them. Lastly, the 6 major immortal sects are Limitless Immortal Sect, Exquisite Paradise, Celestial Flower Valley, Divine Line Sect, Yellow Spring Sect, and Corpsine Sect. The old liar introduced the 11 major powers to Jiang Chen. There was really nothing he didn't know, but as someone from Eastern Profound Domain, it wasn't too normal for him to know about the 11 major powers. He was afraid that anyone on the street would know about them. If he didn't even know about the 11 major powers, how could he survive in Eastern Profound Domain? Great Qian Empire, Nanbei clan. A light flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. Among the 11 major powers, the ones that immediately piqued his interest were Great Qian Empire and Nanbei clan. Before Yang Bufan left, he said that he would go to Great Qian Empire to look for him when he arrived in East Xuanyu. Therefore, Jiang Chen's memory of Great Qian Empire was still fresh in Jiang Chen's mind. As for Nanbei clan, this surname was very rare, which made Jiang Chen have to associate it with the Northern and Southern dynasties. Although Jiang Chen had killed the 2 clones of the Northern and Southern dynasties, Jiang Chen was almost certain that the true bodies of the Northern and Southern dynasties were in the immortal world. Furthermore, their cultivation base was very terrifying. Therefore, it was hard for Jiang Chen to say whether this Nanbei clan in East Xuanyu was related to the Northern and Southern dynasties. Little Chenzi, do you think that the Northern and Southern dynasties are in this Nanbei clan? If they are, I'm afraid that we will meet again very soon. De Huang Dog transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. This was the archenemy of Jiang Chen from Saint Origin World to the immortal world. This is fate. I'm looking forward to meeting him again. Chapter 14:11. Jiang Chen was always prepared for the battle between the Northern and Southern dynasties, but Jiang Chen also knew his own limits. He knew that with his current cultivation base, if he encountered the Northern and Southern dynasties, he would certainly be no match for them. Therefore, he was still under great pressure. But from another perspective, the existence of the Northern and Southern dynasties had also become the driving force for Jiang Chen to move forward. They were the biggest goal of Jiang Chen in the immortal world. Old liar. Anyone on the street would know that these things you said are worthless. De Huang Dog spoke. This brother dog is right. Everyone knows these things, but you 2 newcomers don't. This old man's explanation is much more patient than others. Plus, this old man is good-natured and talkative. My gestures can give people a friendly feeling. So, I'm the most suitable person to explain to you. The old liar wasn't stingy with his praises. The key was that this guy didn't blush at all when praising him. He didn't even show the slightest bit of embarrassment. Such shamelessness was really rare. For God's sake. This old thing is even more shameless than Master Dog. De Huang Dog rolled his eyes. I agree. Jiang Chen nodded. For the first time, he felt that De Huang Dog's words were very reasonable. Old liar, let's talk about this Futian manor. Logically speaking, such a luxurious manor shouldn't be built in the border area of East Xuanyu. It seems a little special and independent. Jiang Chen asked. He was very interested in this manor. The old man chuckled. He didn't mind being called old liar at all, as though this title had accompanied him for a long time. Little friend Jiang Chen, this manor isn't as simple as it seems, because the backer of this manor is young Master Futian. Young Master Futian is an extraordinary genius who has reached the intermediate immortal king realm at such a young age. Especially in this generation, young Master Futian is even more famous. No one dares to offend him. The old liar said with a beaming smile. It seemed that he was very familiar with Futian manor. Tell me, why is this young Master Futian not to be trifled with? An intermediate immortal king genius is indeed not simple, but compared to the entire East Xuanyu, it doesn't seem to be a big deal, right? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Compared to those monstrous geniuses, young Master Futian is naturally nothing, but to ordinary people, young Master Futian is already a rare genius. There's a city called Fu City, which is very famous in this region. The city lord of Fu City is called Fu Kuei. He's a mighty immortal emperor. No one dares to offend him. To put it bluntly, he's the retired emperor of this region. That's for sure. Fu Kuei has two sons, both of whom are first-class geniuses. The eldest son, Fu Wei, is a disciple of Divine Line sect. The second son, Fu Tian, is a disciple of Corpse Yin sect. This Futian manor was built by the second son, Fu Tian. Little friend, you should know how powerful the background of this manor is. Even the nobles in this area have to behave themselves when they come here. No one below the immortal king realm is qualified to fly in the entire manor. Fu Kuei's words were filled with vigor. The old liar continued. An immortal emperor is nothing in Eastern profound domain. There are many cities in this area that have more than one immortal emperor, but Fu Kuei is the only one that you can't afford to offend, because Fu Kuei has a close relationship with 2 of the 10 major powers. Through the introduction of the old liar, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were enlightened, and gained a certain understanding of this manor. Fuck. It turns out that he's a second-generation nouveau riche. No wonder he's so powerful. De Huang Dog exhaled a stream of mist from his nose. He had never had a good impression of this kind of second-generation nouveau riche. Plus, the people of Corpse Yin sect were generally very despicable. In fact, Corpse Yin sect couldn't be considered as an immortal sect because their cultivation method was evil, even worse than the devil sect. In East Xuanyu, very few people were willing to deal with the people of Corpse Yin sect, and very few people were willing to offend them. In this region, Corpse Yin sect was the representative of evil. They were independent, not interfering with the other 10 major powers, and only minded their own business. However, the terror of Corpse Yin sect was undeniable. If it was a battle between experts of the same level, almost no one would be willing to fight them. Not only were their means insidious and ruthless, they were also impossible to guard against. At the same time, he has the support of Divine Line sect and Corpse Yin sect. He's really a local tyrant. Jiang Chen smiled. As for this young Master Futian, Jiang Chen wouldn't evaluate him before he had a real contact with him. However, since the other party was a member of Corpse Yin sect, Jiang Chen didn't have a good impression of him from the bottom of his heart. The name of this sect made people feel uncomfortable all over. Old liar, the guard who almost beat you just now said that there's a trade fair here. Tell me what kind of trade fair it is. Let's see if Master Dog is interested. Asked De Huang Dog. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were very interested in the trade fair. They might be able to encounter some precious things in the trade fair. What's so fun about the trade fair? There are a lot of fun things in this manor. To put it bluntly, this manor is a place for young Master Futian to make money. Usually, it's a place of feasting and debauchery. There are many senior female cultivators who can provide special services to the distinguished guests who come to spend their money. Otherwise, why do you think the business of this manor is so good? Said the old liar with a face full of yearning. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog weren't surprised by the old liar's words. They had already sensed the feasting and debauchery before they entered this manor. According to the old liar, there were casinos, gambling beasts, high-class prostitutes, and the best conditions. Any one of them was very attractive. This manor was simply a money-squandering den. With these things, many distinguished guests would come here. The temptation here was enough to make people sink. But what puzzled Jiang Chen was that all cultivators were distinguished and had their own dignity, especially those whose cultivation had reached a certain level. Why would such female cultivators provide entertainment for some money? Jiang Chen felt that this must be related to young Master Futian. TSK. It's really enviable. The old liar clicked his tongue. His expression was very wretched. He was just short of asking Jiang Chen to treat him and let him have some fun. You're an old liar and an old slut. Hurry up and tell us about the trade fair. De Huang Dog said impatiently, feeling that this old liar and the shameless monk were on the same wavelength. Previously, the monk was the one who took liberties with other people's maidservants. Trade fairs are held frequently. However, there is a large-scale trade fair every year. It seems to be starting 2 days later. There should be a lot of people participating. As a matter of fact, this is mainly young Master Futian's social gathering. Because young Master Futian will appear in person, he will invite many geniuses to seek pleasure and display their treasures for exchange and auction. The old liar explained and then told them about the trade fair. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog finally understood. Just like what the old liar said, the trade fair was indeed meaningless. This large-scale trade fair could be found everywhere in the manor. Many places were carrying out transactions. However, what was really interesting was young Master Futian's social gathering. Those who could be invited by young Master Futian were certainly not ordinary figures. Even if they were not the geniuses of the 11 major forces, they would be famous figures of this generation. When this group of people gathered together, apart from exchanging treasures, the most important thing was to seek pleasure. The social gathering hosted by young Master Futian was absolutely joyous. If those geniuses didn't enjoy themselves to their heart's content or were dissatisfied, it would not be good for young Master Futian's reputation and would affect the business of Futian Manor. For young Master Futian, Futian Manor was a big business. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as rolling in wealth. When will young Master Futian's social gathering begin? Asked Jiang Chen. The real treasures were definitely with those geniuses. Only in young Master Futian's social gathering would real treasures appear. These trade fairs outside could no longer arouse Jiang Chen's interest. 2 days later. Why? Could it be that little friend wants to participate in the social gathering? But not everyone can participate in this social gathering. You must have young Master Futian's invitation. Otherwise, unless you can bring out a good treasure, only then will it be possible for you to participate in such a noble social gathering. Beauties are as common as the clouds in the social gathering. You can have fun as you please. I heard that someone played a female cultivator to death in public last year, said the old liar. In his opinion, it was impossible for Jiang Chen to participate in such a noble social gathering, unless Jiang Chen could bring out a treasure that could catch the eye of young Master Futian. It starts in 2 days? I can take a break in these 2 days. Jiang Chen smiled. From one line sky to here, he was still a little tired mentally. But he could relax in this manner. It's good to relax. Master Dog is exhausted. Boy, hurry up and find a restaurant to have a big meal. De Huang Dog's eyes bloomed with a strange brilliance. He had been holding back all this way. Now that he had finally arrived at such a good place, he would be letting himself down if he didn't have a good meal. All right, as you wish. Jiang Chen shrugged. Jiang Chen was not interested in those feasting and debauchery places. Seeing Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog discussing about finding a restaurant to eat, the old liar became a little anxious and quickly said, Hey, I say, do you two have any sense of romance? Isn't it a big waste to specially come here to eat? In my opinion, we should go and do some proper business. If you want to go, you go. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. This old man was too disrespectful. Ignoring the old liar, Jiang Chen and Big Yellow found a restaurant and strode into it. The old liar's face was filled with helplessness, but there was nothing he could do. He did want to go there alone, but unfortunately, he didn't have the money. People who didn't have money couldn't afford to get hurt. Chapter 14:12. At the table, Jiang Chen's brows were tightly knitted together, feeling extremely regretful. Although the dishes were delicious, he really had no appetite at all. These two inhuman fellows in front of him really made him flabbergasted. De Huang Dog's front two legs were directly on the table, his long dog tongue licking the plates on the table madly. With a single bite, the entire plate was gone. His saliva was flying everywhere. It must be said that this fellow licked everything clean. The plates that he had eaten were all bright and shiny, with not even a bit of grease left behind. The old liar was even more ruthless. This fellow swung his arms, and a pair of big black hands directly grabbed the plates and sent them into his mouth. His speed was not inferior to De Huang Dog's at all. The key thing was that these two fellows didn't seem to mind at all. They ate happily, and the entire table of dishes and wine was quickly finished. "Boss, give me another table." The old liar was very impolite. It was rare for him to eat so generously. This was a rare opportunity. Such a scene naturally attracted the attention of the entire restaurant. Countless people were pointing and laughing. De Huang Dog and the old liar had undoubtedly become a beautiful scene in the restaurant. Haha, where did these two weirdos come from? This is too embarrassing. These two motherfucking starving ghosts. Haven't they eaten anything before? It's that old liar. This kid is really pitiful. He must be a newcomer and was tricked by the old liar. He even treated the old liar to a feast. I wonder where that dog came from. He's really a good match for the old liar. Everyone had already forgotten about the dishes and wine on their table. They began to admire the old liar and De Huang Dog's clean sweep. What the fuck are you looking at? I've never seen such a handsome dog eating. De Huang Dog took advantage of the fact that the dishes had not been served and turned his head to glare at the others. A large piece of meat fell out of the dog's mouth. De Huang Dog's reaction was extremely fast. Before the meat fell to the ground, he had already eaten it in one bite. Fuck. Jiang Chen staggered and almost fell off his seat. He had been completely defeated. Jiang Chen rarely admired anyone, but towards De Huang Dog and the old liar, he was completely convinced. Cough cough. Jiang Chen coughed a few times, then stood up from his seat and walked to an empty table not far away. He pretended that he didn't know these two guys, or at least, he didn't know them very well. Sigh. How careless of you to make friends. Jiang Chen sighed. Looking at De Huang Dog and old swindler acting as if no one else was around, Jiang Chen suddenly felt that his world had turned dark. He had the urge to fly out of the window. How embarrassing. How embarrassing. In the end, De Huang Dog and old liar ate to their heart's content before they reluctantly left the restaurant. Jiang Chen strode in front, feeling that he needed to put some distance between himself and the two fellows behind him. "Brother Dog, now that we're full, where do you think we should go next?" said the old swindler. He seemed to have found a kindred spirit. His eyes could not help but drift over to those places of debauchery. However, De Huang Dog did not seem to be interested in the slightest as he casually said, "Find a place to sleep." Sleep? Fuck. There was actually someone who came to Futian Manor to sleep. Was he still a human? No, he seemed to be just a dog. It had to be said that this manor was very luxurious. Everywhere was showing the aura of wealth. Jiang Chen and the others walked on the not-so-busy street. He felt that it was a very happy thing to be able to enjoy here. "Old liar, do you have any way to attend young Master Futian's social gathering 2 days later?" asked Jiang Chen. He was quite interested in this social gathering. Maybe he could get a lot of benefits. "That's simple. Just find a way to make young Master Futian notice you. As long as young Master Futian invites you, you will be qualified to attend the social gathering. However, those who attend the social gathering are either rich or noble. They are all geniuses of this generation. As a newcomer, I'm afraid it won't be easy to attract young Master Futian's attention," the old liar said. He didn't mean to look down on Jiang Chen. What he said was a fact. The social gathering held by young Master Futian was not something that anyone could attend. "Little Chenzi, as long as you can take out a treasure that can make Futian take a fancy to you, it's fine," De Huang Dog said. His words hit the nail on the head. "All right, let's go find a trading place." Jiang Chen smiled. He already had an idea. He must attend this social gathering, but he couldn't take the initiative to look for young Master Futian. That way, he would appear to have no status. If he let young Master Futian personally invite him, his identity would be different when he attends the social gathering. There are a lot of trading places here. Most of them are conducted by foreign cultivators for a short period of time. However, the entire manor is full of young Master Futian's men. Every transaction can't be hidden from the eyes and ears of the manor. The manor will take 30% of the money traded here. There is also a trading place belonging to the manor, which is the direct force of young Master Futian," said the old liar. Upon hearing the figure of 30%, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog couldn't help but curse. This young Master Futian was really a bloodsucker. However, it could also be imagined how much money this manor could attract. The wealth and treasures that could be earned every year were unimaginable. It must be an astronomical figure. I heard that young Master Futian would take away a lot of wealth and treasures from the manor every year and use them to build up the Corpse-Een sect. This is also the reason why young Master Futian could thrive in the Corpse-Een sect," said the old liar. "In that case, let's go to the manor's own trading place," said Jiang Chen. Although there were spies everywhere in the manor and every transaction couldn't be hidden from the people of the manor, in order to achieve his goal, Jiang Chen decided to go directly to the direct trading place of the manor. In that way, young Master Futian would notice him immediately. "All right, I know the place. I'll take you there. Don't be fooled by those guards who won't let me in. If I want to come in, do you think they can stop me?" The old liar patted his chest. It was really rare for a person to brag to such a natural degree. Inside the manor was a luxurious area. Inside the huge manor, there was a small manor, which was where young Master Futian lived. The trading place was the closest to the small manor. It was an incomparably magnificent golden building with a strong aura of nobility that made people feel an inexplicable pressure standing in front of the building. Little friend Jiang Chen, this is the largest trading place in the manor. It was built by young Master Futian himself. The people inside are also directly under young Master Futian's jurisdiction. Chapter 14:13. Jiang Chen smiled and strode into the trading center. Seeing how calm and confident Jiang Chen was, the old swindler was very curious about what kind of treasure Jiang Chen had that could attract the attention of young Master Futian. It should be known that young Master Futian had seen many things in his life. Ordinary treasures were not enough to catch his attention. After walking into the golden building, another wave of rich and noble aura swept toward Jiang Chen's face. If this was the first time a cultivator who had never seen the outside world came here, he would definitely be affected by the atmosphere and become extremely nervous. However, for Jiang Chen, who had seen a lot of things, this place was nothing. Seeing Jiang Chen coming in, a manservant immediately came forward to greet him. "Welcome, young master." The manservant himself was a heavenly immortal. He could see that in East Xuanyu, a heavenly immortal was nothing. It could be said that heavenly immortals were everywhere. The manservant's eyes darted around. One look and anyone could tell that he was a shrewd person. After staying in the trading center for a long time, he had gained a lot of experience. He knew what kind of people were not to be trifled with and what kind of words to use when meeting someone. Jiang Chen was handsome and had an extraordinary bearing. One look and anyone could tell that he was not an ordinary person. The manservant had seen many young geniuses of this generation, but in terms of bearing, none of them could compare to this white-robed youngster. More importantly, the manservant could not see through Jiang Chen's cultivation base. Basically, there was only one possibility. His cultivation base was far above his own. Such a person was a distinguished guest of the trading center. Naturally, the manservant dared not show any neglect. At this time, the old swindler swaggered in. When the manservant saw him, his face changed very quickly, revealing a look of disgust. "Get lost! What are you doing here, old swindler? Don't you know what this place is?" The manservant shouted at the old swindler. From this, it could be seen how annoying this old swindler was. However, this old swindler was quite famous in this manner. Even a manservant knew him. "We are together," Jiang Chen said coolly. "What? Young master, you must be new, right? Don't be fooled by this old swindler. This old man only knows how to cheat others of their food and drink. Letting him follow you will only lower your status." The manservant looked at Jiang Chen in surprise and tried to persuade him earnestly, as if he was doing this for his own good. Jiang Chen could not help but glance at the old swindler. Just how did this guy manage to survive? However, the fact that the old swindler had not been beaten to death and was still alive and well without missing any limbs was already a miracle in itself. That's none of your business. I'm here to trade. Don't you guys do business? Jiang Chen said with a frown, looking a little impatient. Did you hear that? We are now honored guests. You snobbish bastard. The old swindler put his hands on his waist. Old liar, don't say that you're a dog looking down on people for no reason in the future. Nanny, did the dog provoke you? De Huang dog said snappily. Ayaya, I'm really sorry, I actually forgot about you, brother dog. The old swindler slapped his forehead, looking as if he had just been enlightened. He really deserved to die. To think that he had forgotten about De Huang dog. The manservant still showed his disgust towards the old swindler. But since he was brought in by Jiang Chen, he did not dare to say anything. I wonder what kind of treasure this young master wants to trade? The manservant asked. Get your shopkeeper to come out. My treasure isn't something that a manservant like you can decide. Jiang Chen said. All right. Please wait a moment, young master. The manservant did not dare to show any neglect towards Jiang Chen's words. Moreover, given his identity, he couldn't make any decisions here. Not long after that, the manservant returned with an old man. This old man seemed to be in his 50s. He was in high spirits. His eyes were brimming with vigor, constantly flickering with the light of wisdom. Moreover, this old man's cultivation base was extremely terrifying. He had already reached the peak of the half-step immortal king realm, only a step away from the true immortal king realm. After the old man appeared, his eyes fell on Jiang Chen. He had a lot of experience and had seen countless people. Using the word old fox to describe him wasn't an understatement at all. In his point of view, although Jiang Chen was only a late golden immortal, his bearing was extraordinary. One look and he could tell that Jiang Chen was a rare genius. Just from his first impression, he didn't dare to underestimate Jiang Chen. This old man is called Fu Yong. I wonder how should I address this young master? The old man clasped his fists at Jiang Chen and said, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen reported his name and said, You are the shopkeeper here. That's right. Thanks to young Master Fu Tian's favor, this old man has been given today's status and everything. Although I'm the shopkeeper of this trading house, everything here belongs to young Master Fu Tian. Even my life belongs to young Master Fu Tian. Fu Yong spoke, appearing to be very respectful to young Master Fu Tian, not daring to show any neglect in his words. I wonder what kind of treasure does young master have? If it's something that our trading center doesn't have, I can help young master find someone else to trade with. Fu Yong didn't seem to want to waste time, so he went straight to the point. Those who could come to this trading center must be here to trade for treasures. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here. I do have a treasure. I wonder if this spiritual spring can catch the eye of shopkeeper Fu? Jiang Chen said. With a flip of his palm, a small bottle made entirely of warm jade appeared in his palm. This jade bottle was very small and exquisite. After being taken out by Jiang Chen, its surface emitted strands of pure qi of extreme yang, which immediately attracted the attention of Fu Yong and the old liar. This is? Fu Yong's eyes lit up. His intuition told him that the thing in this bottle was absolutely extraordinary. Jiang Chen brought the jade bottle closer to Fu Yong. After receiving it, Fu Yong couldn't wait to open the cork and then penetrate a strand of divine sense into the bottle. This is the highest grade of spiritual spring. No, it's not just a spiritual spring. It also contains a kind of qi of extreme yang. When the two are combined, the value of the spiritual spring is doubled. I've never seen such a spiritual spring. If a cultivator takes it, the benefits will be endless. This is really a rare treasure, Fu Yong said in amazement. As the shopkeeper of this trading center, Fu Yong was naturally knowledgeable. Even if he hadn't seen some treasures before, he could still analyze the quality and value of them. Shopkeeper Fu, if this was just a simple spiritual spring water, I wouldn't have taken it out as a rare treasure. Apart from what you've said, this spiritual spring water has another miraculous effect, which is a powerful healing ability. No elixir can compare to it in terms of healing the injured. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.